Like, I was just trying to understand what was being said.
Sound like a scam, Lowski.
It sounds like you should fucking stake it and do your own 5-5-5 yourself.
A second kid.
5-5.
Yeah, 5-5.
That gold key guy. He's sus. He's been shilling that shit for the past couple of days. He came out of nowhere into these spaces, and he'll start talking about whatever the conversation's about, acting like he cares, and then it always slides to whatever his project is eventually.
Like, this is straight middleman shit. Like, what? Like really? Like,
yo, guys, man, I don't know. Me, at the end of the day, when your shill ends with, "Hey guys, I gotta go," I've been doing this for like a year and a half, man. You know exactly what happened.
Famous, you need to take a fucking nap.
I did, man. I actually passed the fuck out. I think it was like 11:30. I woke up at like 7:30 this morning. I was like, shit. And then I see that Richard Hart. I was about to go back to bed, but then I just see on my tweets, I see the Richard Hart, like, you know, and I'm like, oh, what did Richard say? And I check the pages. I just jump out of my bed. I'm like, what the fuck just happened? I didn't even click on the photo. I was just looking at the fucking green. And I was like, oh my God, this is Paul Sachs.
Screen. We got more screenshots?
Oh, yeah, man. It's all pinned up at the top. It's a whole thread.
Okay.
Hey, Compton, I want to ask you a question because we had a discussion the other day. And since I know you live in Compton now, hey, man, like in your area, did it get cleaner because of COVID? Not cleaner. When I say cleaner, I mean like, did it get quieter? Like it wasn't as loud? You know what I mean?
Nah, it's still loud, dog. It's still a lot of shootings and shit. A lot of that shit just got crazier, man. Tell the truth.
Nah, bro. I only say this because like I stay out there near 124th and Wilmington, and like
Oh shit.
he's shooting and shit like there all the time, bro. Like we had like 2 dudes die like last year on my block and shit, and like since COVID hit, bro, like everybody's gone. All the crackheads are gone. The fucking it's quiet. Motherfuckers ain't smoking shit outside my windows anymore. It's wild as fuck. So like I'm just like shit, man. I wonder if it got cleaner in other areas. So I wanted to ask you and shit. Yeah.
Nah, man. Actually, there was more like there's even more crime and stuff like that. That you know went up and shit. You know, Compton is Compton, dog. It is what it is, man. Been living there all my life. I ain't got shot at. You know, got 2 of my friends killed when we graduated 8th grade, and one of them got killed by. If you guys heard the rapper, The Game, his homies killed my homie. When I think he was 13, got shot 18 times.
God damn, bro. The fuck?
Yeah, dog. So I mean, you know, what I mean, tired of the hood, man. You know, sometimes you just gotta move on and
Oh yeah, no, bro.
get the hell out.
Definitely get the fuck out this area. Like we do not need to be in this environment. Period.
Nah, dog. I mean, I like one sad thing that I've been through is when you know, I hear you guys fighting all this shit, you know, and I see the people over there dying in Ukraine and shit because this stupid idiot just trying to take control. But one thing that happened to me when I was like 10, 9, 10 maybe, is when we found my mom's brother got shot 3 times in the head. We found him dead in Compton. That's one sad day for me, man. You know what I mean? So, I mean, I've been through all that shit. It's nasty out here, but, you know, it's like everything. You make your own decision, and, you know what I mean? You live and you die by it, and that's it.
You live by the sword, die by the sword, bro.
Hell yeah.
I know the same way, bro. One of my friends, he was warned, bro, don't do this shit. You're going to get one day, bro. Pop.
Yeah, man, nah. I'm like I said, man, like my homie got killed right after we graduated from 8th grade. That fool was gang banging. You know, I used to kick it with him. He got, matter of fact, he got shot in his front yard. That's how bad it was.
And yeah, man, but you guys, it's easier because of the fact that you guys could go buy guns. You know, you guys could go and it probably get worse because now it's getting worse and worse and worse in Canada.
Famous, it's not even like that anymore, bro. Like to get guns and stuff like that. Like
Yeah.
when COVID started hitting and shit, bro, it got like stupid crazy. You can buy a gun off the
Bro,
street, of course.
you could travel in state, man.
That's totally possible.
You
But
could go
like,
from state to state with guns in your trunk.
oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, of
I'm
course.
sorry. I'm
But
sorry,
get
man.
a fucking truck, bro.
You
Come
don't
on.
need no passport. It's like at the end of the day, the statistical average of having this sort of violence will happen due to the fact that it's just. Anyways, I don't want to get into it. It's none of my business. I'm Canadian, but I understand what he's saying, bro. It's like at the end of the day, you don't want to fight, bro. It's not worth it. It's stupidities you did in order to maintain a certain status that you probably never enjoyed from the first place. That's my opinion, bro. I never enjoyed what I was doing. Anyways, um, but yeah, man. But listen to this, guys. So I was thinking, XPL. I hope Melo's still here. XPLSX is not the incentive token, bro. It's not the incentive token because XBoo is not the incentive token of the swap. So when you're thinking about it, remember those pools, Mello? I don't know if you're still there, but
I'm
PLS.
here.
If you look at the pictures, you remember, like you said, PLS, PLSX, but you're getting PLSX.
So that's something very interesting. Like
So
so the
this whole
incentive
time
token
is the
is
incentive
not
token PLSX?
XPLS. Say what?
Is the incentive token gonna be PLSX?
You mean XPLSX?
No, XPLSX is not the incentive token. XPLSX is basically the ratio pool. It's a pool that represents the 1-to-1 ratio. So it's always going to be 1-to-1, right? Because you're putting PLSX in there. So you can only get and receive PLSX. So the pool doesn't gain interest.
So
What it gains is that the ratio, so it starts at 1-to-1. And then once you put your PLSX, then the fees start going in. All the 0.07% of the fees, PLSX fees, go in.
so the way I transcribed it, right, is now you put PLSX into the pool just like how you how you would into when you
You want me
provide
to read? You want me
liquidity.
to read the buyback pool exactly what it says?
Yeah. So whenever I'm reading it. So whenever you enter it says, so whenever you enter or stake PLSX, right,
Yes.
it'll give you
A
a
ratio
view
token.
token. It's that token you can't take to the market and sell.
Exactly. Well, you
Okay.
can. You
No,
technically can, but it's at
you
its ratio.
can't. So you that XPLSX is just it's like
Well,
an
no, XBoo, you
arbitrary
could sell
number.
XBoo. Like right
It's
now,
an
if I go on Spooky Swap, right? Actually, you know what? Let's go check it out. Can I sell XBoo? Let's go on Spooky Swap. Because I really think this is based off of how Spooky Swap is based, so how it is in Phantom.
Okay,
And if
so
that's the case,
how
this is
I
gonna.
transcribed it, right? Famous, right? So you stake PLSX, right? It's gonna give you this token called XPLSX. Now, if you hold now that it's not gonna be a 1-to-1 because if you look at the board, it says one XPLSX equals 1.24
Yeah, but
PLSX.
that's because of the
Now,
pool. So that's because
I know
the ratio is gonna grow or diminish depending on how much difference it is with
it's
the
in the pool.
what's in the pool for the
Okay,
0.07. So if there's
now
literally more money being bought back than there is people putting in, then it'll always be more.
so now, okay, now that's cool. Now, but the XPLSX is just a placeholder
Exactly.
for like an arbitrary
Yeah, you
value
can't
of
sell
how
XBoo.
much PLSX you have in that pool.
Exactly.
So now that is not. And then what I was saying is, okay, what if earlier what I was saying is, or what if the incentive? Because if you go back and go to the farms, it says PLSX and PLS staked, right? That LP token is staked. So that's an arbitrary token or a placeholder
Yeah.
for your provided liquidity. So now you're gonna take that and put that placeholder into another pool where you're gonna gain this incentive token. Now this incentive token where it says right here, it says PLSX earned. So that's where it's confusing because it's supposed to say whatever incentive token earned. Now, that could be the XPLSX, and then where you can take that XPLSX and either, I guess, gain from I don't know how he's going to do that part. That's the tricky part. Now, if you're going to go back to the staking part, that 0.07% that you will get off of buybacks, I feel like that's a whole separate wallet, because out of the 0.29% fees, the trading fees that come out, 21%, which is 0.006, will be put in a wallet that's for buyback and burn. So it's not this. This is a buyback pool. This is separate. I think that he's gonna still implement the 0.006% of the 0.29% of the trading fees to allocate those to buyback the PLSX and burn it into a wallet that will never ever sell it. It will never ever be in the supply anymore, and it will just burn them. Now, this is off of the 0.29% fees. 0.07 of those fees will be going to this specific pool, and then it will be paid in PLSX. So I'm confused on how it will be paid in PLSX, but I can get it because you're buying it from it gets bought from the market and gets distributed to this pool holders. So I can see it's actually helping. It's an extra pumpamento that he actually added, and I want to figure out if this buyback pool is going to be tied with the incentive token, because right now it's very vague. Like, this is a very broad thing. He just
Yeah.
like he's keeping us on our toes. Like, he did this
Well, it's gonna
on
be.
the fact
I
that
think it's more gonna. I think it's more and more. It's looking like how it works on Phantom.
I haven't used Phantom's dexes yet. So how's that? What's the
I've used
difference?
them. I really like it. It's their staking has been very. Um, it's been sustainable, man. I made some good money off that. I like.
Yeah, I mean, I think he did this just so we can start doing some game
No,
theory,
but
so
it kind of makes
he can
sense though,
hold us
because we
off
could
for another month.
because technically this is there has to be something. Okay, so the governance. What would the governance vote?
So yeah, so now that voting one, right? That
Yeah,
voting
because see,
part.
it showed us the governance page.
So it says proposals. So like I knew it was gonna be like this. So okay. So then there's a weighted. So there's different kind of DAOs. There's weighted DAOs, and then there's DAOs where you can just everybody can vote. It doesn't matter how much you hold or whatever. So now a new person can come. Let's say a whale. He comes in. He makes a proposal. Now, what people is going to do here is going to, once a proposal pops up as a community, you can go and take your PLS and use your PLS to vote. Now, the more people that vote, that proposal will more likely be, go through. So that's how I think this is going to be. Where it's very simple. I think he's keeping this one part very simple. So it's going to be very weighted. So whoever starts the proposal, they could start it off with a big amount, and then if they have big whales come in and help them to on that vote or on that proposal, then they can vote with their money. So their money talks in this case. That's I think the greatest thing, because then I feel like everybody voting won't vote. It'll be harder to actually gauge on what everybody wants, like, and is if it will actually go through, because the weighted version will be more confirming to connect. Yeah, it'll be confirming. it would be it'll be great to see. It'll be very great to see, man. I think he just, like I said, he did this just so he can keep us on our toes for the next month or two.
So you think these are the screenshots he talked about in that interview that he never got around to talking about, or like this is just something new that he was just like, I'm out there?
Nah, bro. He had this ready. I think he knows what he's doing. Last day of sacrifice. Come on, he's gonna give us something new to talk about. Like this, he knows where everybody in this community does game theory. So he's like, hey, here's something else for y'all to talk about to keep y'all hold y'all off until the mainnet comes out.
Hey, I
I,
just want to. Good
I
morning, Mad Hatter down there. I see you, Mad Hatter. You should come up as speaker like always.
And I want to apologize to everybody, including Jay Future, since this is recorded. I would like to apologize to everybody for even getting out of character. Like that is really not me. Like when I started talking and the way he responded back, it just triggered me. Like I don't want to be tied with nothing like that, and I understand where you guys are coming from. I want to protect the community as much as I can. That's my whole intent. Community. I'm very, like I told y'all from the beginning, I am a for the small guys. I don't do no tolerance shit. Famous, we'll take it off of DMs, and I mean we'll take it in the DMs and continue there.
Yeah, for sure, man. I see
It
your
was a
DM.
simple
I see your DM, but
misunderstanding.
right now I'm answering so many people's questions. So just give me some give me some time. I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get there.
You good. And I didn't mean to disrespect you, but I didn't want you to put no words in my mouth, because when y'all said yes, you knew about it, I didn't know about it, and I just wanted to clear that up.
I personally didn't say that, but you probably misheard, and it was Jay Future saying it, because I know it was Jay Future saying it. But listen, man, at the end of the day, it's okay, man. It's okay, bro. We men, man. Bro. I've been in a hockey team. You think I haven't butted heads with people fucking trying to break someone's face? You know, boxing match at the end of the practice because we had a problem, and then we love it out. We love and hug after. But it's what it is, man. At the end of the day, it's unfortunately men are. We like to be sometimes very territorial, right? So sometimes you got to get territorial, just a bit louder, but it doesn't mean you're stronger. It was just like if we were gonna get to the you scream, I scream, and then the whole chat would have gone crazy, But at one point, you have to get to the same level. Be like, okay, I think I'm wrong. If he's going that loud, it's because I'm that loud, right? So that's all. That's the only reason why I yelled at you, was because if you're loud, then I'm loud. We're gonna, at one point, we're gonna realize that we're too loud.
And not just
Jay did
that,
come
we're
out
not going to
hard though.
understand each other. Like,
Exactly.
we're not going to be able to understand what we're
Let the
actually
chaos
trying to
happen
say.
right away. Let the chaos happen right away, in my opinion. Anyways, so right now I'm on Spooky Swap, and
What's it saying on there?
that it's just Phantom, right? So Spooky Swap is like,
So hold on, explain the single sided, how their version of the single sided staking works.
Okay, so they have the same concept. They have Boo and X Boo, which is the same concept as that. So I'll get it right now. So stake Boo. Stake Boo and receive X Boo as receipt representing your share of the pool. The pool is automatically compounded by using a portion of all trading fees to buy back Boo, which means that X Boo to Boo ratio will grow over time. Like liquidity providing LP, you will earn fees according to your share in the pool, and your Boo X receipt is needed as a proof when claiming the reward. It's the same thing, man. And guys, right now, total value locked in this protocol is only 100 million. Your APY is 42%. And the coin is at 1.69, so you have 69% times more. So that's actually as if you're getting, it's like you're getting 70% almost.
So what's the mechanics? You put Boo.
You put Boo and then you get your receipt of X Boo. So one X Boo right now costs 1.69 Boo. So it's basically like T-shirts.
Say that again.
It's basically like T-shares.
Okay, what's
Except
the percentage?
instead of the inflation, well, the percentage is 0.07, so it has a 0.7 inflation.
So it's a mint. So it's a mint though. It's not from buyback. So it's not a buyback, but it's kind of the same.
Well, it is buybacks because remember the percent of the fee is going to go to buy back the PLSX,
and then distribute it to the pool.
It's going to get put in the pool.
No, it's going to get to, because that would be the reward.
Well, yeah, technically we're saying the same thing. It's just you're the next you're literally the next transaction, which is it puts it in the pool and then it gets redistributed because due to you claiming your percentage of that pool at that time, right? Because it doesn't get redistributed. You have to claim it. So it's a pool that gains in value, and then you could diamond hand it, right? You could just stay there and you don't claim nothing, and you're just there, and your token and your receipt's gonna keep growing and growing and growing and growing and growing, and then on one day you want to pull out. Well, you have this many tokens and the ratio is this much, then you get this much PLSX. So it's not about dividing how much you get; it's about how much your ticket is worth at that moment that you redeem it.
So okay, so that I'm looking at it now because right now it doesn't even have a harvest button. It just it's either
You
stake
understand?
and
It's not a
unstake.
token. You can't harvest it. You have to re-exchange it. It's like the X boot. That's why I'm saying it's like Phantom.
Okay, so you enter your PLS. You're gonna get this receipt called XPLSX, and then you hold that XPLSX. You gain fees all you want. You see your money going up, and then when you're ready to actually get your rewards, you have to actually pull out your initial. Excuse me. You have to pull out your initial, including your rewards, at one time.
Well, you
Right?
technically don't lose your money, I think.
No. That's why I said you pull out your initial and you pull out your your.
Well, it's not that you pull out your initial; is that your receipt is worth something. So one XPLSS, like you see in the pool, it's worth 1.25, but over time it's gonna go to like 1.6. So
Yeah.
if you
Okay.
have
Same thing. I
one,
got you.
so if you have one XPLSX, you're gonna get 1.6. So that's why I'm saying it doesn't get redistributed. It's whatever your receipt is redeemable, because your receipt is redeemable by how much token you have, and the token you have, or the representation of a token you have, has a ratio, and that ratio, once you pull out, you get it. Ooh, shit.
This is bullish, bro. Like
Oh,
what?
I'm
Like
bullish
so
as fuck,
you
man.
can
Yo, we're
literally
gonna,
just
you
take
could
your
live off this. You could live
exactly.
off of your PLSX.
But the thing is, the only thing is you
Venga.
have to actually unstake, and I want to know if there's gonna be fees tied to that because including those fees for post chain, like I mean, other than the gas fee, of course, the unstaking fee, like that will help the ecosystem
Yeah,
on
there
its
is
own.
definitely. It's a transaction, so you have to redeem it. It's definitely a transaction, bro. Definitely.
No. Okay, so you got when you unstake, right? You have your whenever you're doing like on
You
a
probably have to approve it too. So
on an
there's
AMM.
probably going to be fees to go enter the pool.
Exactly, to enter the pool and to exit the pool. That's something I will want to see because that will help
Oh yeah, but no,
the
that's for
ecosystem.
sure. But that's for sure though, because that's for sure though.
Yeah, but I've seen some single-sided staking that you could just go in and out as you please.
Huh, where?
Cake.
You always have to pay.
What? There's no unstaking fee for a cake.
Yeah, of course. When you withdraw, there's a fee. There's a 0.0 something fee in it.
No, you pay gas fee. That
Like
and it was
on what? The auto
quick too.
compounding or the manual?
No, auto compounding. I think you pay a fee for that. I'm talking
Yeah,
about for the other pools.
but those are liquidity providing then.
No, single staking.
But those are not single staking. Those are IFOs. So those are ownable and pausable pools that have nothing to do with the ecosystem. It's someone that puts in a token, and then whoever's in the pool gets a percentage of how much they have at that point. So they're
But they
called
get it in
IFOs.
cake. They get
Yeah,
it in
they're
cake.
IFOs, but they're getting the incentive. So what it
Yeah, the
is,
incentive.
I know what you're talking about. You're talking about like those random projects, right? Like fucking Atlas or some random fucking BBB or Pokemon DD or something like that, right?
It's quite like that, yeah. But I've
Let me go on
also
Pancake.
seen
I'll
like
actually give you a real example. Hold up, because I don't like
I'm
talking.
not on my computer right now, but go to
Yeah, I know. I'm going right now.
go to the
So
quick not the quick
Pancake Swap, and then there's Earn
Polygon.
Pools. So then in the pools they have stake cake and earn something. So you have to stake cake and then you earn the token that's in the pool. But the detail of the pool is
You see what I'm talking about? Are you on that cake page now? I'm just not on the computer. So then there's an auto and then there's manual.
Yeah, but then under it there's the, because the first one's called an IFO, the second one's the auto, the third one's the manual, and then after that it's the pools.
So now look at the manual. Look at the manual. It should say, okay, so on the auto it should say unstaking fee, or like it would be like a little fee, and then on the manual it should say no fee.
I gotta connect my wallet. Hold up. It doesn't tell me anything. I have to fucking.
It doesn't give you any details without connecting?
It's not like an auto farm where it says like how much you're getting in percentage. Hold up, maybe it's because I have to sign. I have to get in it. Yeah. Okay. So 0.1% unstaking fee if withdrawn within 72 hours. Performance fee 2%. That's on auto cake. On the manual, nothing. Yeah, nothing.
Exactly.
Right.
So that's manual. So now that's how we're gonna do it. There's no auto. So yeah, like that's what I'm hoping.
Okay, but
instead of zero,
the IFO pool has it.
Yeah, I'm talking about natives.
Cake to participate. So the thing is that you stake cake to participate in IFO.
No, I'm just talking about the natives. The natives, like I would like to see instead of having no fees for manual, since this is going to be considered manual and there's no auto compounding. Well, it's really considered auto compounding on its own, because you're gaining a placeholder that's already gaining the rewards itself. So the rewards just get put back into your XPLSX, and then your XPLSX just starts going up more, and then once you're ready to unstake it, you're just unstaking one thing, which is your XPLSX, and so that's considered kind of auto compounding, but with fees, and it needs to have those fees. I feel like it does to help the ecosystem, and those fees can possibly go back to like the burn, like the fee 2 address. That is what I would love to see. Maybe go back and buy back and burn, and then plus the fees, because the fees would be played out in PLSX, of course. So I feel like, okay, you take that PLSX and go ahead and burn it,
Mm-hmm. But the thing is that it might be an IFO pool, because the IFO pool has a performance fee too of 2%.
I bet they do, because that goes straight to the token, the what's it called, the pool provider.
So it's an IFO pool. So because I don't see them doing because these coins, like when you stake cake and earn GM, there's no performance fee, because the coin had to pay them to put it there.
So yeah, so the liquidity
But the ones that are self-sufficient, like the ones that are provided by external ownable, like people who can own the token besides the incentive, yes, there's no fee. But the ones that are made by the swap itself, there is a performance fee. So if I go in the farm,
the manual cake, the cake to cake is not you said there's no performance, because that manual cake to cake is from the DEX.
It actually looks to me more like Trader Joe.
I try to limit not using so many DEXs.
You know what? I didn't think of that. You're absolutely fucking right. I didn't think of that.
Yeah, like on
go look at Trader Joe.
When you farm your Joe, you're given X Joe, and X Joe has a separate value.
But isn't that what sushi has?
And then when you redeem it, you trade back from X Joe to regular Joe. And conveniently, Hex's chart and Trader Joe chart does look pretty similar.
Okay, does X
Joe?
I'm
gonna check out sushi, because there's Hex Sushi.
Can you sell the X Joe on the market?
No, you just redeem it back for regular Joe.
Okay. So what? I knew it. So basically, he
It's your
just took.
placeholder. It's your placeholder. Just like you said, you got it. You got the
Okay, no,
idea.
it's like sushi. It's exactly like sushi because sushi has X sushi. I'm on the sushi webpage. They're literally doing what sushi has.
Can you
They're
sell that
gonna
on the
have
market?
lending. Oh my god, they're gonna have lending. Oh my god, there's lending in here.
Hold on. Whoa.
They're gonna have lending for sure.
I don't think Richard Hart is going to include lending in his
Well,
protocol,
I
dog.
guess we don't need liquid loans.
But
That's
I don't see why
hilarious.
he couldn't. He could just do it with a press. Like I would never have thought Richard doing NFT platforms. But if he's gonna, like, I don't know, man.
So okay.
The
So can
lending
the
is
X sushi be sold on the market?
yeah. There's one with the wrapped ETH.
Okay, so that's weird. So basically, what he did is he took little bits and parts of different dexes, plus used the fork of Uniswap as a DAO, and just made one big
Yeah, but
perfect
X
dex.
Sushi is only available on Sushi Swap. It's the only pair. Only pair available is on Sushi Swap, where there's X Sushi and wrapped ETH. It's the only one available. 100% of the volume. But you could trade back your sushi for X Sushi. Well, so X Sushi for sushi.
Well, I hope he doesn't make it to that part. I wish he kept it more towards Trader Joe's because now, like you want to, I will like that. That's I think that will fuck it up if you could just take your X Pulse PLSX and just dump it. I mean, just not dump it, but sell it on market. That's I think for me that's a little off. I think it's like that would make it a reward token. Basically, you're putting PLSX to gain this other token to make more PLSX in order for you to just sell your your
But
X
you,
PLSX.
but you know what you can do with your X Joe on Trader Joe?
What?
You can restake it into a different liquidity pool. So you can have your Joe staked in a pool, get the X Joe as your placeholder, and then go stake that in another pool. You can do that on Trader Joe.
And what do you incur? What kind of fee? What kind of rewards do you incur for staking the X Joe?
It's a little bit more riskier. The yield percentages are way up there. It's the ones that's like, over 100% APY.
I'm, as long as it's not paired, it's not a pair. It's a single. It's a single side, right? Single staking.
No, it's a liquidity pool.
Oh. So if it's a liquidity pool, then you can sell that on the market. That's crazy. That's basically like how he just said X sushi. He just gave us a whole nother month of game theory.
Yeah, for sure.
Hey, kid. Cause. Bring up Mad Hatter and Crypto Coffee. I mean, Crypto, what was that? Crypto King, my bad.
Man, I'm looking at this. This is wow. This is a completely different game theory. I can't believe you didn't see this because I didn't think you would have liked it. Is there limit orders in those pictures?
Hey, bro, hold on now. Don't.
Oh my
You
God,
just,
there's limit orders. Look at
you
the
just
time.
hold on now. Don't. You just made me go back. I'm driving. You just made me happy.
Yeah,
Hold
there's a
on.
setting, there's the time, and then there's a chart. So he's gonna have limit orders. He's gonna have charts. He's gonna have. Oh my God,
Where
bro!
you see this at? Where you see
And just
this?
go look at the picture where that's the exchange of PLS and hex, and then you see on the top it shows you this.
Oh, hold on. You talking about the?
It says the settings, the time, and then there's the chart.
Okay, but there's no limit order right there.
But if you click the time, what does that do? It shows you your transactions? No.
That time. It could be your transaction history.
I think it's a limit order, man.
Ooh.
I think it's like, when do you want to do this transaction?
Because Matcha's limit order logo does not
No,
look
it's not
like that.
It's because you could do that on 1 inch.
1 inch limit order is like it has the clock. I'm just not buying on my computer.
Let me
right
go
now.
check right now.
Yeah, go check,
right
please. I'm not buying my computer. What? Don't tell me that, bro. I'll be placing hella limit orders. I'm eating every dip, bro. If anybody dumps, I'm eating any dip. And yo, famous. I think 2 people wanted to request. Sire, who was it?
Nah, man, I'm telling them bring up Crypto King and Mad Hatter. I'm pretty sure that
I
dude.
am. I'm pretty Crypto King. No one's asking me to come up
They're all.
because I spam them, bro. They've told me a lot of times you stop spamming me.
Fuck that. We need your game theory. That's why we're fucking spamming you guys.
No, isn't it actually no? Isn't it Uniswap that has the time over the buy orders? It's not 1 inch.
So they are. So those are buy orders. Basically, it just shows you what you bought.
Okay, well let's go on Uniswap.
Just imagine when this thing comes out and then Richard starts talking about it. Ah, damn.
Where's the limit order? Where's the limit orders on this, man? Is this? I need hexes the way here. Does anyone know how to do this?
So the limit. Okay, go look at Matcha's limit order button.
So it's matcha then.
Matcha.xyz.
Where is it? Limit orders have upgraded to V4. Learn more. So they have a V4. They just opened it up. The V4 approval address is this.
You still can be able to place a limit order. V4 is already, I think, out. You just gotta press trade, and then when it asks you on the right hand side, you can put market or limit. Oh, there is no button. I'm tripping. It says market or limit.
Yeah, but I don't know what that time could be. What could that time be?
I think it's transaction history, like, so you can go back and view all your transactions that you made. Also, you know that page that we saw earlier where he was made all the transactions at post X info and analytics. That
So
might
it's like
be
an overview.
that might be what it is. Yeah, that'd be fine if he gave us an overview.
Anyone in the chat got questions? Please come up. My bad, bro. Today's gonna be a crazy day, man. What's up, Mo? How are you? What's up?
Bro, Richard Hart got people thinking the ratios is gonna be this sweet. This is gonna be so funny. How many people's gonna wreck themselves?
Yeah. It's the ratio like that because there's only that in there.
And people don't realize this is all a test.
Unless it's really on chain.
No, I mean, because Pulse X is not live, like for the testnet, so they're doing it all blind, out of the block, out of the chain.
Well, they could be doing it on Pulse chain, right? Because at the end of the day, he could be preparing it for the very first ratio.
But you remember, if you look at the top, also it says 0.02 price for Pulse X. So
yeah, but that's
where
because
it's going off of.
Because that's probably because he already put stuff in the liquidity pools. So by ratio, it gives you a price. So what all he has to do is just pull out his liquidity. Then it goes back to zero. You understand?
Sorry, say that again. I was putting on my mask. What's up?
He could be playing right now on Pulse chain. We don't know because no one knows what Pulse chain is, right? No one knows what it is. No one knows what the stats are. He's not doing it on testnet, so he could be on a network. Maybe not Pulse chain, but maybe another test network. And he doesn't stop him from being on the real one because if he's the only one providing liquidity, all he has to do is take out his liquidity and there's no one providing liquidity. I'm very bullish, boys. Today's the last day to sacrifice. If you haven't sacrificed, you need to sacrifice for freedom of movement.
I'm buying a Hellcat Red Eye after this.
I'm sorry, man. I'm gonna buy a lot of things with like nothing. Oh shit!
Buy myself out of work, that's for sure.
I'm not gonna lie, man. I took a nice little. What do you guys call him? A Benji? I took my Sir Wilfred Laurier because I think Canada that's who's on the $100 bill. Okay, so I took Mr. Wilfred, and I said, you know what? Fuck it. One random ass address. This will be fucking chump change. The rest, never touching it. But this $100 bag, you guys, you're gonna see me dump it as soon as I do that 10,000x. I'm dumping that bitch. I don't give a fuck. Let's go. That's gonna be the fucking bestest flip ever, man. I'm gonna frame it. I'm gonna print out the flip action, and then I'm gonna print out the last transaction, and I'm gonna frame it. I'm gonna say, all with a click of a button. One could always hope, guys. But you know what's even more wrecked is that if we were to do that, right? If we were to all cash out on the 10,000x, Bitcoin did a 69,000x. So yeah. There's gonna be some rich ass people, man.
Yeah, man. I think at that point it'll be just unstoppable. Because just imagine, like, Hex. I've said this a couple of times. Like Hex did this, insane performance. Not that many people were in it, but anyways, there were some decent amount of people that got, super rich. And look at their impact. Now imagine what's gonna happen when you 10x the number of people that got insanely rich, and just try to wonder what that impact would be. It's like unbelievable because it's gonna be like 50 to 100x more than now.
Well, I think this is easy game theory what he gave us. So there is no incentive token. Joke's on us. I think the whole community is just like, what the fuck are we gonna do now? What do you guys think? Crypto
So
Cowboy, Compton.
what
Come on.
happened, bro? What makes you think that there's no incentive token? I haven't been following much like today and
Well,
yesterday.
at the top it's pinned. The first pinned tweet is Richard's post from this morning. Some very sneak peek shit, you know?
Yeah, I've seen that, but like, which
Well,
part of it says no incentive token?
well, it's not that. Is that is that the pools are gonna pay in what? 0.22% PLSX. It says. Oh, this is awesome. And they even have a pool, USDC. I wonder what they would do with that.
Hey, Famous, you there?
How are you, man?
What's going on, brother?
Chilling, man. Very excited. Woke my ass up this morning. Richard woke me the fuck up, man.
I heard some excitement, man, but I missed most of why.
Okay, so at the top, the first pinned tweet is his beautiful screenshots of what looks to be Pulse X, man. How beautiful is that? How clean. In my opinion, it's fucking clean.
Oh yeah, brother, that's a nice looking interface.
Okay, so just to keep you up to date, so we've been analyzing those pictures, right? Because
Yep.
you know me, I like to see why Richard posted why. So then at first we were like, oh, when I woke up, I was like, oh my god, XPLSX is gonna be the incentive token. Oh my god, no. But then we looked closely, and I read what the buyback pool does, and it's basically like Sushi Swap with X Sushi, which is you have a 1-to-1 ratio. It starts 1-to-1, so you have one sushi for one X sushi. So I'm going to use PLS as an example. So you have one PLSX and you're going to get X PLSX. Now that pool's ratio is going to be dependent on your receipt of how many PLSX you put in and how much you received in X PLSX. And then the pool is going to gain the 0.07% of all the buyback from the fees.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
So then you're going to be able to redeem that. So you're going to have a receipt of that many XPLSX. So the pool continuously grows because people can't just, like, if they withdraw, they're out. Then they have to get back in with less PLSX.
Right.
You understand? Because the ratio is going to change. So basically T-shares and PulseX.
Unbelievable.
But the T-share inflation, let's call it the X share. The X share inflation is due to the buyback rate percentage of every transaction.
Let me see if I understand what you're saying. So you get a big bag of PLSX. You go in, you stake it. Now, while you're staking it, that 0.07 of the fees is basically getting put back into the entire staking pool, right? I'm guessing distributed amongst everybody equally depending on their portion of
Not
the pool.
equally.
Well, depending on their portion of the pool, right?
Well, they're tokens, so they're receipts. So what happens is that so now from what I see is that there's going to be 0.22%, which goes to liquidity provider.
Yep.
And then 0.07% is going to go for that buyback. So it's a pool for the buyback. It's called the buyback pool.
Hold on. Fuck. I thought I had it for a second. Now I'm not so sure.
Okay, so it's called the buyback burn pool, right?
Okay.
So basically, in order it's basically burning it, but giving it to people. How do I explain this? So Phantom has it, Sushi has it.
Mm-hmm.
You have this concept where you put it in, so it's going to grow with time, like T-shares. Then you're going to be able to at any time go with those receipts and exchange your XPLSX for as much as what the ratio is. So the ratio constantly goes up.
Okay.
The ratio of what again?
The ratio, if you go look at the pictures, which picture is it? It's the first picture. So the first picture you see stake PLSX, unstake XPLSX. By holding XPLSX, you are participating in PLSX buybacks, which are using 0.0% of trading fees to buy back PLSX and sending them to this pool. Doing so increases PLSX ratio, meaning you will be able to claim back increasingly more PLSX for every XPLSX token you are holding.
What is the XPLSX though?
That's the ratio token. That's your receipt of the pool. It's basically like Spooky Swap has Boo, Sushi has X Sushi.
Okay.
So X Sushi, you put it in, and then right now the X Sushi token APY has a 12% per year.
So the rewards in the pools are coming from the 0.7% fee, right?
Yeah.
So
from everything. So from every transaction, guys. So,
yeah.
And that also increases the burn rate of PLSS.
But isn't the 0.7% that was supposed to be burned? Or is there a different amount that's burned?
No, that's technically, I don't know. That I don't know, but it's ironic that 22 plus 7 is 29.
So is that the single-sided staking portion of it? Because I'm also looking at this farms.
I don't think there's single-sided staking. I think it basically, it's going to be a type of staking, but it's not single-sided staking with like auto compounding. The next thing we have is the pool. So you see the pool where you're gonna be able to do PLS, PLSX, then there's gonna be. So for now, the
I think you might have cut out there.
Oh my God! So they're giving back the reward. Oh my God! So you're gonna get whatever. So you're gonna so let's say you're giving. So Mello, listen to this. What about this idea? If the pool says PLSX PLS and not PLS PLSX, then you're putting the liquidity pairing together, and you would be receiving the 0.22% fees of the token that you pair with PLS. So does that mean that the USDC PLS pool, we're going to be receiving USDC? So it's a percentage of all the fees of that specific pool? Texas the way. Come on up, man. Skipper, come on up, man. Because Richard's doing things that are really like remember Mello, we said like he was like taking the best of everything and just putting it together.
Famous, your sound's choppy, by the way.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Oh yeah, I love how it's coming together. And like for me, I really don't mind the delay. Like a lot of people, just want it ASAP. But I think like the stuff that he's doing is like really gonna be awesome to have like from day one, It's gonna bring a lot of people.
I'm making an LP pair and I'm never taking it out. Never. Man, you're gonna need so much PLSX to pair it with PLS to provide liquidity. I feel like the impermanent loss at the beginning is gonna be amazing. So like you're gonna start off with no PLS in the pool, or actually it could be the opposite. You could actually have a lot of PLS in the pool and no PLSX, and by the end of it, you'll have all kinds of PLS and no PLSX. That's what I actually predict if people provide liquidity from the beginning. Because I wouldn't mind that impermanent loss. You know what's funny? Someone wrote on one of my comments today, he's like, "Are you on drugs?" Like, yeah, man, 3 grams of OG Kush per day. It's so funny when people ask me that. It's so funny. Hey, Hex, did you see the pictures?
Yeah, I'm reviewing them right now, but I
It
think
looks
you're
like
on to
sushi.
something.
It looks like sushi, my friend. Basically, that concept of like the XPLSX is almost like T-shares, man. It's fucking amazing.
But would you have the XPLSX in your wallet, or would you not be able to?
No, it would be a receipt. So sushi, the only available thing you have to do with it is you could redeem it or you could trade it for some wrapped ETH. So maybe, oh my God, how cool would that be? XPLSX have one pair that's only PLS. So you could redeem it for PLS. So then the pool would be backed also by PLS. Wow, this is some crazy game theory, man. This guy's a fucking genius. Seriously, no one has something to say about it. Hopings, no one foreshadows, speculations. Eric, you have a poem.
Hey man, I even found out, did Jay Future even read the poem I wrote him? I sent it to his tag. I should have asked him. I didn't even ask him. But I don't know, man.
I
You guys,
wouldn't know, brother. I wouldn't know
well,
if he
I
read it.
it was his birthday, and I thought he was trolling us. Like he was like, "Oh yeah, it's my birthday." Like trolling us, or like,
Yeah, bro, he was fucking wasted last night.
yeah. So I was like, bro, like, I need to know because like I'll write you a poem. I ain't got a problem with you. I like you. So yeah.
Okay, so PLSX is the incentive token, and XPLSX is the staked version of PLSX. Was that enough PLSXs in there?
No, from what I understand, is PLSX is the reward given from the person who stakes their token. So if you stake your liquidity token, then you receive the fee. I'm presuming it would be the fees of that pool.
Oh, holy shit! So if you're staking PLSX, you're
With
receiving
Pulse.
with Pulse. Okay, you're receiving an incentive token, and if you stake that incentive token, then you're receiving the 0.07 back in that pool from the buyback and burn from the PLSX.
Yep.
Wait.
Yeah,
Wait.
basically.
What?
Basically, but it has the issue of time, right? Because the pool is constantly growing in value from the fees. And then as soon as you exit the pool, you're out. So to come back in, you come back in and your value is worth less.
So if you wanna claim your incentive, oh, but the incentive is done dumb. People are gonna dump the incentive. No, no, you won't. You really think you're gonna want to do that? You think Richard really would have made something that he knew you want to dump? But you could still dump it if you want, plebs. I think it's better to keep.
Or you could be a spy and really trying to set us up for failure and give us false advice. No, I'm just playing. I don't want to. I don't want to be like that right now. I just wanted to argue. I'm
Or I
bored.
could just be really, really, really stoned because I'm smoking some really great a
Hey
Kush.
man,
So
no, listen,
don't take my advice for it,
it's-
right?
I could use a smoke at work, bro. I ain't
Oh, bro, I
losing.
would send it to you because it's definitely cheaper than what you could get.
You ain't lying, shit,
I'm swear to God, you know how much I paid for this?
bro. Like
I
five.
paid $100 of the Canadian.
Damn, must be nice. Hey, so I could just Venmo you some cash or something, and you can. No,
No, you're gonna have customs, man. You're gonna have import duties. I don't know how much that's gonna cost you. But whenever you come to Canada, yeah, for sure, bro. I'll lend you the. I have a website that anywhere in Canada you could order weed and have it sent to your address. So yeah, if you go to Canada, you just say, "Yo, famous man, I'm in Sudbury, Ontario." Be like, yeah, no problem, man. I'll get you someone to deliver you some weed. You could always go to the dispensaries, but I could definitely have someone from BC ship it to you.
oh, you're wild. I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
$99 ounces. I don't know why they didn't do 100, but $99. No cap. Budbox.ca. Check it out.
I think it just like really makes sense the way that like you're explaining it, how it seems that it's gonna work. I think that makes the most sense in my opinion.
I do too, man, because I really started to like the whole Phantom ecosystem. I just don't like the way the fees are set up, like the transaction fees. Like I said, it went all the way up to 0.25 of a Phantom, which is unacceptable in my opinion. But besides that, the whole ecosystem was giving out good, consistent rewards. And it's still giving good, consistent rewards. Spooky Swap has a bunch of other swaps that are built on top of it, such as Spirit Swap. They have Tomb.finance, which is Tomb.finance is like a replica of a YFI. I don't know if people know about that, so I would potentially see maybe a copy of YFI on Pulse Chain. economics. You know, guys, we might be literally at the beginning of one of the best ecosystems to have ever created, and actually the ecosystem that in the future will be like, whoa, I can't believe ETH was better than this.
Absolutely.
You're like, you know what I mean? Like, imagine the people
Absolutely.
Bitcoin 10 years ago went in their head what they were thinking, like, dude, in 10 years we're gonna be laughing at these people. And they were probably thinking like $1,000 Bitcoin. Yeah, $10,000 Bitcoin. I believe in it. Those motherfuckers that sold at 10,000, man. Oof. They're looking at the screen right now like, shit, everyone's tripping out over 30 grand. That would have been 3 times more money. Let's put out a bit of speculation, get some people very excited. Imagine the prices actually do come out like that. But there's just not enough liquidity to pull out because people need to bridge it in.
Bro, your mic is chopping, bro. I don't know what's the first thing you said.
Serious.
If anyone else could confirm that. Or is it
Yeah, I'm
me?
confirming it. It is in and out, famous.
Is it better now? Hello?
Much better.
It was better. Okay, that was probably because it was dead. My mic was dead. Oh, Hexy, we got some pictures for you. You're going to have some questions. I definitely know that. Come on, Hexy. Come on up. Come on up. We kind of find out. We have more information, man. We know stuff.
I gotta figure out how to get some more Pulse and Pulse X.
Oh, it's the last day of the sacrifice, man. You're going to see so many people start sacrificing. Watch this. Watch this. Richard literally is just laughing right now. He's like, watch how many people are going to sacrifice today because they fucked up and they regret it. I'm definitely he's the one. Let's go check it out. Pause.
Hey, famous. So another question, man. So XPLSX is like your receipt for staking your PLSX,
Yeah.
right? That's what's going to allow you to redeem your PLSX back.
Yeah.
But what's the incentive token use case? It just gets paid out and then you stake it, and that increases your portion of the pool for PLSX.
Well, no.
Bingo, and the pool's
No, but what
constantly
I'm
growing.
thinking is that it's every coin that you. Okay, so the DAO is going to choose which coin is going to be the major liquidity. So it's probably going to be PLS because this is how it's looking like. Honestly, it's starting to look like that. So I was wrong about that. I'm really pissed off that it's PLS because it would have really made PLSX go even more, even with the deflation. Like shit would have fucking went bonkers. It would have been so volatile, you know. It would have been better for just purposes of holding and delayed gratification, in my opinion. But there could be some math factor that doesn't allow that. But the thing is that what's going to happen? Because you see the pool of USDC PLS, but what are you going to get paid in? The only way I see it is that you're going to get paid in 0.22% of what of the transaction. Right? So you have to pay 0.22% of whatever you put, right? Am I right or am I wrong? I'm just asking. I don't know. Did I get rugged? Am I shit good? Yeah.
No, you're solid. I'm over
So
here.
are they gonna pay it in USDC? Because technically you're getting USDC when you're doing the transaction. When you do the swap from USDC to PLS, you're getting paid in USDC. So are they gonna always go and buy back and give you the incentive? Yeah, man. It does make sense. PLSX actually makes sense. Why wouldn't you do that? Because you're just buying it. Because the 0.
Hey, I'm late to the game. Did Richard announce something new?
Yeah. First pin tweet. Bunch of pictures.
Okay.
Of what it looks like. So, Matt, think about it like this. Imagine that 0.22% is always going to get sold for PLSX. So, one, you're going to always burn PLS. Two, you're always going to buy PLSX. So, the burning mechanism is countered by the fact that it's actually getting bought. So, you're not burning it, you're rebuying with it. Right? So, it counters the buying. And then you could get paid in PLSX for your.
I'm gonna go make another cup of coffee, man. My brain's not fucking working yet this morning.
By the way, guys, I'm gonna start also mentioning it. We are recording right now, so if anyone comes up and talks, we are currently recording on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. Yeah, man. So if you want to keep in track with the chart right now, the chart looks pretty green on the hex. Yeah. Go ahead and please like, follow, subscribe. We're definitely. I don't know if we're live on hexstreamers.com, are we? Let me check.
Yeah, that was a good bounce, like 17% since yesterday. That's nice.
Well, right now, definitely people are fucking bullish, man. After they saw the post from Richard, they're bullish as fuck. I'm bullish as fuck.
Yeah, and like
Shit, man.
it really seems like a double bottom situation. If you look at the chart, like this could be it. This could be the double bottom, and then we don't see these
I'm
prices
about to
again.
go sell my fucking Xbox, man.
Yeah, you don't have much time.
Never thought I would have had to, but fuck, might as well at this point.
In those pictures, there's nothing about the incentive token, though, right? I mean, it doesn't show anything really, does
Well,
it?
no, but it would just make sense that the incentive token, the incentive for the pools would be to pay in PLSX. It's the only way I would see it, because it's like, well, you can't burn it because it's deflationary, but what's a way to counter the deflation? To buy it. But it's not deflationary. He said it would be, in a way. So this is basically deflationary. Even PLSX, even PLS. Like, think about it. PLS, it's basically the same concept. So the burning, he just said that they're, at the end of the day, they are deflationary tokens. Because every transaction you go and you get a piece of it, and it goes to buy back. So it goes to provide money. I'm fucking bullish, guys. I don't know. Whoa. K4K is definitely going to come out with something explaining this.
Hey, J Future here yet? No?
He was before.
No? Damn. I know, fuck. Alright, so I'm gonna read this poem I wrote on his
You don't
little
have any
thing because he
questions. I'm
said he's
very
gonna go up
surprised, man.
missing or some shit. So
What do you
I'm
mean?
gonna
He
read
said no.
this
He's
to you guys
probably
because
busy.
he's saying no, he posted something about, hey, community members, if I go missing and some shit. So I was like, oh, this nigga's funny. So I wrote a poem underneath it. I was just like, I'll avenge you this, I need you to know, though I won't let you fall to such a foe. You've got a great ability to give us a better community. We may exchange words, though they're all love. Know damn well I don't wear gloves. Just wanted you to know that you still got class, and I didn't know what to say at the end because class rhymed with ass, and I was just like, that's kind of weird, and I'm not trying to be gay and like flirt with him or anything like that. So I think I'm just ended at class. I think it'll be okay right there. Yeah, I think it's okay right there.
That was beautiful, Eric. Thank you, man. Thank you for sharing, man.
Man, you know you don't got to say nothing. I don't care because in reality, I'm just trying to get the shit out because I'm like, does it sound okay? Does it have a rhyme scheme and shit? So I just more or less use you guys as a soundboard. And also, I think I'm gonna ask these guys that I work with to see if they'll give me some fucking weed because I need to fucking smoke. I'm fucking bored.
Hey, all right. So is this some of these tweets saying when you stake PLSX, you can earn more PLSX as
No,
an incentive?
no,
That's what I read.
no. So you take
Wait, hold on. It says all right. When you do XPLSX, which I assume is the staking PLSX, so when you hold XPLSX, you are participating in the PLSX buybacks, which are using 0.07% of trading fees to buy back PLSX, sending it into the pool. Okay. Doing so increases PLSX ratio, meaning you will be able to claim back increasingly more PLSX for every stake.
Yes, because the pool is constantly growing because of the transaction fees that are getting put into the pool.
Okay,
So
so that's not like an
the
incentive for
pool
that one?
grows, and then
Mm-hmm.
when you bring your XPLSX back to claim, you get your value out of it.
Okay, never mind. That's the single staking, huh? Is that what this is about? That I just read? Not the pairing?
You know what I
Okay, I
realized
think.
he gave us? You know, I realized he gave us a hint the other day when he said, "I have another bag the shape of a food." He gave us a hint. He literally gave us a hint so we could decode how he's gonna set it up. In my opinion, you guys don't find that funny? How he's like, "Yeah, I have a bag or like a plane, but it's also shaped like a food." And it's ironic that like now he's showing us stuff that's exactly like sushi swap. Like it's hilarious. Anyway, I just want to say that.
I think he's just showing us the progress of what is being done for PLSX pool staking,
Well,
farming.
in my opinion, right now it's done. It's done. He has the buybacks. Today he's gonna have the ratio. So 2 weeks. All he has to do now is split the coins. He has the copies because the copies already worked on testnet.
Well, there's
He
nothing
has
about the
pictures.
incentive token. He didn't.
He has pictures. So there is a mainnet out there that he's doing this on, whether it's test or real. He's doing this on a real. It doesn't say TPLS. It says PLS. He has the interface done. He has the writing exactly explaining to us what's missing about the buybacks and burns. He's clearing up the deflationary aspect of all the coins. He's explaining he has bridges. All he's missing is the ratio, is just splitting up the coins. So all he needs is the tokenomics. It's done, guys. Shit's done. Sorry,
So
man.
is there an incentive token?
I don't understand why people are thinking he's going to come out with V3. V3 is not coming out for 2 years.
Hey,
It was bullshit.
is there an incentive token?
Well, it is an incentive token. It
But
could
he
be
didn't say
PL.
nothing about it, huh?
But there's another pool. There's the so if he's doing it like this, so if he's making the burn, right? If he's making the burn of the ecosystem part of the rewards for the transaction fees, then why wouldn't the staking or the farm be this? Why wouldn't it be also part of the fees of the transactions? Every transaction rewards a coin. You understand? When Uniswap came out, they couldn't do it like this because how would ETH make money? They would only make money in the pairs. Oh my god, guys, I'm so fucking bullish. You guys can't see it the way I see it, bro. I'm so fucking bullish. So fucking bullish. Holy shit, man. So basically, the incentive token is going to be the fees, or he could choose whatever it wants to be. Technically, he could choose the DAO. The DAO could choose whatever they want it to be. Whatever incentive you receive for providing liquidity really depends on what the pool decides. So who decides the pool? The DAO. I think it's going to be PLS. Man.
But is there going to be a separate token or?
No, for now, I don't know. Doesn't seem like it. Doesn't seem like it at all. I don't think there would need to be. I'm pretty sure the fact that EHEX exists and that PHEX is the store of value, that's the reason why we're going to have value in the ecosystem is because of PHEX. It's because of EHEX and the other ERCs that come in. But I don't think it'll gain value because of mana. Like it could bridge in reflective value, but I don't think it'll be as powerful as HEX or the USDC or as the stables. You know? This is crazy, guys. Just all we have to do is just use the ecosystem, and we're all gonna get paid. Every coin gets paid in the long term.
Man, I love the fact that it's got this whole growth factor to it, and that once you exit, you're
It's done.
out.
Yeah,
I love
exactly.
that.
It's done. You don't get nothing out of it. You can't get nothing. You know what I mean? If you don't delay your gratification, you'll never get paid. It doesn't matter if you do it for 24 hours. If no one transacts, you don't get paid. It's fucking genius. You could do it for 24 hours, and if everyone transacts at that time, well, then you get paid. You get it?
Yeah, but it's nothing like holding it for like a couple months.
Well, bro, imagine a couple of years. I'm keeping it for years, man.
Yeah, but as opposed to 24 hours, I mean,
Yeah, but
there's
you could
gonna
still do it because the way it's built, it doesn't hurt the ecosystem. You'll if you leave, you'll just give more money to other people who are staying in the pool.
exactly. That's what I like. I love that.
I love it too, bro. It's so simple. And the reason why we love it so much is because it's all backed by Hex. And soon to be all these fucking stable coins. I don't think Richard wants other projects to come in now. Like, I think the end goal is to do that, but I don't think he wants the projects to come in. Because why wouldn't he have done, like, fucking videos with projects? Like, I don't understand these projects. They go online and they, like, fucking do these AMAs with, like, these random YouTubers. It's so useless. But yet they can't do it with Richard Hart, and they're going to get coins copied. Like, it doesn't make sense. I think it's because Richard doesn't want them to come in now, because it's useless for them to come in. Because if they come in after, their token is only as valuable as what the ecosystem is. So they can't affect the price of the ecosystem. Let's take whatever it's reflective to. And then in order for you to dump that PRC token and cash out, you have to bridge back out. So you're actually dumping on the ETH people, not on the Pulse people. That's my opinion. But I've been wrong. Everyone's just in amazement, huh? I know, guys. I know, literally. Like, it's just like you're just staring there like, shit, how can I fucking get more money now? Need to put it in my PLSX now. Before it ends. You got 7 hours, 26 minutes.
I'm gonna say this. I'm glad I got paid yesterday, so I'll probably throw at least $200 at it.
Yeah, yo, fucking me too, man. I'm going broke today, bro. Fuck it.
And then I'm probably, like you said, if I see that bitch pump, I'm gonna guarantee dump that 200 because I still got like my other bag that I put in. So I'm like, at least I know I can hold that motherfucker.
Ooh, Mexican tattooer, though. Those look fucking beautiful. Ooh! Look at those fucking tips. That's beautiful, dude.
What are you looking at? Did you say tits?
Tips.
Oh, you saying something's beautiful? Damn, like, well, okay.
I don't know what's... Your picture's glitched, huh, actually? Oh, I changed now. Never mind.
Hey Hexy, did you think he was commenting on your photo?
I don't know. I was asking. I wasn't gonna assume, but I don't know.
I mean, I'll say you do look mighty fine from this angle. So
Thank you.
I didn't really want... I didn't really want to say anything. Is Maddie on it? Hex 08 will ease t-shirts off the HEDRON. Hmm. Okay. So how long do you guys think this is gonna happen?
I still in a couple more weeks, at least 2 weeks, maybe. I mean, could be up to months. You never know. I never know. But I mean, the sacrifice ends today, so at least 2 weeks to get tallies. But whatever else has to be done, it would need more time.
So they've been running a private test net, and that's where some of these looks come from, actually private mode, which the private test net could actually be testnet v3 in testing. So I don't think Richard Howard would release the v3 until he tested it himself first and then released it to the public next. And they've already done, the work for this, the work for buying up all those pairs and the pools. So, but the V3 is basically the full version, right? So it seems like he's been testing the full version for at least a month already from the looks of it. And the interface looks really nice. So if you've already tested it for a month or more, then everything's good. You come out with a V3, but it doesn't have to be that long. I'm still holding off on my thoughts that hopefully we get an incentive token as well as what we're seeing right now, though. But it would be interesting if the incentive token was actually all the tokens that are received on the point, on the basically the 22% of the 29%, or in other words, like about the 7%. It's going to be receiving all the coins, right? So it's going to be receiving little piece of Hex, little piece of USDC, little piece of Pulse, little piece of Pulse X. It's going to be getting all those little pieces.
Is it that quiet or is my stuff not working?
No, I think we're good. Actually, looks like a couple people got rugged, but we're fine.
How my new picture got back up there? I had changed it. Damn it. Oh well. That was for the night crew eyes.
Yeah, I like that interface with Pulse X a lot better than like a. I don't know. I never really liked the pancake swap one. It looks kind of. It's always looked kind of cheesy or chintzy or cheap.
So Hex is away. Got a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
My profile picture, that my little thing you see right now in the chat, is it my picture or the woman symbol?
Symbol of a woman.
Okay, thank you.
It's days like today when I'm glad I sacrificed 600% more for Pulse X than I did for Pulse.
I sacked like 1,000 times, 100 times. I don't know how to figure that out. I know, right? Duh. Mhm.
Yeah, as long as you did what you could, Hexy.
I did get some 12.2 cents on the Hex yesterday morning. Picked up some of that.
That's insane. I didn't even see it go down to 12 cents. I was just like, whatever, I'll look at the chart some other time. But I should have bought it then for sure. I'm so excited for you because that is the great price. Might be the last time. Might be the last time you hit 12.
I know. I'd had my money locked at Coinbase. Coinbase has had it in jail, like Collector said. And anyway, it was released yesterday, so it did me a favor by keeping it and releasing it at the right time.
So what are we doing, guys?
I'm about to sell my bags and buy some Bitcoin.
Yeah, I got to send a tweet out. Everybody get in here. But yeah, that interface looks really smooth. I was saying, famous. If you remember back to pancake swaps, that it always looked like cheap, right? It didn't look really great. It was like, this isn't really developed well, but oh well, I'll take a chance with my money. But with PulseX, you're like, wow, this is legit.
It's fucking beautiful, man. I don't know. Should we go into Mad's? Has Maddie all in there? I think it's better too because I have to go to the gym in an hour. So let's end the space since we're no one in here, and let's go to Mad Hatter's space.
Good to see you, man.
Hey, what's going on? I think to start out, we're probably just going to keep the speaking panel a little small to start, just so we don't have too many voices chiming in. And I know there might be some connection issues. Maddie's on the move; he's traveling, and so yeah. Feel free, Maddie, if you wanted to kick it off, or David.
Sure. So, David and I started off the conversation on my channel, but realized that we'd have a better connection and better ability to keep the conversation going if we transferred it. So, just to recap what we've already discussed, we're trying to understand what are the implications of HEDRON to the value proposition for Hex, and whether claiming it poses a risk to the value proposition or to the user of being forked out of the system. My current position, which I made a 20-minute YouTube video on just a few minutes ago, my opinion is that this constitutes a malicious fork of Hex, and that it interferes with the value proposition, and so the OA must act based on the game theory. And so David and I should be able to go through some different examples from crypto history and try to better define what we're talking about and see if we agree or disagree.
Yeah, totally. Sounds good.
So the first point that we had agreed on was that, well, just in general, so HEDRON is something that is quote unquote airdropped, according to the founder, airdropped to Hex users, or something that they can free claim. But the user has to take some action. Is that correct?
Yeah, correct. Yep. In order to mint your HEDRON or just the free claim, you have to spend some Ethereum gas, and the HEDRON contract goes and looks at the hex contract, and it proves that your wallet owns the stakes that you claim. So it's very similar to how if you had Bitcoin, you could free claim hex in the beginning. It's just like that.
Yes. And I heard RH say once, at least, and I know back in the day I said it once as well, that, you know, the Bitcoin free claim where you could have gotten hex, was it 10,000 hex for each Bitcoin that you proved that you owned, you signed a transaction. I did that myself. That's why I was interested in hex in the first place. I am an example of someone who is vampire attacked from Bitcoin, which is also called a user activated soft fork, is what some would call it. And that means that you're asking holders of a particular thing to prove that they own that particular thing so that you can give them something else.
Yeah,
Would you agree, David?
well, sort of. I mean, I don't know if it. I mean,
So
yeah.
you're forking the user list is one way RH and I have put it in the past. Although like, he hasn't talked about this in a really long time. So and it was one obscure reference that I'm going back to. But this is the reason why I got in Hex. So I'm pretty knowledgeable and confident about it. And you know, these definitions, just like any social consensus code, are up to, like, you know, the people who write the definitions. And so
I agree. Yeah, it doesn't matter what you call it. It is what it
yeah,
is.
yes. Thank you, because that type of open thinking, I think, is super helpful to have a good discussion on it. So
Oh yeah, yeah.
So my part of my problem with tradable stakes and Hedron, I think we could fix it for the Gnosis safes that are a problem in my opinion, but for Hedron I don't think you can, because you're actually creating a soft fork of Hex by claiming. Is my first point. My second point is that's a big FU to the truth engine, because you're trying to extract, like, one of the several things that Hedron is, its value proposition is to extract the value from your stakes early, with lots of rules about how valuable that is based on how long you've held, and that's, you know, how long you staked and everything like that. But you know, my argument is that because it is extracting value from your hex stakes, that's not allowed, and that's forcing the OA's hand to do something about it, because it hurts the value proposition of hex. Because if you can extract value from your stake, then it's not really time locked, it's not immutable, it violates the value proposition of hex being based on scarcity. You can only create a t-share by buying hex and staking it. That causes the price of hex to be relevant, you know, to go up, to be valid.
Yeah, so I think there's just two nuances there. When the Hedron does not let you extract the value out of the stake early, the stake is a normal stake. It's just locked up in a portable, like, jar.
Yeah.
It just makes a stake portable. The stake is still stuck for 5555. It's still a hex stake. That doesn't change.
So when you fork Bitcoin into Bitcoin Core and Bitcoin Cash, then are you extracting value? You are
No.
from the users. If you define value as the users and how much buy pressure there is on a ticker symbol, and how, you know, a lot of hex users claim that they will, you know, if it doesn't hurt them, they will free claim Hedron and dump it for whatever it's worth and buy more hex. That is a violation of my understanding of the hex game theory.
Yeah, not really, but like the
Because
hex.
you're not allowed to get more hex because you're extracting value from something that's supposed to be time locked.
your hex is only locked if it's staked. If it's liquid, you can sell it or trade it for something else, right?
Yeah, so it really comes down to like in my opinion, like, you know, a very like nuanced view of where does the value come from in crypto. I have to make a turn here, sorry.
Yeah, because like when Bitcoin Cash got forked and created, like it didn't literally do anything to Bitcoin as far as the software or how it works. Like Bitcoin kept on going, and that's exactly what's going to happen here with Hex. Like Hedron, like you don't need it. It's totally optional. You can keep using Hex just like normal. All Hedron does is it gives you the option to make a new kind of stake that can then be turned into an ERC 721 and move to a different wallet. And you can mint a ERC 20. Like Hedron is an ERC 20 token all on itself, and that's totally separate from Hex.
Yeah, and I agree that it's a separate ticker, and that's part of the problem is you're incentivizing Hex users to go promote that thing so that they can sell it to somebody. It's and so
well, yeah.
it is extracting value from based, you know, it's weighted. The amount of value that you get for your Hedron is weighted based on how long you have waited, right, in Hex, or how long you've staked and how long you've served. So that is a function that is unique to the T-share. And what I'm saying is it's decreasing the scarcity of what that T-share means to those users because it is a value extraction method.
This is more like it's a value addition because like I still have all my Hex stakes and I have all my T-shares. This is just a free token that I can mint because I already own T-shares. This is just extra gravy on the top. These are just free coins, just like Uniswap airdrop, just like one inch airdrop. It's just free stuff.
It's not like those because those were not given based on how many T-shares you have. So those weren't interfering with the scarcity of T-shares. In Hedron, if you don't claim, then you get cut out. You get forked out if you don't claim.
No.
And that, what do you mean? No, you get forked out of Hedron.
Forked out? I don't understand what that means.
You do not activate your rights to the soft fork.
Well, either you mint or you don't. It's your choice. You don't have to.
Correct. And if you don't, and everybody else does, then you are, and let's say that it has a better value proposition, or it has more active users, or it has some, some subset of the Hex users is represented there and has different properties. And so I expect that it would have value and that it would leach value out of Hex, out of the Hex users, because now you've got an inequality based on who vampire attacked and who didn't. Basically, if you don't participate, then you stand to lose something. And that is where it's going to actually mess with the consensus and mess with the buy pressure and mess with a lot of the psychological economics of it all, because it's creating a difference in incentives based on T-shares. Uniswap didn't do that. Uniswap was unrelated to your Hex stakes, and so it wasn't leeching the users. It wasn't creating different incentives among different users based on whether they participate or not. It's kind of it's forcing you in a way, and I don't think the OA is going to like people forcing Hex users to do things. That is very dangerous for the
Doesn't force it. Can I interject?
Well, please.
So there's nobody's forced to use Hedron. You don't have to. It's completely optional.
Question is, well, I'm talking in game theory terms. So are Bitcoin miners forced to stop double spends? It kind of turns out that they are if they want to recoup their value for the miner. So the same way.
Well, I'm not talking about game theory. I'm just talking about reality. Like, you don't have to do HEDRON. It's a choice. You don't have to.
The reason why Bitcoin is valuable to some is because it stops double spends. That's the value proposition of Bitcoin. And so we can abstract as to whether it's, the Dogecoin group that doesn't care about that is giving it value, but I mean, that's the stated use case is digital scarcity stopping double spends.
Hey gentlemen, I think what this is really coming down to is a difference of philosophy, right? And so, based on those differences of philosophy, whether you think Hedron breaks the model of Hex or whether you think it's a value add, the ultimate question is how is the OA going to perceive this, right? Because at least in our experience, the OA protects the Hex system. And so I think there's a very simple thing that the OA could do if it doesn't like Hedron. All it would have to do is stake for one day all of its value, and it would have endless dumping potential to literally dump the price of Hedron into oblivion.
I'm glad you bring that up.
So, yeah, I just wanted to throw that out there because,
thank you,
Maddie, I watched your video and it got me thinking too. But I can't imagine that I can't imagine that the OA would want to penalize the users for interacting with what it would view as a shitcoin. I think if that were the case, it could fork out everyone that used, some of those early projects that we don't necessarily want to name, but that came along and that tried to steal Hex users. So I think there's a more elegant and simple message that could be sent just by staking and literally being able to dump that price. So I mean, it may just be that we will see what happens shortly. Sure, go ahead. Sorry.
A couple of points I wanted to respond to there. I guess we'll go in reverse order. So, you said that there may have been examples of this before, and I think that that's a super relevant point. I have some knowledge of games and contracts that were built on top of Hex in the first 6 months, but I don't think that my understanding is 100% complete. Are there any examples where it was based on T-shares? Because that's the actual scarcity that seems relevant to me.
Yeah, there were really no examples. So to my knowledge, this is the first, however you want to classify it, airdrop or claim for T-share holders only. This is the first time I've seen it.
I agree.
And I would classify it as a user-activated soft fork.
You're not forking anything. No software is being forked. That's not true.
Richard called Hex a user-activated soft fork of Bitcoin, and that's why I got involved with it. So I remember that very clearly.
Hex is just an ERC20 token. Like it's not a soft fork.
So you're forking them. So to be very technical, because I know you know more technical stuff than I do, the way in which it is a UASF is that you are forking the Merkle tree and having people say whether they want to be a part of that set or not. And so that's what 2,000 lines of code are that are in the Hex contract, are referring to that process.
Yeah, but we're already on, because we're on Ethereum, right? So we're on the Ethereum network. So Hex is its own smart contract. HEDRON is a separate contract.
Yeah,
now,
just like Hex was separate from Bitcoin.
Yeah, now HEDRON is dependent on the Hex contract to function. HEDRON needs it because it refers to it. The Hex contract does not refer to HEDRON at all. It doesn't even know it exists. This is like an add-on bonus, like an expansion pack, if you will.
Yes, or a violation of the value proposition of the scarcity of shares not being, that value not being able to be accessed until it's time. Otherwise, you suffer the emergency end stake penalty, which I'm arguing here, and it's up for debate, that you are signaling to the OA and to the Hex contract when you try to extract any value by selling a wrapped stake, even like a wrapped Gnosis safe, is that's retroactively possible, by the way. Oops. And but I think that can be corrected because there isn't a market for it yet. But in general, I think that this interferes with the value proposition. And the good news is Hex is designed so well that this would only take your, return from 1,000,000x to, half of that or something. So, but I think that the OA will be like so defensive, because that's what the OA exists for, is to deal with forks and vampire attacks and this exact sort of thing. I mean, it's not there to dump the price to enrich the founder like Peter Schiff thinks. The on-chain behavior suggests otherwise. It's there to protect the price, and you can't protect the price without protecting the value proposition. You can't extract value out of shares early.
So
Can I
what's
say
cool
something?
about Hedron is the value proposition for Hedron is it encourages people to make only new 5555 stakes. Because you can take your hex, you put it in the hex staking instance, kind of like a Gnosis safe wallet. You do a 5555, your hex is locked, perfect, just like a normal stake. And then every day, now that you own that, you can mint Hedron basically for free. That's the value proposition.
Plus, your
You cut out
stakes,
for just a
when they
second.
come
You
to an
said
end,
you can
you
do
don't
what?
have to take. Well, what I'm saying is when your stakes come to an end, you can mint your Hedron and then also get your hex back. Okay, you don't have to sell any of your hex. You can go to an AMM PulseX, for example, sell your Hedron, and then now you didn't sell any hex. So as long as there's an AMM, I don't see what the problem is. If there's the Hedron token doesn't interfere with hex at all. The only reason why you're able to mint it is because you've served time in the system.
Yes, so I would say that that's extracting value from your stake, and the people who will see that as valuable are the same users who will see hex as valuable, and that interferes with the game theory of only having one thing that gives you the scarcity of T-shares, and you have to buy hex, and you have to time lock it, and you have to serve your time, or you pay the EES. And if you start extracting value any other way, although creative, and although you're going to make a lot of people really happy, and people aren't going to necessarily think clearly because there's a literal conflict of interest, but you can create add-ons to something that's scarce in this way without paying for it, in the sense that, think about it. Trading shares is a violation of the hex, value proposition. I mean, Dev Kyle has said it. Richard has said it. Like,
Yeah, but this doesn't change the function though. Like it's literally impossible for the OA to stop this. And the hex contract, it doesn't even know that
I
the
would
hex
disagree.
stakes are in a Hedron staking instance. It's actually the software doesn't know. There's no way for the OA to EES your stakes. There's no way to be penalized for using Hedron. It just doesn't work that way.
I know the normal etiquette here is to, to not talk over each other. But I know David and I agreed in the earlier space we tried to have that neither of us minded being interrupted if there's something that we wanted to, get clarity on. So is that still okay, David?
Oh yeah, totally.
Awesome.
Yeah,
definitely.
And so you're basing your tokenomics argument off of whether something's technical or not. And my argument is that all crypto and all money is socially enforced in the end anyway. And that's how you can get two versions of Bitcoin that are both claiming to be the real one, or three or four or whatever. And so to say that it could not be fixed is a pretty bold statement, even though we haven't been thinking like this. We haven't been thinking, how could the OA fix something if something goes wrong? That I've never heard that conversation, ever.
He said it in the beginning when Hex first launched. He said he would just snapshot the system state pre whatever happened,
good
and
point.
then boom.
Yeah. Okay. Well, perfect. So yeah, snapshot. There you go. In my fix, you would treat everybody who claimed Hedron and hey, I don't like being the dude that has to like enforce the most difficult part of the hex contract, but you are EESing if you take any value out early, and that's what this snapshot would, it would reflect. So the amount of liquid hex you would get for your T shares that you claimed on Hedron would be the exact equation as if you had hit EES, because you are vampire attacking the value on the network. And I know that sounds draconian and harsh, but that's what EES is, and that is what protects the scarcity of T shares and the value proposition for Hex. Look, I think Hex can still have a great, price go up value, even if it's a meme. But when we're talking about immutably sending something to your future self, I don't see a world where a group of users doesn't continue that version. And if that means that the OA has to, create two versions of Hex, I don't think the OA wants to do that. I think the OA wants one ticker. And so I think if you mess with it,
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head. Yeah, because you could do that. If you don't like Hedron, right? Let's pretend Richard or the OA did not like Hedron. They said we got to fix this. We're gonna fork Hex again. We're gonna copy Hex from the snapshot before Hedron was invented, and now it's called Hex Ultra, and you can't use Hedron, and it's got defensive mechanisms. That's possible. You could do that.
Thank you. And
but the original Hex is still there. The old Hex contract is still there. Hex is still Hex. You can't stop that. And you can't stop Hedron. They're unstoppable. They can't be changed.
Can I give you an example of how you could come close to taking it a step further as the OA? So if you wanted to pretend like nothing changed, that all the rules were there in the first place, and that you're not interfering with Coda's law, LOL, but right, then all you'd have to do is say everybody who free claimed for Hedron. So like the snapshot is really not a snapshot. It's if somebody free claims Hedron, then that acts as if they emergency end staked, and they get the amount of liquid hex that they would have gotten from that length being served. So for each stake that you're claiming on Hedron, the OA could go in and calculate what you would have gotten if you had hit the big red button. Because you're trying to extract value, because you're telling the hex contract
That would be disastrous
through the
for
truth
Hex.
contract.
It would.
Well, actually, it would be extremely bullish for Hex, because it would fork out everybody who's being impatient and trying to break the rules and trying to lie to the truth engine.
And nobody would join, because then now you have this oligarch or this dictator that decides what's right and what's wrong.
It's simply sticking to the original rules of the contract, which say you can't extract value out early without paying a penalty, and that penalty goes to the people who kept their promise.
But it's not like he figured out a way to make code to where you can get some of your T shares out of your stake. It's not like you can have 10 T shares and then take 2 T shares out of that and sell it. All it's doing is allowing you certain amount of Hedron that's in an AMM that has liquidity. I mean, who knows how much liquidity it will have? It might have none after the first day. But the point is you're able to take those Hedron, sell them, buy other stakes with them. I mean, it's features added on. I don't know why that you look at it like a bad thing.
So I look at it as a bad thing, because I believe, and I'm learning and trying to communicate what my thinking is on this, because I've thought about it for a really long time, and I've made other correct predictions. I've made one other correct prediction about the OA that nobody else seemed to have, which was that it would that it would sacrifice for Pulse. I even guessed that it would be 10 billion, and it turned out to be 14. So that's pretty close compared to everybody who said, no, you're crazy. It's OA is definitely not going to sacrifice for Pulse. So I would respectfully disagree with you that you're right. Technically, it's not extracting hex out of those T shares, but it is extracting value because it's incentivizing the users to get something out of it and to promote that ticker so that they can get something out of it because they want to buy more hex. So it's like a way, and the tradable shares thing, I mean, that's a whole nother thing that is also a violation of the scarcity, because if you can trade shares back and forth, then they're not really time locked. But if the hex contract thinks that they are, it's going to pay out incorrectly because you're not going to be holding up the price anymore. And that's where it really comes back around, is like you're holding up the price by time locking. And that's what creates the value for hex, is the scarcity of the hex
Right.
in the here and now.
But
Hey, Maddie, just really quick. I wanted to go back to a point that you made previously. I think even though you may not like to have to take this position, it's extremely valuable that you do because it forces the conversation forward.
Thank you.
So I appreciate you coming into the room, David as well, and for all the listeners. You know, these are important things. We're talking about people's money and we're talking about people's commitments. And on one side of this equation, I do agree that this is changing the model from what Hex was when it launched. And I wanted to check with both of you if you want me to start bringing up some speakers, maybe one at a time, to ask questions, or if you prefer to hold off and continue the discussion for a little longer.
Yeah, I think one technical comment I'd like to add is let's pretend, because this is just speculation. Let's say Richard did make a new copy of Hex to cancel out Hedron, to like, put in protection against it. Even if he did that with Hex, call it Hex Ultra, we could just make Hedron Ultra. We'll just come back again and you can make another smart contract that wraps around that one. It can't be stopped. It's like a cat and mouse game forever.
I think that that's hard to prove that it can't be stopped, but that we would, if we can agree that it's a problem, then we'd be able to talk about how to fix it. But it's semi-relevant, but it's the argument that I hear the most for Hedron that sounds really weird is it's happening anyway, so just just lay there and take it. You don't have to claim it. It's all good. But I don't think that that's how the social consensus layer works. I think it is, if it violates the value proposition, then there is something we can do about it, and we can talk about what that would look like. Another point that I'd like to make to that is that basically, like, one way you could tell what the tickers, what the real coin is when things fork, which they do all the time. Ethereum forks all the time to update its code. London fork this and that. Everybody goes along with it. Bitcoin is a little bit more contentious usually when it's forking, but it also has soft forks, right? So codes get updated all the time, and Hex would be no different from a social consensus layer if there was consensus or if there wasn't. But one way you would measure that is by the liquidity. And another tool that the OA could use would be to say, oh, you don't like my rules? You don't want me to defend the real use case? You're going to try to be one of these miners, or, that's the example for in Bitcoin, who controls the network? Is it the miners, or is it the token holders, or is it the valid, the nodes? And the OA could just be like, well, if this liquidity doesn't want to come along, for the real thing, then you can get forked out too, because you're part of the problem. You're trying to force an extraction for something that the rules say you're not allowed to extract value early from T-shares in any form, even if it's a add-on, so to speak. But that's still taking away from the buy pressure, and it's mixing up the incentives of the holders. It's a vampire attack.
But these are friendly vampires. These vampires want you to stake 5 5 5 5. Hedron wants you
It's
to do long, big, juicy stakes. That's the whole point. Then you get more Hedron, and then I could sell that, and I don't even have to
it's
sell my Hex. I'll just sell Hedron.
it's so then
It's bullish
so,
for
so
Hex.
then Hex becomes the dumb pipes, and the stake isn't a real stake, because if you can sell the stake, then what's the point of it being time locked? You're
Yeah, but that's just like selling your private keys. Nobody can stop you from selling your private keys. That's
But
up to
there's
you.
counterparty risk in that, and that's where the difference between me writing my words down or giving somebody the 50-character string and having a gnosis safe differs, because in the gnosis safe you can prove that you didn't keep a copy of your private key, but in the real world you can't without.
That's true. Yeah, and with a Gnosis safe, you can send control of a Gnosis safe from one wallet to another. So you could do that too. Yeah, you could like send somebody your
Yes,
staker app sort of.
only the entire wallet, not the individual stakes. I think we would agree.
Yeah, correct. Just the whole safe. Yep. And that's the difference with Hedron is you're making each stake into its little own mini Gnosis safe, and you can move those individually. That's the key difference.
And I think that
So, Maddie, it seems as though, and I just want to make sure I understand where you're coming from. When you or someone that you care for makes a stake, you view that as a contract with their future self. And so when you're looking at something like tradable stakes, I just want to make sure, do you see that as breaking or the ability to break that contract with your future self?
I think that's one way that I like to explain it, but how I explain it doesn't change the logic of the code. And the logic of the code says in line 718, my favorite line is that the max length stake is 5,555 days. And then there's about 1,000 other lines of code that ensure the business, the logic of Hex, to where you can only buy shares with Hex, and that Hex becomes more scarce as more people are incentivized to lock it up. When you the volume of these tradable stakes that are supposedly Quattro Cinco, but it's changing it from it has one holder for 15.2 years versus unlimited holders for 15.2 years. So that's a big difference. Well, actually, not maybe it's a little bit less.
No, you're right.
Unlimited.
You're right. It could be unlimited, probably.
So,
but I think the main point though is it's still staked. It's not more supply.
But that loses all meaning, and that's what people are having trouble grasping, is that even though we're still calling it a stake, it's not a stake because it's tradable. So it's not
no, but
scarce
the hex
anymore.
is still locked.
But it's not locked because you're transferring ownership.
No, it's still locked. It can't be sold.
The contract thinks is paying interest as if it can't be sold, but you're literally selling it. That's what you're doing when you're trading it.
You're not trading the hex, you're trading the shares.
And shares are only currently able to be bought with Hex that you're time locking. And all the inflation goes only to people who are not selling. It's based on how long you're not selling for that you get rewarded. And currently, 100% of the inflation in Hex goes to people who are time locking. But that gets broken with tradable shares, and it's in this case, Hex becomes the dumb pipes, which is not the point. The point is for Hex to become more and more scarce, because that's the only way for people to get T-shares. And oops, everybody locks up their T-shares, so now it's not even up to them whether they get to sell it or not, and that breaks the rules.
It's definitely changing the way that users can interact with this code. I think David got dropped off. I'm sure he'll come back up, and we'll bring him right back up. In the meantime, I see a hand up. Producer, welcome to the conversation.
Thanks, guys. This is awesome. I just want to first of all say I really appreciate how respectful everybody is and just bringing up all of the discussion. Just shows how strong the Hex community is and how we can be respectful. I want to bring in, from my
Thank you.
perspective, so yeah, thanks, Maddie, and thanks, David, Mad Hatter as well. This is awesome. So I want to bring in my perspective and just my take on this. For me personally, life is freaking messy. And so if I'm in a position where I've got 15-year stakes and I get hit by a bus and I become a quadriplegic and my family needs that money now, I want to be in a position where I can say, I'm going to go ahead and extract that value because messy happened. So I will definitely participate.
And there
I will
and
definitely
and there
participate.
won't be any value there though, because the value is created by people not being able to get out, and then it, you know, if you want to be able to sell, then you get liquid X, or you lock it. But if you lock it, you don't get to sell it. So the optionality is very useful to the individual, but to the system, it becomes a negative externality. And you know, so that's bad news, right? Like I don't like having to be the one to say that it's Hex is not as valuable if everybody has the option to sell and they're getting rewarded as if they were you know, getting their cake and eating it too.
Yeah, I think I understand what you're saying. I will use this as an insurance policy against the future messiness of life. That's all I wanted to say. But again, appreciate the conversation and the respect that everybody has for
Absolutely.
each other. Thank you.
And thank you for bringing up the question.
In Hedron, are you allowed to emergency end stake? Will you get penalized?
Yes.
What was your
Okay,
question?
so yeah, so then what happens is there's another part of the game theory we're not talking about. So if everyone believes that they're going to gain the system by placing a 15-year stake, knowing that they can sell it, they're assuming that they can sell it and there'll be a market for this mass amount of people in 15-year stakes. And they could be surprised in 2 years, 3 years, that you've got all these people who have 15-year stakes who didn't get in with the proper reason to get a 15-year stake. They arbitrarily placed these 15-year stakes without understanding that they might emergency end stake. And you may saturate the buy side of 15 years, realizing that there's no buyers. And then they'll be forced to do something. They'll be forced to emergency end stake, and then they'll get penalized. And then the Hex community benefits from that. So here's another
disagree.
example. Here's another example. Here's another example of how the Hex is so great that when you try to game the system by thinking that you've increased the or you bypass the game theory, those people who are flippantly placing 15-year stakes, they will be punished, especially if there's a large mass of them.
Unfortunately, the way that this plays out is that those stakes that are tradable and 15 years or however long that are created in Hedron or FYI, all Gnosis safes can be traded, unfortunately. What this does is it's going to be hurting the buy pressure, and it's gonna sell at a discount. And so just like BTC, you know, grayscale Bitcoin, which is real Bitcoin, but it's held in a separate wrapper, we could say, that is trading currently at about 25% discount from Bitcoin. And in Hex, because tradable stakes allow you to monetize interest along the way, it incentivizes people to sell at a discount and then come back and keep doing it. So people are extracting all the interest and inflation out of the system.
Again, you're assuming that they're going to sell. They might not be able to sell. They might have to emergency end stake.
So I do see we have a couple more hands up. Oh. Hey, I think Hex Chef, Skippa, and then Famous. Did you also have questions?
I got a little bit more, I guess, of a statement. I'm not sure. I'm on a little bit on the fence with both of the opinions, but I definitely can understand Maddie's side of it. I think there's a huge aspect of the two projects that are somewhat in question lately that are fast tracking the Hex contract in general. In one of the tweets, I think that one of the projects uses to defend their process, they actually quote some of the documents that Maddie's talking about, where Hex is meant to borrow against, or to borrow against your Hex is where it's all about. But the biggest aspect is that is the Hex contract in general, where you're locking up your Hex to pay out liquid holders in the end to leverage up like a bank. All these projects just introduce human error, which is what's wrong with the financial system in general, is that there's too much human error breaking promises. They're canceling loans or not fulfilling promises that they are with the current financial fiat system, and that's what's literally happening and crippling it. So although these projects are important and somewhat needed, somewhere down the line, when the community is as strong enough to support it, early on these things do nothing but hurt it and slow down the progress of it, especially when you start introducing sacrifices and things like that. Although I know Hedron is not doing that, there is an aspect of free claiming that probably pertains to that in a way. But so I agree with what you're saying, Maddie, and I think that these things are needed, and they're going to be not avoidable at all in the future. There's going to be the top 10 projects that have been profitable on all these chains that are going to be tried to be duplicated, and somebody's going to try to make their dollar on the first launch of Pulse Chain when it happens. And it's whether or not us in the community are educated enough to get involved with it, and either lose or gain off of it. And that's kind of where I stand with it. I still don't know which way I lean, but I don't want to impede delayed gratification and try to supersede that system. And some of this really does that. Although it is locking up longer stakes and those are getting sold, and hopefully somebody is injecting new USD to sell those things and not just flipping other coins and current money that's in the ecosystem. That's the idea, hopefully, but we all know that may not be the case in the end.
Yeah, human behavior is typically to buy high and sell low, and so that the optionality in Hex being limited and the draconian style of punishments, meaning very harsh, those were intentional and really incredible. And there's nothing else like it that I know of in the world. And so changing it is a serious risk. And I think that that's why the OA was created, was to defend against this.
Well, I just wanted to jump in real quick too, and I just want to tell you, Maddie, I definitely appreciate what you're doing. It's definitely not easy, getting in a space like this and defending your position with a bunch of people that might disagree with you. So I definitely appreciate that.
Thank you for saying that.
Yeah, and I'm definitely on the fence too. I think I lean more your side probably. I don't see a fork happening though. I definitely think it would be easier for one of these daughter stakes to get their T-shares. Somebody like Godwell, somebody like Kareem. And the only reason I even mentioned Kareem because, he shared his Dream account. He obviously has a lot of T-shares, so I'm not going to name drop anybody else. But my biggest concern really is to me, the whole benefit of HEDRON was, you could peel off some of your interest and you could sell it. And then if somebody got liquidated, you could bid for those stakes, but you would have to have the HEDRON token to do that. And my biggest concern is if the OA does stake, not only are you going to battle the SA for those auctions, but you're going to battle the OA for those auctions. You're going to battle Kareem for those auctions. And could somebody ever buy enough HEDRON to even outbid in the auction, or is it automatically going to go to those 4 people? And if it does always go to those 4 people, then nobody would ever buy it, and it would just be dumped like an inflation token, therefore having no value. So why would you ever play in the system? And that's
all HEDRON is burned when.
I considered that, if I could, because I think that's a really deep point that you just made. And I think that what the what the incentives would predict is that people who hold Hedron would be incentivized to market it with their free labor and their free marketing to make it worth something. And the reason why the OA would not use dumping it as the solution is because then the OA would be paying people to go away, which would create a precedent that, hey, if you want some of the OA's money, just come and create a competitor. I think instead it will be just as draconian as the system. It will enforce these restrictions on taking value out early, and that it will not pay, it will not negotiate with a hostage situation. It'll fork things. It will move liquidity as necessary, and make an example out of this. And anybody who thinks that who's been misled to think that you can extract value early out of shares is signaling to the public network that you want to be emergency end staked, in my prediction opinion. It's very dangerous.
Last thing, and I will move on. I know you said something about Dev Kyle earlier, and I might have missed it. Did he say anything regarding this, or was that towards something else?
He has a channel on YouTube that is not very well known. It is youtube.com/tryhex, TRYHEX, and a lot of his videos are from 1 to 2 years ago. There's a particular one on there that maybe only 10 videos. And one of them is about 12 or 15 minutes long, and it's called Bacon Wrapped Hex, or Bacon Wrapped Steaks or something. And that's the one that I'm referring to, where he really kind of tries to pick it apart and not really be definitive, because he's such an open-minded person who doesn't usually make definitive statements when he doesn't know how it would all play out.
Gotcha. Okay, yeah, because I've seen a lot of his videos, but I might have missed that one, so I'll go back and check it out. Thanks.
Cool.
Hey, Famous, how's it going?
I'm very good, guys. How are you? How are you, Maddie? Hope you're driving safe.
I am, thank you.
Awesome. So Maddie, I just wanted to I wanted to be neutral on this, because you're absolutely right. And unfortunately, I do see what Hedron, or the team of Hedron, I forget what's his name, David's name? I think
Alex.
it's Dave, said. Yeah, Alex, exactly. Well, I'll start with your point, because I agree with your point where it's actually fundamentally stopping the most important aspect of Hex, which is the delayed gratification, and the fact that if you do want to gratify yourself off of what you've intended to delay, you would have to share that with everyone in the pool who continues their delayed gratification. Not only that, it also makes people have to go with their protocol and not interact with ours. And we don't know yet if it actually is going to actually buy Hex in order to drive the price up, right? I'm not saying it will or it won't, but those are my points towards you. Now, for them, what I was really impressed about what they were trying to solve, because I see a different problem that I haven't heard a lot of people say, which is right now, Hex, the T-shares are tradable. No one really sees it because it's a very centralized way of trading your T-shares, which is I can make as many MetaMasks as I want, pay the gas, and I will have T-shares on a MetaMask, and then I would have to sell that MetaMask. But the thing is that obviously it's the dumbest move to do. It's the stupidest, most unsecure way, right? Because you own the keys. So how do you properly decentralize, allow someone to get in on your delayed gratification? Maybe, like someone said, they are in a situation where their life is so dependent, but they're 7 years in, and they don't want to hurt the system, nor do they want to give people who might, with the extra, do some wrong with it, or they don't know what they want to do, right? It's uncontrollable. It's the money you're giving to other people. Even though you will give it to good people, you might be giving it to some bad people. So some people might want to give that delayed gratification to someone who's going to continue that delayed gratification.
And that's
so there is
that's currently allowed if you want to have counterparty risk. So if I gift if I gift staked Hex on a paper wallet to a family member, they don't care that I could have kept a copy of it because I'm giving it to them anyway. And but if
But what
if a
happens if
stranger
what
were
happens
to
if
pay
someone
me for it, that would be a bad deal for them because they wouldn't have any guarantee that I didn't keep a copy, unless it's in a Gnosis safe, and then they would have a guarantee that at least the entire wallet is under their control and that I've removed myself from controlling it. And apparently Hedron wants to create that optionality at an individual stake level instead of an entire wallet level. But
I understand that. But if they're actually buying Hex, right, and if they're actually contributing the idea, right, so their representation of liquidity that they have on their side, if that liquidity actually gets transformed into Hex, it will be a positive externality. It cannot be negative, because in order to stop the delayed gratification, the way I'm proposing to do it, which is sell my MetaMask, one, I'm involving an unhealthy and unsecure transaction because I could screw the person over. Two, I don't know what that person's going to do with that wallet. They might end stake it, right? They might not delay their gratification and do exactly what happens if you unstake an actual Hex contract. But the thing is that with the Hedron, if the coin is doing good, that means Hex doing good. If the coin's doing bad, that means it's not doing good.
Have you ever heard RH talk about the dumb pipe analogy between FedEx and Amazon? That
it doesn't matter to me what someone compares to the normal world of finance,
Richard
because
Hart,
this is the simplest form. I understand what he's comparing it to, but FedEx and Amazon are two completely different things. It's like you're comparing Hex to obviously you're comparing Hex to Bitcoin.
Well, it's
in my opinion.
I can explain it this way then, if that doesn't work for you. If I'm somebody who needs to sell my stake before it's mature, then I'm never going to trade my stake tax, which is earning me interest and getting more valuable. I'm never going to sell that for liquid Hex and then just hold the liquid Hex. I'm always going to transfer the value out. And so in that case, Hex becomes the dumb pipes for the value transfer and does not pump in price, even if it's required to pay for the transferable stake.
So instead of using the terminology dumb pipe, the way I kind of think about it is like real estate, right? Where you have a piece of real estate, that's the underlying value, right? That's the Hex, that's the T-shares. That's really where the value is held. But you also have something called equity, right? Which is essentially something that you can tap into. So I more see it as replicating that type of structure. But I just wanted to put that out there because I think, if we use the word dumb pipe, some people might not understand. But if we use it in terms of real estate, I think most people either have parents that owned a house or have owned a house, so they might be able to think about it in those terms. And then, producer, I saw your hand up too. What's going on?
I was just curious if you guys were ever going to put together a space where we have Hedron and maybe Dev Kyle. That would be super awesome. But I'd pay money for that for sure. But I'm curious. Maybe this is a little beyond the scope of what you guys wanted to do. I'm curious, Maddie, just from your perspective, what kind of products would you want to see built on Pulse? If Hedron's seen as a vampire attack, I'm just curious from your perspective and just respect your opinion. What do you want to see on Pulse chain?
The first thing that I would love to see built on top of Hex that people could rip it to shreds, I hope, like that would be my goal. Is if you don't think this is a good idea and that it's not a positive for Hex, then I would love to hear that, because I don't want anything to happen to my Hex bags. I could see a contract being written that allows you to create what I would call a perpetual T-share. So what this is when you create your stake in the first place, you would serve your time, and then only because you've created the stake in this contract, it would require you to pay the gas to end the stake, and to pay the gas to restake the principal. And so it would be a way for you to practice what you preach when you say, I want 5% of my bag to be generational wealth, or to be something I can't screw up by dumping it whenever the stake ends. So this is something where I'm going to be restaking my principal, and I'm deciding now, and I'm going to hold myself to that in the future. That would be an example of something that could be built on top of Hex. It would, in my opinion, not interfere with the game theory and increase the scarcity and price appreciation.
Can we all agree that the game theory from day 1 of Hex, and then the game theory on day 360, and then the game theory on day today is all different in subtle different ways, but some major, like big payday and getting a copy now. I mean, the game theory isn't just like a set in stone thing. And like I said, if you're minting coins based on how much time you served, and I just don't see how how that hurts us. And I'm believe me, I got a lot in this. I want to protect my bags and everybody else's too. So I mean,
it hurts us because it allows people to extract value from people who might think that Hex has value. It would be copying part of the user base. So just like Roger Ver, he had to choose where he was going to put his buy pressure and his sell pressure with Bitcoin and Bitcoin Cash, and he chose the one that ended up appreciating less. If it had just been one Bitcoin, he would still be Bitcoin Jesus in everybody's eyes. So it's very difficult to understand the value abstraction because it's being done through the social layer, not through the blockchain layer. Even though it's creating two separate things on the blockchain, it's keeping a overlap between the users. That's what we call a vampire attack, I think.
Hey, Maddie, I have a question for you as well. So if there was no, let's just say, if there was no potential for tradable stakes, and this was just an airdrop to people that owned T-shares, would you see that as a net positive, a net negative, or somewhat neutral?
Let's see. So it's like something. Yeah, unfortunately, I want to say that I don't see a problem with it, but I still do because it's creating something scarce that is based on the scarcity that we're trying to preserve and keep scarce. So it's
okay, and
it's creating more of the thing that's scarce, which in this case is people who own T-shares.
Okay, and I was thinking about something like Uniswap, right, where a lot of people got airdropped Uniswap. We dumped that immediately and put it into Hex, or put it into Hex stakes. So I was just kind of curious if somebody were to use like T-share holding addresses as a airdrop set only. Everyone's going to interact with those tokens differently, granted, but I think, given what we saw with Uniswap, a lot of people dumped those Uniswap tokens.
Yeah.
And they made out better than just holding them.
You could create an airdrop set to only the people who didn't mess with vampire attacks and didn't mess with tradable stakes, and then it would be a net positive for the system.
Y'all might have covered this, but Firebun did encapsulated stakes, and I know Richard has mentioned it. I don't think anybody actually uses it. So how does that work, and how is that different than kind of the discussion going on now? Does anybody know?
Great question. So Firebun published on his blog, which is on medium.com, and if you search for Staker app on there, it should link to Sam, which is Firebun. I can't remember if he did it on the Staker one or on his individual one, but that's where he's published some code about how to do wrapped stakes technically, and that's a resource that I'd encourage people to check out, of course.
That encapsulated program that Firebun did is a little different in that you can create a stake, and he has a layer 2 contract that allows people to come into and out of your pool. So essentially, you create a pool of T shares, and through the contract, people can come in and get out, and access T shares that way. It's a little different in that you're not trading or selling the whole stake, but you're acting like being inside a pool.
Yeah, and back then, the best argument, and I think it still is, so those of you who support Hedron should use this argument, that this is going to create such a miracle, the optionality of it all, that it'll onboard more users, because users are currently being shy about putting their money into Hex because it is so immutable. And so by changing Hex to be, not so unchangeable, by changing it so that you can extract value early, that will end up causing the price to go up more than it would otherwise if nobody participated in the system. And I don't think that is completely correct, but it's kind of hard to prove, and that's probably the best argument.
Hey, Hexorcist, I see you have your hand up. What's going on?
Because that's where the majority
Yo,
of
what's happening, Matt?
sorry, just to finish that thought, that's where the majority of the value comes from in the Hex system, is new users coming in and buying up the price from price appreciation, not from APY. So you could argue that, hey, it doesn't really matter who gets the interest, where the inflation goes, because that's only a small, it's only half of the value, right? Of the 10,000x, you would have gotten a 20,000x if you had been staked and did the stake. But I don't think that that's true, because all of those new users then can dump at any time, which they will exercise their options, and that will stop the price from going up as much as it can when users are held to whatever unreasonable plan they were willing to wait for, because people are impatient.
Hey, Maddie, real quick, before we leave the encapsulated stakes issue, I would appreciate if you could weigh in. Did RH, I thought at some point that he indicated that encapsulated stakes was on his list for development that his team would do at some point. Can you speak to that?
Yeah, yeah. From what I can remember, one of the first times he discussed it, he said, I would have to think about that for multiple days before having a final answer on it. And then we didn't hear for a long time. And then he said, oh, Firebund's doing that, so nobody should worry about it. And then I heard a rumor that Hexbay, maybe got compensated for the progress that they made on the topic, as if they were, doing good research or something. And I know that they really dove into it really deep. They generated hundreds of pages of conversations between them and Richard. If anybody can dig up and I might find a way to dig up the original discussions, because that's really where Richard was blowing it off at first. You could see, if you believed that they hadn't tampered with the conversation that they copy and pasted from Telegram onto their Medium. But Hexbay had a Medium, so if there's any way to, if they deleted it, if there's a way to go on the Wayback Machine or something, I don't know. That would be super valuable, because it had Richard's reactions after they kept bringing it up to him and talking about it in one of the dev chats. I mean, it's like 50 pages, at least, maybe more.
Hey, Maddie, I got a question for you. Just technically speaking, I've heard several terms be thrown around here. You talked about airdropping and forking. If the OA is to defend Hex, technically, how would they do it? And can you be as concise as possible, please?
Great question. I think there's more than one way it can be done, which isn't helpful.
Hey, Maddie, I think you might be breaking out or going through another dead zone.
Okay. I think it would. The only answer I can give is that it would be able to move around. It would be able to scare people into moving around the liquidity. Otherwise, it would be able to fork out the liquidity that's being stubborn, and it would be able to calculate what the emergency end stake penalty would be for anybody trying to extract value early, which is what it may consider you're doing if you're claiming HEDRON. Claiming HEDRON sounds super innocent, but in reality, what I'm saying is that it's an attack on the HEX system by extracting value early from T-shares, which the system does not allow. And so the OA would be able to calculate for each stake that's claimed on HEDRON, what would the liquid HEX value be if somebody had hit the emergency end stake button on that day, given how many days that they had served and how long they were originally staked, and that would give you the worst case scenario of what would seem to still fit with the rules of the system. So the rules of the system say if you don't serve half your time, you don't get your principal back. That sort of thing.
So does that require somebody, the OA, going through every individual wallet manually? And how is that done?
So the one question I have is like, how does Etherscan know? So Etherscan knows what the ticker is based on the contract address, I think. And the contract address for HEX has a block in 2019 on the Ethereum chain that has those almost 3,000 lines of code. And 2/3 of that is for the Bitcoin stuff that isn't relevant anymore, and another 1,000 lines is for everything else. So one way that the OA could do it is to, copy all of the lines of code
Whatever you think is best.
into a 2022 block and say, look, it's all the same, and then be adjusting those account values, I guess, or have a way to detect on chain who created tradable stakes, which I know can be done. Yeah, so it would all be on chain and it would be knowable, and then it would be how to kind of launch it and how to sync it up with the current ticker symbol.
Sure.
Hey, Mad Hatter, you got a hot mic.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, so if let's say that what you're talking about does happen, then those who participate in the HEX community, believing they're participating in an immutable lock smart contract, have they been deceived? And does that not kill the community?
I think it splits the community, and it's sticking to the immutable logic, the business logic of HEX, the value proposition, sticking to that better than the alternative.
So I just want to throw this out there too. I think it's a very dangerous proposition at all to insinuate that the OA would fork existing users out of the HEX ecosystem in any way, shape, or form because they chose to interact with something. I just cannot see that happening. And Funding Jim, I don't know if you want to speak to this, and Dagron, you have your hand up as well, but I feel as though a community has been built over 2 years. We all interact with HEX for different reasons, and we perceive it differently as well, whether that's a 15-year stake or 1-year rolling stakes. I think everyone is seeing different value propositions with it, but it's very dangerous to insinuate that there could be a possibility the OA removes people from the system because it doesn't like that they interacted with specific code or they bought a specific shitcoin. And then I know, let's see, Dagron, you had your hand up, and then Funding Jim after that. Sorry, Maddie.
Yeah, that's. I would counter that. That's what the OA was created for. That all those 97% coins are not there so that we can sell someday on our heads. They're there to protect the actual immutability of the value proposition, which is not being able to trade stakes and not being able to extract value early.
Hey, Maddie. I don't want to switch topics too much. Still on the same topic, but I had a question from your last stream. I believe it was on Tuesday, where you do Quant Gang. When you and Future Us and Marco were going, just about it, discussing the this topic, encapsulated stakes. Did you chat with Future Us? Because I felt like I was trying to get your point and I was trying to get his point in regards of how great encapsulated stakes were going to be, and how we mentioned, we need many hedrons, not just hedron, the one that's coming out. But did you chat with him afterwards and get a full picture of what he meant when he said, this is super bullish?
We talked for another 2 hours since then, and the thing that he said in that stream that I think is still super relevant to his position is that he said one little difference in how things play out on the game theory side totally flip this, whether it's a good or bad thing. And I would actually agree with that. That one little difference in assumption or in how things actually play out would change it. You could see my thinking on that in the sense that I think that if the OA does fork out the people who are all trying to lie to the truth engine and trying to extract value early, then that's super bullish because that's forking out all the impatient people that would be selling and dumping the price of Hex or creating this negative externality, this competing ticker symbol. And so it would actually be extremely bullish for the price of Hex at those people's expense. And the OA could also follow through on the contract code to say, if you claim, then you're telling the contract you're EESing because you're extracting value early, and then those rewards go to the people who remained staked, i.e. the people who did not claim. So everybody who didn't do anything would end up with way more Hex coins if a lot of people claimed.
That might also create the first instance of people saying that Richard Hart scammed them if they got forked out of the network for interacting with a different token. Just wanted to provide the opposite side of that. Hey, Funding Jim, I think you're next.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I'm kind of catching up on the threads, and I still need to watch actually the video that Maddie put up. I'm not really adversarial. I think it's interesting that we have these conversations because at the end of the day, the value, yes, it's code. Yes, this product exists that's modular and it's finished, right, as far as the hex code itself. And it's going to live on Pulse Chain. It's going to live forever on Ethereum. It may live on future forks as that code. And, I don't think that Richard or the OA entity wants to have 24/7 constant monitoring of every derivative that is a sink for the hex token. There are sinks that are other, maybe as an example, Toucanaire or Hex Max or something like that, and we know that there is hex inside of that. Oh, are you still there? I don't know if my voice dropped off.
Yeah, you're still coming through loud and clear.
Okay. So I don't think that that the OA or anyone that originated and invented the product of a light bulb wants to constantly be surveying where all light bulbs are turned on or turned off. And that's kind of my thought process. I understand about like defending and the weight of OA as far as its ability to be a protective moat for the product. I understand that element. Um, I think of Hedron at the moment as just a sink or a place to encapsulate and lock away supply. Whether it becomes popular or not, whether it's extracting value through selling into the marketplace, the people that, they may be thinking that they're extracting value because other people think that they're buying into value when they buy that Hedron NFT, and inside of it is a T-share. And I don't think, like Matt Hatter was saying, I tend to agree with what he just stated, that the value proposition is here is something that's valuable, whether it's an ounce of gold or it's a T-share, or it's you know, a certain number of hex tokens locked away for a certain amount of time, that kind of thing. What the only so I don't think that Richard would, or the OA would, threaten social consensus to divide the principles that the social consensus is enforcing, which is the value of hex is the T-share, the value of hex is the delayed gratification narrative. That's the value of hex, and the network agrees with it, therefore they value it by purchasing and sequestering or locking it up themselves. I don't see a direct threat to that model with the HEDRON product. I see externality, I see extra code, I see a contract inside of a contract, and you know, that may have its own risk for people that are buying, selling, and trading and utilizing it. But I don't see the product of hex itself threatened, or the consensus, or the value add or extraction really being an issue that an OA would chase down. Again, because these become PR issues, you know, public relations issues. These become, you know, community cohesion issues. And if there's a large enough faction, I still don't think that forking something out supports the decentralized narrative. So I
He
tend to think that
said
it's
that
not a threat vector worth chasing down.
he said that he might not include copies of hex on Pulse Chain. Might not.
Well, so did he say that because of the Wise
No.
thing, or because of
Wise,
Hourglass
probably.
Games, or what do you mean
Yeah,
by that?
probably Wise. I'm just saying it's an unclear statement that kind of gives some precedent, but
Yeah.
I agree with you that it would be messy.
Well, what I see as far as the messy element versus to chase down the, so I remember in the origin, and I remember the whole Wise stuff and Hexy stuff, just like you do. A lot of us do. And at the end of the day, I think that Richard, even though he was saying it several times to kind of spook people out of maybe those products that might not make it onto the Pulse Chain fork, like I've heard him say that so many times, and then toward the end, as it's getting closer and closer to launch, he softens on that hard line and says,
Yes.
well, you know, maybe it's just too difficult, or maybe it's just too much. So I think that the
Yes.
spooking people out element was enough. And I don't think that, you know, I don't think that it actually helps the idea of cryptocurrency and decentralization and DeFi and a product that lives or dies based on the ecosystem. You know, I don't think that PR is served by forking out necessarily. He didn't do that with Toucan Air, even though he thought it was a bad thing. He didn't do that with Hex Shrimp gaming and things like that. And ultimately, you do want people to, you know, to sell bottoms. I mean, there's volatility, and selling bottoms is, wow, you know, I did this thing and I kind of fucked up. And then people add buy pressure later when the price has already moved up, and they are added buy pressure because they want to get back into the game. We had a lot of people that converted that are now hardcore Hexagon that were supporting other products early on. And they thought that a different narrative would be more beneficial to their finances. Later, they got wrecked, and when they got wrecked, they came back to the fold. So I think that,
Question.
you know, that's helpful.
Because I don't know the answer to this. Were there examples before that extracted value from T-shares?
Well, again, the extracted value of a T-share is still a percentage less than the T-share. So if I buy a silver coin and then I go to a pawn shop, I'm not going to get 100%. I'm going to get less. So the extracted value is always less. And the reason that there's actually a transaction of a sale to a buyer is because the buyer perceives that they're getting a discount, or they're getting extra value than what they're paying. So the mechanism
I agree.
you know, makes sense for a transaction to occur. And ultimately, I don't think that threatens the price that the OA would care about.
I think it creates a negative externality because there's always going to be an incentive to spend money on marketing if you can't get the price high enough. So that's going to be an added externality.
Yeah, I agree. And I agree with what you're saying. And I agree Richard and Roger Ver are friends. They're friendly people. They talk regularly all the time. And, still Richard highlights the truth that Roger doesn't like, which is look at the chart. look at the chart. Here's the chart, right? So, there's all of these things, whether it's social consensus reflected in a chart or it's social consensus of this communication effort that all of us make, putting public information out there that lives on the internet of YouTube and Twitter and Twitch and all these other things. Sooner or later people come around. They go off of a path. They say, maybe this is going to be a higher ROI for me to go off of this path. Maybe I'll speculate off of this main value of hex and the lesser risk of a single contract versus a contract that's encapsulated inside of another contract, right? So people get educated over time. Both you and I have learned so much since the first year. I mean, there's so many things I deal with now as far as my staking patterns that I would like, I wish I had done this differently. And we all learn cumulative, and I think that's the strength of the community. That's the value of the product, is the whole process of this kind of conversation.
Yeah, and Funding Jam, I just want to jump in real quick.
Hey, there were a couple people with hands up first. Hey, Power, I just want to make sure you get a chance to speak as well.
Yeah, thank you. So Matty, this is a long vacation from Power City. So I think there's another aspect to encapsulated stakes that people aren't talking about, and that is the ability to create a zero coupon bond market built on top of HEX. There's certain barriers to entry for HEX for big institutional investors to come into this. But if you have transferable HEX where they can secure it in different wallets, they can sell them on the open market. We might see the door opening to larger investments, right? And to create an encapsulated stake, you still need to buy HEX, and you still need to create a HEX stake just through that other contract, right? So imagine a large-scale market of zero coupon bonds, which just basically means that it's not paying out interest on a monthly basis, like a typical bond would, right? A municipal bond. But in this case, you're getting all the interest at the end, right? Which is what a HEX stake is. So, the HEX stake is still served, right? The time is served, and nothing is paid out to, the final person in HEX until that stake ends or is emergency ended stake. And remember, HEX's rules apply to emergency end stake, even if it's encapsulated, right? So we have an opportunity to build a larger market, a broader market, that could actually be driving more adoption into the system versus a vampire attack that is trying to extract value from the system. Now, what is the broader impact of something like this? You might see some of the buy pressure taken off because people will maybe want to buy into an existing 5.5 stake, right? Because they want those T shares. So instead of going out to buy HEX themselves, maybe they'll buy into a stake that's up for sale. All right, that's a little bit less volatility there. But now let's look at the opposite side. Instead of me nuking my 5.5 stake because I have a desperate occasion or need to raise funds and get out of that investment and into something else or into fiat or whatever, instead of me nuking it, right, and burning and rewarding everyone else with some of those penalties and then dumping on the market, now I have a way to sell that to someone who is interested in serving that time, who is interested in living out that stake to its end, right, without the negative impact on dumping on the market, right? So there are other aspects to this.
I would say that HEX isn't valuable in that situation because you don't have people locked up in it, and so it greatly increases the liquid supply, and people are going to be taking interest along the way, especially the institutional investors. And we covered a little bit earlier that it's the people who are exiting the system are kind of cannibalizing the buy pressure and doing so at a discount, which then creates a marketing incentive for people to extract even more value out of the system to make sure they can get as much as they can compared to the supposed value. But it just ends up dumping on itself because it's not scarce anymore.
But it is scarce, right? The number of T-shares out there hasn't changed.
But the volume does, and that's the difference.
Correct, but I mean, I see this as a sign of a maturing market, right? Just as Bitcoin eventually matured when futures trading was brought into the mix, right? And opened the doors for many more people to enter the market and be able to participate in different ways. I see this as a maturing of Hex into something new, and could open the door for more uses than perhaps we're seeing right now, and perhaps more adoption than we're seeing right now. So it may not be the same as day one, but change isn't always bad. And if it brings in larger adoption overall, like larger net adoption, but we don't maybe get the same volatility, it could still be a win-win, theoretically.
I brought that up like about 10 minutes ago, that is the best argument for this, is that it'll bring in so many users that the price can still go up. And my point is that we have data to show that it's the time locking that is actually creating the price going up. Of course, you do need adoption, but 80% of Hex, user-controlled Hex, is staked, and what is either 70 or 80% is staked. That's not controlled by the OA, and there's another figure of 70 or 80% of it's 80% of the people who ever staked Hex are still staked, and so that, in my mind, proves that there's a strong relationship there between actually being immutably time locked and the price being able to go up.
I definitely see value in, again, maturing markets in the sense of, look, I have my Hex ladder, right? And I plan to serve out my time and use it as it's designed. But I also have traditional investments, and there are ways to borrow against those and to leverage those temporarily for other things, like margin lending on your stocks, right, and bonds. You can do that without getting wrecked if you do it responsibly and you use the tools that are out there available to you. So temporarily leveraging a Hex stake so that I can do something else, whether it's a life event that I have to pay for or another investment opportunity that I can go and partake in and come back and pay off that loan and unencumber my Hex. I see that as, again, another value add, more reason to lock up more in this longer term,
I like that you're taking the other position from me and making a lot of sense. My question would be, do you think it's fair that everybody who created stakes for the past year in Staker app, they can transfer them if they transfer their whole wallet, whereas everybody else can't, only going forward?
I think if Hex was designed today, there would be some mechanism to transfer stakes safely and securely, because we've seen how many wallets get compromised, and you can't do anything about the Hex stakes. You can't move them, you can't get them out of there, you can't save them, and they just get wrecked, right? So I firmly believe
Richard said that that's actually how it's designed, is that you lose your coins if they get hacked, but that then the hacker has to choose whether they want to pay out the entire system or keep waiting, which is better for the price than any other design. So he said it was a design intention that the security would be worse if you lose your keys, but that having less optionality was, he still thinks, the best design.
Well, but at the time, maybe NFTs and other solutions weren't available or weren't as prevalent. I believe it was August 14th where he tweeted his wish list of projects that he wanted to do. And if you go back to his Twitter on August 14th of last year, it should have encapsulated stakes on that list. So I do believe this is something that, you know, he sees as a solution for something. The question all comes down to how it is implemented, right? And since you mentioned HexBay and now HEDRON, there was code that was already out there for quite a long time for encapsulating stakes. Just nobody turned it into a living project. The idea has been out there for a long time, and I think it's just inevitable that we're going to see, you know, one or more platforms, start to build on top of Hex.
Those are great points, and yeah, I guess the thing that really just occurred to me today, which is new, is just that the OA would be incentivized to say that time, instead of code is law, time is law, and that's a prediction that, you know, I'm not in charge of, you know, like if the OA does it or not. I'm just bringing up the possibility, and I appreciate the pushback. I appreciate the friendly, respectful conversation.
Well,
No,
I mean,
I respect what.
I mean,
So
Maddie.
hold on,
Yeah,
we got a couple hands up. And we also have Hedron that just joined the chat as well. Power City, I just wanted to say thank you for raising these points, and Maddie for responding to them, keeping it civil. It's been really nice to hear this discussion. I just want to make sure we get to the couple raised hands first. So if you want to speak, please just feel free to raise your hand, and we'll come around to you real quick. Hexorcist, and then I believe Funding Jim, and then what?
Yeah, thanks, brother. Maddie, bro, thank you for the stream this morning. I just caught it, jumped into the chat straight away. I was a couple of my questions I'll probably leave because Hedron's in here now, so he could probably answer those anyway. And then when are we going to get a burnout video of the DeLorean, brother?
I know, right? Ooh, I don't want any
Everyone
spoilers,
else is doing
but
burnout
let's just say
videos. We need a DeLorean burnout video.
I have something planned. So thanks for asking.
I'll let everyone else go then, bro, so we can talk to Hedron, and I'll get back to you later, brother. Thanks for everything, bro.
Thank you.
Totally second that on the burnout. That'd be amazing. All right, Funding Jim.
Again, kudos to Maddie, and he's always been thoughtful. He always puts out great content. The hundreds of hours on the quant stuff, the investment of intellect that he makes. I always appreciate that he brings ideas, and I don't think of his comments even on Twitter. I was just reading through it as this conversation is going on. I don't think of his comments as FUD. I think of them as, you know, here is something to be discussed, right? I don't even think of it as like concern trolling or something like that about a particular product or derivative use of the Hex token. I tend to think personally that the Hex token is a finished product. It is as close to elemental in the periodic table of crypto as I can think of. It's not a work in progress. It's not something that is altered, and that's why it will live on Ethereum, and then it will later be forked and live on Pulse Chain. And in an elemental sense, I have to think of it similar to maybe uranium or something like that. That it has properties, and those properties, one of which is that it can be staked, and then the mathematics behind T-share and the economics behind user participation, and the psychology narrative of people considering value of a T-share, value of a unstaked hex, the value of a encapsulated T-share inside of another shell, which is a smart contract. Those things are still going to be price discovery. They're all going to be price discovery. Just like uranium can have a purpose to power a nuclear reactor and deliver energy, more efficiently than maybe other resources of energy, right? So I have to think of it elementally, and I don't think that if when Richard invented and the developers created and they went through all these different modelings, they went through these modelings 3.5 years ago, all right, about the product, the elements and the properties of hex. And it's to stay contemporary means that it's something that can be altered and changed. I see what Maddie is saying about the OA defending the properties and defending the value narrative and defending why the community that exists around hex might continue to value it and value it more as new people come into that same education about what hex might be and what T-shares can do. So I appreciate all the thoughtful conversation. I think of it elementally. I think if it's encapsulated because it's Firebun or Kyle gives a whole explanation as a developer what a staked hex can do. There's YouTube videos about that. If Hedron comes along and they add an NFT shell, which is a smart contract around a stake, there's derivatives which we don't know about, which might be, hey, this removes buying pressure because people in the future buy Hedron. This removes buying pressure because people want to have a stake in a different kind of smart contract that's not Hedron, right? Something else. People know that I'm involved with the trust, the hex trust formation, very similar to a grayscale trust, and that's a contract in government and permission and law to say we're going to buy hex and it's not going to release into the market, and you're going to get instead a share of a trust, a legal entity. So these are all sequestering tools, and people are going to have different levels of trust, discount, value add, perception, ease of purchase, right? Because they're coming from legacy finance into crypto, and they can't directly own crypto. So I heard the bond commentator, and I heard I kind of have an idea what Hedron does, as far as the NFT wrap. And I don't really have a problem with it because I think of hex elementally. I think of it as an atomic modular finished thing that can have different use cases, and some of those derivative use cases may be extremely valuable and release some kind of economic energy, but at the end of the day they're encapsulated or they're using the element of hex. That's the way I have to look at it, because I don't think that the OA or any entity that can move defensively will chase down every potential use case of that element. I think that they will defend the moat for a while, and I think eventually the system just will show through chart and through social consensus its value as a core. That's my thought process.
Thank you.
Okay, what you're up, or David too?
Yeah, hey. So I just kind of wanted to offer a quick contestation about the idea that using the claiming function would indicate some sort of potential emergency end stake down in the future. And this is because the claiming function in Hadron can only, or is really only relevant for native stakes. So it does not confer any of the optionality that comes along with the HSI stakes. And so when you are minting Hadron in the future, maybe after you claimed your bonus in the first 10 days, really this is a completely separate coin with a distribution that uses the T-shares as a means of distribution. So any minting done, I don't see how that can be an indication of future emergency end staking. The only
It would happen at the social consensus layer, but you're right. It would be relating to separate things.
Yeah, so I don't think that would qualify as a vampire attack simply because it's not indicative of any future action that would be taken at the base level of hex. The only way I could see that argument working is for new HSI contracts being created, because you could potentially infer by obtaining that optionality of future tradability that they would do that instead of emergency end staking. But I don't think in of itself claiming your native stakes can be logic. You can form a logical conclusion that you would be an emergency end staker in the future.
Emergency end staking is good for the system because it protects the value proposition and creates a cost that incentivizes waiting.
Sure. But just simply by claiming or minting your HEDRON doesn't indicate that you would or would not do that in the future.
What I'm saying,
so that
what
is
I'm
still
saying
intact.
is that the OA could, if it is interpreting the code and the not wanting to interfere with the value proposition of hex, it could interpret everybody free claiming as that user indicating that they want to extract value from their shares early, and then the OA could calculate that accordingly and fork right back. Because I said earlier in this stream that it could be considered a user activated soft fork to do this claiming thing, just like hex was considered that for Bitcoin.
Yeah, so I understand that, and my argument is essentially that that would be a improper conclusion based on the actions that are being taken through the claiming function, because technically by minting your HEDRON, you're not extracting any value from your hex stake. The hex stake is still intact and no value. Sorry,
were you able to hear our discussion earlier?
Yes.
Okay, so
do you mind if I finish the thought really quickly? Thank you. Basically, the internal value that is the hex stake is intact. This is simply an airdrop that whose distribution mechanism is tied to what you already own. So I think technically, fundamentally, no value has been extracted from the hex stake. You're just given a separate token.
I think airdrop and fork and user activated soft fork are overlapping a little bit, but I would consider if the user is having to do something to claim it, and that's creating an incentive for everybody else to claim it because they want to be a part of the more rare set of T shares. That's the incentive for everybody to claim. That's what's extracting the value, is because you're creating a thing that has a lot of the same properties, a lot of the same scarcity as T shares, except is more scarce. And now it becomes a competition where the people who claimed are incentivized to market that thing, even though they promised they wouldn't. LOL, but but even if you're not planning on it, your mind could be changed once you have the thing that's more scarce and that is competing for the buy pressure, is competing to extract the value.
Okay, I think I see what you're saying. I think it's just a agree to disagree point. Thanks for hearing me out.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. All right, Hex Famous, you're up.
Hey, what's going on, Maddie? Hey, so, I mean, we can agree that, Hex is an immutable contract, right? And so, if everyone knows that it's immutable, I mean, I guess I was watching your video and you were saying that the OA could emergency end stake you. I mean, that just didn't make any sense to me. I was, thinking about it and I was like, well, I mean, the only thing Richard probably could do is maybe, fork your address out of the Pulse chain fork, and you want to get your free hex on the other side. I mean, but then, he wouldn't do that because he's all talking about, if USDC doesn't honor the copy that they could get sued. And I mean, it just doesn't make any sense. And I mean, with the whole HEDRON thing, like I don't really look at it as it being
Can I respond to the first point you made?
Sure, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so the immutability, at what layer does that stop? I would say it's the social layer, and the fact that we have this 2019 Ethereum block where the 3,000-ish lines of code are locked. The OA could, in my example, which I don't know if it'll happen or not, but I'm bringing up the possibility that the OA could stick to the immutability of the rules. And if people are trying to trick the truth engine, that it would still be sticking to its version of the truth, which is not really up for debate, that you're not supposed to be able to transfer stakes in the original design and value proposition.
But you're not transferring stakes on using the original hex contract.
You can with Gnosis safes. With Gnosis safes, you can. So
Well, yeah, because they're using a wrapper function, which is basically the same thing that Hedron is going to be doing. And what I was getting at is, at the end of the day, whenever Hedron exists, like, people are going to have the option to choose, hey, do I want to wrap this stake, or do I not want to wrap this stake? Do I want to have the ability to maybe sell this stake in the future without waiting its full length of term, or not? Me personally, I'm kind of standoffish on Hedron. I'm definitely gonna claim my free coins just because, I mean, they're fucking free coins. But as far as me making a personal decision on do I want to stake with the traditional hex contract, or do I want to wrap my stake, I'm probably just gonna do the traditional contract, because I mean, I'm going to wait the terms, but I do see, a positive in having the option for someone to have the option of wrapping a stake. So, I mean, like, I don't see it as a net negative.
There's utility to being able to wrap a stake and to extract value early, and that is not allowed by the current system. And I would say that the OA is put there not to dump coins on our heads someday, but to make decisions like this about what's allowed and what's not.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, the OA could send any kind of message that it wants. If it wants to stake, claim more Hedron than anyone else could ever possibly be able to mint, we could see that happen. I know, Alex, you just joined the chat too. And since we have 270 people in here, wow, this grew quickly. I just wanted to invite, if you have a question or you want to make a statement, feel free to request the mic, and we'll bring you up.
So first off,
But I guess at the end of the day, it might be a positive, because there's going to be institutions that would probably want to wrap a very large amount of hex, right? And you just can't just come in and just they have to buy the fucking hex first, right? And then once they buy the hex, then they have to decide, hey, do I want to stake it through go.hex.win, or do I want to wrap this thing so I have the option to sell it later? So
institutions,
I mean, either way they have to buy the hex. They have to buy the hex. So,
well, since Alex is here, can we let him go, and then people can ask questions around what he says, and then Maddie, you can respond first? I
Let
feel
me
like we're
just
kind of beating a
finish
dead
to the point that was just made. I would say that GBTC is institutions invest in that, and they buy the discounted version, which is thought to drag down the price of Bitcoin. So that's the negative externality that I'm talking about.
So first, I just want to say,
I mean, this is literally just the blockchain version of what Kinetics is doing with the trust on the stock market. So, I mean, it's the same thing. This is just anybody can do it.
Thanks for that point.
There's a little bit of a difference, right? Because like, if you look at what GBTC does, those are never redeemable for Bitcoin. There's no way you can take some share in GBTC and get the actual Bitcoin for it. Versus, if you're going to actually put...
Hey, Alex. When we started the room on my Twitter, and I'm driving through the desert, so sorry if I drop off, but we had started it with David Feeder, and he and I agreed to like some terms that it was so that we're understanding each other. It was okay for us to interrupt each other if we didn't want to lose a point. Is it all right with you if we do the same thing, where we try to make sure that we're not going in too many different directions to where we can't keep track of all the points we have? So
yeah, that's fine with me.
Okay, so sorry, it's been a really long day of driving. I've been driving for about 17 hours now straight. So you just said that the institutions, can you repeat that?
Yeah, like if you look at GBTC, right, when you purchase those shares,
you're not able redeemable.
You're not able to get the Bitcoin.
If I had an army and I kicked down the door, it would be redeemable.
Sure, okay, but that's not necessarily like a market function.
Well, but it's a function of the actual thing, which is supposedly underlying the wrapper. So yeah, I mean it's relevant and it's not relevant, I guess.
Yeah,
But
I'm
there
just
is
saying that
something
they are a
there.
little different.
Yeah, they're not doing multiple claims on the same thing. They're not rehypothecating, as far as I know. So.
Yeah, I'm not insinuating that they're like fractionally reserving whatever they hold in Bitcoin against the shares they issue. That's unlikely.
All right. Okay, but you're saying that's not part of the design of the system. The design is for it to be non-redeemable, and that's okay.
Yeah, it's no different than like silver trust that you see on stock markets or gold trusts or so on. They typically do all tend to trade slightly less than what, especially in times of bear markets, they all tend to trade slightly less than what the actual asset is doing. And they do tend to have negative price impacts on them. I'm just trying to point out there's a difference here that when you are encapsulating a stake in Hedron and you're throwing it on Rarible or OpenSea or wherever you take it, you are taking the actual stake. There is no, like, it's not a fake representation, more or less, that you're moving back and forth. You have direct redeemability.
Well, their direct redeemability is if somebody serves the full time. But just wrapping and being able to transfer stakes, I think, violates the logic and the value proposition of Hex, because it creates unlimited volume for the T shares. In the current system, you have to buy Hex, and then Hex is the only thing you can use to get T shares. And then when you have the T shares, you have to serve the term or keep liquid or pay the penalty.
Sure, but if I were to sell you a Ledger wallet with some stakes on it, would that not?
That has counterparty risk.
Sure.
So it's not the same.
Okay, fine. But what if what if I were to transfer you a Gnosis safe?
That is also a problem, in my opinion, because it messes with the scarcity and how you have to have Hex that you're time locking. You have to serve the time. Gnosis safes are a problem too. I mean, it's better than selling somebody a paper wallet that you can't prove, you didn't keep a copy of. But with the Gnosis safe, you can prove that you didn't keep a copy of it. But that unlimited volume of the T-share is the problem, especially because you're paying inflation to people who aren't doing the same behaviors of holding up the price.
So I actually watch your streams quite a lot because I like to understand your negative points on it, and I do want to also make the point that I do appreciate everything you do for the community, and I'm not saying anything that I say or anything out of ill will. I don't know if it ever comes across that way.
I don't think so. Maybe some of the people who are following you are.
Yeah, some people get a little
rude,
heated.
Fair enough. Yeah, thank you for being civil. Thank you very much.
When I look at the idea of encapsulating a stake and being able to take it to where, the primary intention I see is being able to bring stakes to people who are either A, unaware of Hex, or B, unable to get it. You're able to take a stake and put it in front of 20% of the Ethereum user base. If you're only considering OpenSea, you can put it in front of them, and they already have MetaMask. They already have Ethereum and USDC that they can use to buy these things. And maybe that is an onboarding route. Additionally, we have Hex bridged over to Polygon and Arbitrum and on all these layer 2s where people are just buying and selling Hex and not able to stake it because there's no stake functionality there. And if we can encapsulate these stakes as NFTs, we're able to bring staking to them. And yes, they have to come back to Ethereum or Pulse Chain or wherever to actually be able to end the stake and get the rewards. But if you're able to introduce a whole new class of user set to Hex, I think that offsets any possible negative externality of that, maybe a couple of people choose to buy NFTs instead of buying Hex. I think that's something that probably will happen. There will probably be some people who choose to do that. And I fail to see it being a major problem.
I dropped off there. If you could.
I think you're cutting out there a little bit.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, I think that's the best point that you made about like onboarding more people kind of makes up for it. But I still think it's a net negative to the value proposition.
Well, how
because
does it
we're going to
negatively
onboard people anyway. And because it trades at a discount and because it has unlimited volume, which interferes with the scarcity. So it doesn't pump as much.
Well, you have to be careful with the terminology of trades at a discount. Like, do you mean trades at a discount in respect to what its ended value is? Because I think that's a guarantee. Like, there's no way you're going to sell a stake that's 5 years into 10 years and make anywhere near what it's worth at 10 years. Like, you are taking a net loss.
Yeah. People will mint inflation all along the way instead of spread out.
But the inflation they mint doesn't affect the hex price.
Why not?
Did we lose you again?
Can you hear me? You said it doesn't affect the hex price. Why?
Yeah, like if they're minting any inflation off of this, it would be through HEDRON. There would be a negative externality to HEDRON, not necessarily a negative externality to hex.
And I think that it's creating more of the thing that is rare and that is, like equivalent. And so you're screwing up the buy pressure that would otherwise have to go into hex and would pump the price more than if it were going into HEDRON.
Well, I would ask, if you have two options, and your option is to go buy an NFT where you're going to pay for some amount of T-shares and you're going to pay for some amount of accrued inflation and pay for any unminted HEDRON and the rights to mint HEDRON, or you can buy some hex, stake it, and get the majority of that stuff for free. Which one seems like the best deal?
I'm not sure that claiming it is free per se, because it's at the cost of letting people screw up the scarcity by having whatever volume they want on T-shares that isn't even related to buying hex and only being able to earn Quattro Cinco inflation, once every Quattro Cinco instead of unlimited segments.
I think we're having audio issues.
Yeah, I think Funding Jim has his mic not muted.
No, I'm muted.
I think it's just a consequence of bouncing between cell towers as Maddie's still driving.
Yeah.
And we do have a couple hands up, so I want to make sure we get to. Hey, Cash Boys, I think you're new to the conversation. What's going on?
Yeah, thanks. I just had a quick question. Well, one question and then a follow-up. First, is HEDRON an instance of encapsulating a stake?
Yes, it is.
Okay, well then my follow-up is sort of, I guess, one of confusion why there is a lot of concern on Maddie's end. Seeing that, I don't remember or couldn't point to an instance, but I remember on a number of occasions Richard saying like that's something he wants built in the community. And essentially, I think Firebun and whoever's doing the HEDRON contract were responding to his sort of request or like ambiguous request. So I guess I'm just not really understanding where Maddie's concern is coming from.
Yeah, so if you can extract value early, that violates the scarcity, and waiting that causes the price to go up as much as it can.
I think you're having some audio issues there still, Maddie. But I'll just add that I also, I think there are potential downsides to encapsulated stakes. Like, there are going to be negative externalities. The question is, do the positives outweigh the negatives? And we don't necessarily know the answer to that question. And I'd probably argue that if the negatives outweigh the positives, and it's a net detractor for Hex, and I don't consider Hex Pay to be a good example for this because it was a cyclical, closed system. But if you're doing it in an open way and where you can allow market discovery to happen on these other avenues, if that ends up being negative, I think people will just stop using it.
I think it incentivizes people to use it, which is a bigger problem than it seems. Because no matter what discount it would be, you would always want to market it and spend money advertising to make sure you have enough users to try to get it as close to parity as you can. And then you're dumping the price the whole way instead of holding it up accidentally.
Maddie, you might need to drop and come back or something. You cut out every few seconds.
Who's next? Because I got a question for Hedron here.
You go ahead. I don't actually know what the ordering was.
Drayton, can I ask a question after you? You're done.
Okay, cool. Yeah, since you were just mentioning like the negatives, or sorry, the positives outweighing the negatives, what are some of the negatives, if you could be a little bit specific on that? What do you see as a negative as the, developer, etc.?
Well, so you have this negative potential that the encapsulated stakes sell for significantly less than the cost of creating a new stake. Like that, I personally find that unrealistic. I don't think that's something that I think it's something that if it does happen, it will be in very limited cases, and they'll get quickly bought up, and the markets will rebalance. But if we do like this path of worst case scenarios, let's say that they are always cheaper, and every single person goes and buys these instead of making hex stakes. There's a little bit of fallacy there because eventually you would eliminate the encapsulated stakes market, right? But it may have a negative effect on the hex price if a lot of people go to buy these encapsulated stakes instead of buying hex directly. So that's kind of the potential downside. And I personally don't see hexagons willing to sell their stakes at a direct loss. It would require you to sell them at cheaper than the current T-share rate and ignore, in Hedron's case, ignore all the Hedron components and ignore any inflation that's accrued. So you'd have to ignore all that and sell it less than what the T-shares currently cost for that to be a reality. So I find that unlikely to happen. And if it is to happen, I believe all those stakes will be purchased very quickly, and then there'll be no more encapsulated stakes on the market.
Gotcha. Okay. Is that the only negative downside besides the encapsulated stake T-share being less than a regular T-share staking through like go.hex.com?
Yeah, like that's the biggest one in my estimation, and I believe that's Maddie's concern. I'm trying to approve him so he can speak. I don't know if you can do it, the Mad Hatter. Yeah, I don't know if you have the power. I'm co-host, but it won't let me actually approve Maddie for some reason.
Sometimes you actually have to drop out of the space and come back. I don't know if they actually did that or dropped down to a listener.
In the meantime, Hedron, or rather the community, I guess. So I was curious, and I understand. I think probably the 60, 80% are rather on like the lower end of the technical understanding, and I think I missed kind of the conversation of the forking, the network, and honestly fully understanding that. But it doesn't sound like something Richard would do and follows his narrative. But my question is if that's the case, why, like, the code's immutable, a new project could come in and just do what Hedron's doing. Isn't it better that Hedron, he's been a part of the community day one with Hex, Hexagon? I'm just curious, like, couldn't just someone else come in, say he scrapped his project, someone else could just come in and do something very similar, and we would be facing the same risks?
Yeah, more or less. I mean, anyone can build anything that interfaces with any smart contract. You know, I'm a bit biased, so I'm not going to say like whether it's better for me to do it or anybody else. But
I mean, like, I was listening to one of your like earliest streams, and like you're like, I was in day one with Hex, and like I would much rather. And so you went through the 15 bottoms or whatever it was, and stuck with it. So like I would much rather have that person leading a project and the trust behind that in the community than say you get all this negative rap feedback, can your project, which don't do, and then someone else comes in, copies the idea, and they might not have the same intentions. And obviously I don't know your intentions, but it seems like that's the next plausible step that would happen.
I mean, Bitcoin only split into big blockers and little blockers. At the same time as those happened, there weren't medium-sized blockers. But I get your point, and I think it's valid to, you know, consider. But that kind of goes down the same line as it's inevitable, so we have to do it. And my argument is we should only do it if it's a net positive. And my other point is that the OA might be the one to decide that, and the users who pick sides might, you know, end up as winners or losers.
And is that just because I don't fully understand the implications of the OA making? So you're saying, like, would that just be for like the airdrop copy if the wallet was linked to it, or like overall, like almost the wallet can be shut out of the system? So yeah, I'm sure I'm not understanding it at all, but
it could be any enforcement. But what I would imagine is that it would treat anybody trying to quote unquote user activated soft fork the thing, it would treat them as early end stakers and give them the amount of interest that they would have earned if they went in and hit the red button on each stake themselves. It would be like the worst case scenario.
And that would happen every time. Encapsulized stake project comes up.
We've touched a little bit before on like how that would be technically. I think
if I'm just regurgitating stuff, you can tell me to shut up and let someone else talk.
No, it's a great question, and Alex might even have more technical knowledge than I do.
Yeah. So what I'll add to this is the OA has no power directly to like force you to end your stakes. Like I don't want anyone to believe that the OA can just take your stakes from you. It does not have that ability. But we are about to fork into Pulse Chain, and it's a potential possibility that maybe someone in Pulse Chain doesn't like HEDRON and doesn't like the people who use HEDRON, and decides to edit the blockchain in order to fork those people out. You know, it's my opinion that would be viewed as a very negative thing to the Hexagon community, almost a betrayal of trust in a way, and I don't think the OA would do that particularly. I think if the OA wanted to kill HEDRON, it would mint HEDRON and it would dump it to zero.
That would set the precedent that it would be paying people who come along and challenge it, even if it's not very much. There would still be a payment being made that I don't think it would want to do. So I think that it would indicate a different way, either just socially or writing a comment on Etherscan or doing some sort of, you know, draconian thing, which I do think is possible because it's all enforced at the social layer and because there are so many options for really forking things anyway. Bitcoin and Ethereum being examples of things that really can be edited. But in this case, it's almost sticking to the immutable rules that were designed in the first place. Or maybe the OA will congratulate everybody and promote the thing, you know?
You can kick me down. I just wanted to say like one thing after I was thinking like what was I gonna say? Actually, I guess I wasn't thinking. You can just kick me down.
All right, just real quick, a sanity check for all the speakers. If you do have a question or a comment, just please put your hand up. We have multiple people requesting that want to get up, so if we can try and cycle through everyone that wants a chance to speak, that would be greatly appreciated. If you don't have your hand up and you're speaking, aside from the main forum, we'll just assume that we can drop you down. It's nothing personal. It's just a lot of people that want to talk, so thank you. Otherwise, please continue.
Yeah. Heck order, you want to go ahead?
Yeah. I go back and forth with this project. I'm just like, you know, do you want to take any chances, right, to like, you know, ruin your hex bag, you know, or majorly slow down the buy pressure, and it just makes you like Hex Famous said, well, I'll just use the original. I just, you know, I don't see myself ever doing an encapsulated stake. And then I ask myself, well, why would you do that, right? Because then all you're doing is the only thing you're doing is you're shorting yourself there, right? Because you're just leaving hedron on the table that you could have or not have. So it wouldn't make sense to not do this, even if you plan on waiting the full term, you know. So I want to make that first point. And so if everybody starts using this, it makes me wonder on like a 15-year stake, if that thing gets traded 500,000 times or something, you know, 500 to 1,000 times, you know, to say in 15 years, isn't that 500 to 1,000 people that are not making original hex stakes?
Well, you don't actually know that, right? Like for all we know, I mean, maybe Godwhale buys all the stakes. For all we know, like the realm of possibilities is entirely unknown because it's something I
But
haven't
that's a
discussed
negative.
before.
I think that's a negative externality because I was considering what if the OA just buys it all up, and actually one possible solution for the OA would be to like create the exact number of stakes you would need to buy all the encapsulated stakes to make sure that there's a floor that's equal to the value, but then it still allows people to extract value along the way, but it solves the problem of you don't want it to trade at a discount.
Right, but the value along the way, if they just mint their hedron along the way, that doesn't affect the hex price. I mean, you do realize that, right, Maddie?
I would argue that because it's given to the same user set, and that user set is incentivized to value both things, especially the hedron representation, because it's likely to be more scarce. And so that would actually carry a significant value that would compete, and that it would be incentivized to have marketing spent on it. It would be doing all kinds of things of value, but to the detriment of a single ticker that pumps the price like it does now.
I actually do want to interject here a bit. I disagree with hedron being more scarce. I expect, you know, like I have a stake right now that's like, we'll say roughly 1 million hex, and it was created on day 9, and that, so it's roughly, I don't know, somewhere in the like 2.5-ish million hex valuation, and right now that thing can mint about almost 3 billion hedron. You know, hedron's going to be minted at a rate way higher than hex was minted at. And it's going to be way cheaper.
But that's, I'm talking about your percentage of the share of the system would go up if you're a claimer, because not everybody's going to claim. If 50% of people claim, or 1% of people claim, you're creating a much more scarce thing. So even though the unit bias is different, the actual percentage of the entire system is what probably matters the most for the individual. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, I'd argue that everyone has the opportunity. Of course, not everyone will do it. I also expect a lot of people who are kind of in the mint-only camp say, I don't want to do encapsulated stakes. I don't want to do any of this borrowing stuff. I just want the free token. A vast majority of them seem very incentivized to dump that token for Hex at some point.
Yeah, I don't think it's really free if it's going to have the same people buying it, or creating a way to extract value from the scarcity of the T-shares. It comes at a cost, but it's free to the user other than their opportunity cost.
Well, I'll frame it this way. Like, if we use something like HexPay as an example, where it's a closed system, you essentially create a stake there and buy the stakes there, and the native currency is Hex, and they're just eating fees. Like, that is a cyclical system that just steals from hexagons, essentially. And the entire reason the HEDRON ERC20 exists is to isolate Hex from the negative externalities. If these encapsulated stakes, let's say they go to the market, and let's say they trade pretty close, like let's say they would be close to 1-to-1, maybe a little bit cheaper, right, to where people would be incentivized to actually buy these encapsulated stakes more than make a new one. The fact that the encapsulated stakes are also including the unminted HEDRON and the rights to mint the HEDRON in the future at rates you theoretically can't get anymore, it's like the first piece that takes the hit for a negative price externality is the HEDRON. Like, it's almost like a price buffer in a way. And a lot of thought went into designing the system so that if there is a negative externality, that it gets, and particularly increased sell pressure for Hex and a reduced buy pressure, that it eats all of that negative externality as much as possible into the HEDRON token and not the Hex token.
That's an interesting setup.
I
think it's
about the game theory. About
it's still a problem, but I think it's cool that you have that.
About the game theory about mentioned earlier regarding the supply of Hex, I think it's definitely going to go lower and lower with similar systems or Hedron-like systems where you have wrapped stakes, because everybody's going to be incentivized to buy and hold it for the longest possible period. Therefore, you won't find much liquidity in Hex at all. So I think the upside is that the price is likely to go up and remain up, because no one's going to have, you're not going to have much liquid at all on the DEXs. But on the downside, what could happen is noobs coming in wanting to buy, let's say, a few thousand Hex would have a difficulty buying them, finding them at all, and buying them at a reasonable price. So I think it's going to be the reverse, actually. That will cause the Hex price to spike very, very quickly.
And that's a good point. It's all going to be fundamentally coming down to, like, how many people actually use it, right? Like, if 5% of hexagons use it, does it have a massive impact on Hex one way or the other? Probably not. If 50% of hexagons use it, does it have an impact one way or the other? Probably.
What's the fee? What's the fee structure?
In what regards to what?
Like any of this.
So to encapsulate the stake, there's no fee. You just pay the gas. If you're going to go trade the stake on an NFT marketplace, it's pretty rough. The NFT marketplaces charge around 2.5%. The contract makes a suggestion that the royalty should be 0.15%, but not all marketplaces are going to uphold that. So there's going to be, I think if this is something that is going to exist and be good for Hex and kind of bring this new paradigm of financial NFTs, I think there's going to be a demand for marketplaces specifically designed around this. But that remains to be determined.
But 0.15% is less than a Uniswap transaction. Or is that not true? Does Uniswap currently take a third of a percent, or they can if they want to?
So Uniswap takes 0.3 on everything. You can
So
go
it's
less.
less of it. So it's less of a negative externality, or it's like saving a fee.
Well, to a degree, right? Like that's what the contract suggests, but the marketplaces can do whatever they want. Like there's nothing Hedron can do to tell a marketplace, hey, charge this fee. This is what you're going to charge. It's like they kind of just make their own rules. So
Okay.
I think there needs to be probably a marketplace. If this is something that succeeds, there may be a demand for a marketplace specifically for this. And I know of one team. I know Rapid Innovation is kind of playing with that idea. So we'll see if they do anything. But regardless of that, yeah.
Thank you, guys. I'm sorry, but it's really interesting, and but unfortunately, I gotta go. Matt, I got a question for you. Actually, I'm not really concerned about the Hedron. I don't think that's an issue actually, but I have a question. Would you be at the same level of concern if that was a Richard Hart project? Like if Hedron was made by the man himself, would you be the same? Would you have the same concern?
And to that point, he didn't Richard himself, say that he wanted encapsulated stakes.
I mean, he's brought it up as being something cool that he would like to see. I think he's fairly reserved on the topic. I don't think he's in like a yes, we definitely need to do this, or a no, we absolutely should not. I think it's kind of an experiment he would like to see the results of. That's the way I interpret it. And I don't know if we lost Matty there or not.
Well, that's fortunately, I think we lost it. I wish I could have his answer about my question. I also have a question for Hedron. Hedron guys, yeah, don't you see the fact that Richard Hart is not taking any move about encapsulating stakes? Don't you see it like you just want to see what the other can do to actually do better? Do you fear that also?
I mean, I think whatever the result of encapsulated stakes is something he wants to see be the result of the community one way or the other, whether it's good or bad. And I think like I don't want to talk for Richard because I honestly have no idea. But I would imagine if this came out of his workshop, it may be like more looking around the lines of like, oh well, this kind of is an antithesis to Hex, like Maddie says. So I don't know. Maybe I don't know what the reasoning is there, but it's clear that he has some interest in it, regardless. I'd like to get to some of these other questions as well. So I don't know if I answered that well enough for you.
Yeah, let's get to the hands for sure. Everybody's being respectful, putting their hands up. So if you know what order that you were in, please go ahead and then just follow after each other.
Yeah, I think Hexorcist, I think you might have been first, and then go from there.
Cheers, brother. Alex, bro, thanks for coming into the chat, man. Always try to jump on when you're in here as well, so I can hear you talk to the community about everything. At first, I thought that Hedron was kind of with the NFT thing was like it made sense where some of my onboardees they only go for the Quattro Cinco because you show them like the benefit of holding the T-share for longer. But if you had to put a dog face token on the actual stake itself that they could see that they think they're collecting something, made a little bit of sense. That's originally what I thought Hedron was at first with encapsulated stakes as an NFT, not necessarily the selling part on the market to sell to other people and resell. I thought it was like it's that because they have something to look at. When you just show them the staker app, they're kind of like, you know what I mean? Like, but if you give them a token to hold, they're like, oh yeah, like I'll totally collect this and hold this for a long time.
Is anyone else having issues hearing Hexorcist?
Yeah, Hexorcist, you're kind of cutting out there, bud.
I'll jump back in, bro. Just put me down and let someone else go. I'll hop back in.
Okay. Sir Axel, you want to go ahead?
Yeah, can everybody hear me all right?
Yeah.
Okay, sweet. Yeah, so just for starters, I wanted to thank Alex and Maddie for coming on today. Especially with some of the topics that Maddie talked about, I think it's, at least if some of us aren't thinking it, I think a lot of us have the doubt in the back of our head, or at least just the, just trying not to leave Richard Hart projects. I think a lot of us came in to this and have made a, really good profit, and a lot of us are afraid of dipping our toes in waters that we don't know are going to do the same thing for us. So having the conversation and just having the two different value propositions colliding here in a chat and everybody just handling it in a professional way, it's a lot better than a lot of the Twitter comments you just come across on everything, and it's a lot more useful. So thank you to you guys for having the conversation. I don't have really a question. I really just have some perspective to provide because I've been following Hedron for really only the past couple weeks, and I don't really have a huge understanding on it. But I do think it's extremely interesting, and I do think that if it's not Hedron, it's going to be something or somebody else coming along to try to create something like this. So having somebody like Alex, who's been a day one OG and has kind of come in and followed the blueprint, taken off admin keys, adding the audits, allowing people to see, that a lot of thought has gone into this, and this is why I'm willing to really take on and really see what this thing's all about, because it's really interesting. And I think that if we're trying to create a new ecosystem that's going to be vertically aligned, and we're going to have all these different tools and accessibility to these things, and we're going to replace the current economies that we have now with new systems, we have to have the products and accessibility that, the systems that we have now have. And when you think about Hex, Hex is the long-term investment for a lot of us. It is the store of value. It is what we want to hold long-term, because long-term it's going to probably perform better than everything else. With that being said, in any system, even when people have long-term investments, they have ways of leveraging their money. They have ways of using it and accessing it and being able to use it in ways without necessarily having to move it or change that that initial proposition to defer that time preference. And I think that's what Hedron's trying to do. I see negative externalities and positive externalities with both Hex and Hedron. When you look at Hex, we stake it long term, and the value proposition is you're going to gain all those penalties, you're going to gain that inflation, and over time, it's going to be the most valuable thing. But for a lot of us, we're trying to find financial freedom. So now that we have these investments and they are long term, how are we going to have access to them? How are we going to use them? How are we going to be able to leverage them so that we can create that financial freedom for ourselves? And I think Hedron, specifically for me, is the only project outside of Hex that is showing that it is a tool, or it is something that is going to allow us to have access to that. With that being said, I'm mostly 15 years. I don't really plan on using Hedron that much. But when I look at somebody who has put a lot of thought into this, I really do see Hedron becoming something that could provide a larger circular system that Hex and Pulse Chain and Pulse have already created. So, obviously, there are negative externalities with both, but I just wanted to provide that kind of perspective. And if anybody just wants to kind of chime in and tell me if something was wrong or something, more things that I should look into to have a better understanding on it, please do. Because for me, it does seem that with Hex, at least, the positive externality is it is the best value proposition to me. But the negative externality to that is that it's hard to access, especially if you're somebody that's locking up long term. So having this new system come in and just provide that accessibility, and somebody who's trying to follow the same blueprint and is somebody who is also an OG Hexkin, I just wanted to appreciate your work, Alex, and I also wanted to appreciate Maddie for still having the antagonistic view, because it is something that's in the back of my head on how, you know, our idea on this is to hold long term, and this is controversial to that idea. And so I do think it's an important perspective to have, and that everybody shouldn't necessarily toss it to the side, because I think people should still be responsible with how they're using Hedron, even though I do think it has a positive effect. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, I appreciate that a lot. I do hope we get Matty back. I think he's having connection issues again. But you know, like the whole thing with Hedron is like if you a lot of us have been in Hex for a long time, and a lot of us have made a lot of money, and there's a lot of new people too, right? That have seen what the earlier Hexicans have done, and and they want that for themselves. The whole idea with Hedron really is to create a system in which you can further keep your stores of value, our hex stakes, away from any risk of being sold, of being, emergency end staked, any of that kind of stuff. When I first came out with Hedron, I got so many DMs from people who are like, yeah, I had to, kill all of my stakes because I got in a car accident, or I got cancer, all this stuff, and how much they wish Hedron existed. And to me, that was really powerful, because we tell people that ladders are the safest way, and that's true. But at the same point, when something bad happens to somebody and they don't have a ladder, unfortunately, a lot of us do kind of point and laugh at their emergency end stake, and not every emergency end stake is out of stupidity or out of neglect or anything negative. Sometimes life just happens in a way in which that was just what they had to do. And Hedron addresses that in one way. You can mint these tokens over time, and I don't know what those will be worth. It's designed to have some fundamentals, but the fundamentals probably aren't as good as Hex. Hex is really the store of value here. And yes, there's some lending components you can do with your encapsulated stakes, and those have risks, and people need to properly manage those risks, but it's also designed to be a very fixed, predictable system that minimizes risk as much as possible. And I think that brings a lot of things to the table as far as how people manage their wealth in Hex. And it purely depends on where you live and what country, what jurisdiction you live under for tax purposes. And this is not tax or financial advice, by the way, but the idea of being able to take something that is guaranteed to appreciate in value at some rate and borrow against it at a lesser rate, so you're always net positive, in order to access a tax-deferred or tax-reduced liquidity, is something that the wealthy do all over the world, and that's something I think we should have in DeFi. And it's really a combination of these things together that make Hedron what it is. And there's something there for everyone. If you just want free tokens and accumulate more wealth, that's there. If you want to borrow and have this fixed system and take the risk of that, that's there. And if you want to be able to speculate on the future value of stakes, that's there as well. And I think that just makes the ecosystem more open, and I think it allows for a lot more people to approach Hex than previously.
I really appreciate that. Something you hit on there that I just haven't heard yet, and I think is really, really important. The fact that you can borrow at a lower rate than the rate that Hex is given out. That's something that I just didn't really catch, and that's something that obviously I think should be hit on more, because I think that's a component of it that shows that you're not. Because you are borrowing against, and I think that in itself scares people, and I think that kind of in itself makes people wonder. It is controversial to the idea of holding long term, but if you're borrowing at a lower rate than what you're gaining, um, technically you're shaving some off of the top whenever you get access to it, but you're not necessarily losing as much as your bag that you think you're losing, because you're borrowing before that stake ever actually ends. So that's really interesting. And I mean, just that I really wish I could talk to you more, Alex, because just that couple of minutes of you talking really gave me some information. Another thing you said was, and if you could hit on this a little bit more, is, you do have the lending components, but the design is to kind of get that money. You said not money. Well, you said to get that value further out or further away from those hex stakes, because something does happen and it does. I guess what I'm asking here is you're getting it further out. It's because things do happen and people do end stakes. But if people had access to, let's say, HEDRON, um, does the HEDRON system move it further out? Or would that kind of just be something that people could hop to before they ever even hop to that end stake motion? Is, I guess, what I'm asking.
Yeah, I mean, it's somewhat variable, right? Because if you're going to try to do this lending stuff, you've got to have the encapsulated stake. It's the only way you can do it, because you have to be able to restrict people from ending the stake prematurely if you're going to do something along those lines. When I look at, I built the lending system in HEDRON to be the lending system that I wanted to personally use. So it derives its, we call it a premium. We avoid the words interest and premium because it really is like like an advance, right? Like you have a set amount of HEDRON you're allowed to get when you're minting over time, and borrowing just gives it all to you up front, and you have to pay it back with a small fee. But that premium fee is calculated as some fractional value of the hex APY, and it's fixed and it never changes, and your payments never change, and it ends up being a very predictable, very very low fee system to use. And it's different from other DeFi lending platforms that use like over collateralization and the value of an asset to do it. I didn't really want to do that with this because Hex being a low liquidity token primarily, an opportunistic whale could dump the price of Hex and liquidate people in that system, and that's not something I want to see. I would rather, if you're staking based on time, you should be liquidated based on time, and ideally have zero liquidations at all.
Fuck, I don't know.
So,
okay. Alex, if you want to wrap up your thought, bro, and then let's go to Motor. He's been patiently waiting, hasn't tried to chime in.
Yeah, well, I just wanted to say, these are all options you can use or you cannot use, and I think there's something there for a lot of people. So if you want to go ahead, Motor. Sorry,
Thanks,
I'm
guys.
long-winded.
Yeah, no worries. Hopefully you can hear me. All right. It's kind of unfortunate that Matty left because I think you kept on trying to portray something to him that I don't think he was really capturing, and I don't think a lot of the audience might really be capturing it either. So I think it's really important to emphasize that a stake on HEDRON, it's equivalent stake just if you had staked it on Hex, even though obviously there's going to be a slight difference because the whole concept is you're going to have some earlier T-share rate. But let's just say humans are going to decide whatever that equivalent is on HEDRON. If the game's working as it should, the price is going to be higher on HEDRON. Because you have all these different characteristics, the ability to sell, the ability to to buy in later on. So it's not going to be, as I think Matty was thinking, that there's some discounted rate, and therefore you're reducing significant buy pressure from just having Hex. So if you're someone who's already set up, your own financial situation is pretty we are well off, and you're comfortable saying, hey, I can do 1 million Hex 10 years out. I've got plenty of cushion under me to deal with any surprises along the way. So I'm not going to sell that. But there's a lot of people out there that they only have a couple $1,000s to play with, and this is going to bring in a lot of people. There's a lot of people I wouldn't even try to onboard, because the idea of asking them to stake out just a couple $1,000s they have for some significant duration is just not realistic. So there should be some fact, because there's no, the arbitrage is kind of going to be unique since it's it's an NFT. There's no automated arbitrage since this is just humans deciding what the forecast of a hex stake is, a decade out. Humans are deciding that. That's not going to be some, automated arbitrage deciding that. So, yeah, I don't think Maddie really gets that. So, and I think if he got that, I don't think it would be nearly as opposed.
So I would like to just hop in here for one quick second. I think over the last couple hours we've heard some of the negative potentialities, whether they are imaginary or real potential horribles. I haven't heard it framed this way yet. But as an OG Hexakin, I would love to see Hedron succeed for the very reason that it could provide a proxy for me to never, ever have to sell a single hex, right? And when we talk about building generational wealth, imagine people that were able to purchase entire properties, massive properties, through these land deals, 300 years ago, and they're still sitting on them today. That's how I'm viewing my hex. It's this pristine Genesis Richard Hart financial software, and I have no reason to ever want to sell it except to realize some specific value to transfer out into the real world. If I can achieve that through something like Hedron as a proxy and never have to sell that hex, I think that's the best possible outcome. And Alex, feel free to correct me if you see a better outcome. But that's kind of how I see it. If Hedron succeeds, people wouldn't necessarily ever have to sell their hex.
Well, yeah, you basically just said the entire design intention. So, that's what I want out of it as also like a day one OG. I want to, I want my stakes to be as long as possible to accrue wealth forever, and just restake them and restake them and restake them. Never sell any hex. Mint some free Hedron here and there. Maybe borrow against it for the tax advantages. I personally probably won't sell stakes. Maybe I dabble in it here and there. I think some people might experiment just for marketing. Like, I would love to be able to put some stakes over on Polygon, and because I know there's a lot of hexagons on Polygon that are buying the ERC20 version, and they're not able to stake or do anything with it. If I can somehow get them some stakes and, make them feel like more part of the market, because the Polygon side is a very, generally speaking, like a lot of poorer countries are participating over there because they can't afford the Ethereum fees. And Pulse Chain may fix that, and I think it certainly will be a change, but they'll still have their stuff on Polygon. And I would very much like to be able to spread hex through all the chains, and Hedron's a way that I'm able to do that.
Yeah, it's almost like if you present the worst case scenario, I just want to make sure we keep in mind the best case scenario too, right? Was there someone else with their hand up?
I was gonna ask a question on your point that you had made, and like to pre-opt. Like I've divested in all like other altcoins completely in Richard Hart program, but like my question is again, like pro Richard Hart, not anything, but you're saying like, okay, this perfect financial instrument, and this whole conversation is technically like there is some holes that could be exploited in the worst case scenario, and I'm just like wondering, is that mean that there's potentially other ones? And obviously no one might know, and there might be a smarter person come around and figure it out, but like doesn't this shows that the software, the game theory behind it isn't technically perfect, and there are ways to like extract risk and kind of exploit like a fair market. And I was curious if you think like, is that true, or am I kind of misconstruing the point of like where Hedron could, or encapsulated state could cause damage to the hex community, to the whole kind of, hey, hold longer. But I'm wondering, like, does that put a hole in the, hey, this game theory is perfect?
So you're in an interesting position here, because the difference between like Hex's game theory and Hedron's game theory is that hold on, let me see if that might be Maddie. Oh, Golke. The difference is like Hex's game theory is pretty fixed, right? Does one thing, does that one thing very well. And Hedron's more about human behavior, and that's harder to predict. So we don't know what people will choose to do. Like, I'm of the opinion that I do not see Hexicans willing to sell their stakes to the point to where they lose money on them. I don't see that being a possibility. I don't really see Hexicans really wanting to sell their stakes in the first place. I think there may be some, but really, if you want to talk about what I think encapsulated stakes bring to the table, is an imaginary safety net where someone who says, I want to do this hex stuff and I want to stake, but I'm not doing it because I'm scared of doing it for 15 years because I'll never get it out. But just the ability to get it out is enough to push them over the edge to do it. And maybe they never do get out, right? Because it performed well and they're happy with it. So it's kind of like a thing. It's like, hey, if you want to do this thing, you can. But I don't see people doing it in droves. I don't see people trying to lose money on it. I see it being more of a marketing thing more so than anything.
No, yeah, like you gamified like the ecosystem with that, and like it's clear through nonstop research that like gamifying, engaging them in like, hey, there is the risk that they have that option now is definitely a benefit. But I guess I see the counter armor the short time. But thank you. No, I appreciate that of looking at it as the more of like, hey, this is core functionality of Hex, and then hey, like this takes in the unpredictable human nature. So thank you for that.
Yeah. Do you want to go ahead, Godolphy?
Yeah, how's it going, Alex? Yeah, so my question is, can you explain some of the tokenomics behind the Hedron token? I'm trying to understand it because in my mind, it seems just like hyperinflationary with the ability for anyone to just be able to mint new tokens at any time. Is there some burn functionality on one end of Hedron, or how does where do you see the fundamentals or tokenomics?
Yeah, so the first thing is just like the three core features, right? The minting, the borrowing, and the encapsulated tradable stake stuff. Obviously, the minting side, yeah, it's very inflationary. The inflation portion of that goes down over time, right? Because the amount, I like to call it like turning your stake into like a Hedron miner of sorts. You make a stake. It's a normal Hex stake, whether you make it through Hedron or go to hex.com or StakeRap, whatever it is. Still performs, and when it ends, you get your Hex. No changes happen there, but you're permitted to mint these tokens, and they're minted based on how many shares you have and how long you've served the stake. So someone who makes a stake with a lot of shares and a very long time horizon ultimately mints a lot more tokens. As the share price goes up, people will be getting less shares, and the amount of mintable Hedron over time goes down. Now, on the flip side of that, you have the borrowing functions, and those will require you to create the encapsulated stake to use. And the borrowing functions have a premium fee in it. You can think of it kind of like interest. It would be pretty analogous to simple interest. But when you're paying those back, so like I say, you borrow Hedron, what you're really doing is taking an advance on everything you would be able to mint in the future. So you'd say your stake could mint 100,000 Hedron, but you just made it, and you've served no days, so you can't mint anything right now. You could borrow all of that 100,000 up front. And like, if I'm going to go, I'll go off real Hex numbers here. So like the current premium rate is going to be around like 1.5%. So you're going to have to pay back every 30 days some portion of that plus a 1.5% fee. And when you do that, that is burnt. Every payment's burnt for everything borrowed. Additionally, if for some reason you default on that and you go more than 90 days without making any payments, the Hedron contract it won't automatically liquidate you, but it allows other users to liquidate you. And what that does is it allows them to start a 24-hour auction, essentially for your stake. So you keep all the Hedron you borrowed, but your stake goes to auction, and that auction only accepts Hedron, and whatever the highest bid is there is also burnt. So those are kind of the burning functions, where minting is like inflating by quite a lot, but the inflation tapers over time as the share price goes up, and then the borrowing side is entirely deflationary in burning of the token. And then you've got some incentives around like trying to get people to not mint in the first place, like the fact that the unminted Hedron moves with an encapsulated stake when you sell it, so you can use it as kind of like a premium driving factor. And then additionally, there is this thing called the AMR bonus, which may never happen, but a lot of the people in the Hedron chat that want to play whale games are figuring out how they can take advantage of it. And that is a fail-safe feature in Hedron where, like, if 100%, let's say everyone borrows, nobody mints anything. Well, now you have a problem because there's not enough free market Hedron to satisfy all of the loan repayments, and eventually a bunch of people will get liquidated. So the AMR bonus watches the ratio between minted and borrowed Hedron, and if the borrowed Hedron ever exceeds more than like 50% of the total supply, it just starts handing out relatively large minting bonuses for a certain day to convince people to mint. And so a lot of people want to actually not mint and just wait, because if you have I don't know, 1 million Hedron that's unminted and you can get a 30x on it, well, that's a lot better than having 100 Hedron because you already minted once and getting a 30x on 100. So there's a lot of plays to be made, and it depends on what your personal outlook is, whether you're someone who wants to just mint, whether you're someone who wants to accumulate the most tokens, or trade stakes, or borrow, like whatever the pieces of Hedron that kind of entice you to use it. There's game theory for all of that.
Got it. Yeah, thank you so much. That was an amazing answer and answered a lot of my questions. The one other question I had, so with being NFTs, is it possible for like a Hedron NFT to be like attached to like a more traditional like art-based NFT, like where Hedron is like kind of the back end or the like value, but then there's also like some sort of like art attached to it as well?
Yeah, we actually do have artwork ready to go right now for Hedron. And also, Maddie's trying to join, and I can't approve him. I don't know if you might be able to do that.
You can remove me. I'm at work right now.
Okay, I think we got him. But yeah, there's artwork for it now that you can find in Telegram chat, or wait until later. I'm sure some will end up on OpenSea. So that exists. But I think in the future, like a lot of hexagons that make NFTs have been contacting me saying, hey, how can I get my art as, part of this, stake NFT stuff? And I think maybe at some point we have some kind of community collection of art that you can just pick what art you want for your NFT. Like that's going to need some curation, just so you don't get banned on all these platforms for non-safe for work material or something like that. But yeah, I think the art component's interesting because, like, if you want to be on these regular platforms, you have to have some artwork. But if we make an actual trading platform at some point as a community for these, then maybe you don't care as much about the artwork. So it'll be interesting to see how that goes.
Awesome. Thank you.
Quick question here while I have signal. So, Alex, is it possible to take a tradable stake and then like encapsulate it again and attach a rule that you can't trade it for a certain amount of time?
Sure, yeah. If someone wanted to write like a layer on Hedron that does that, you could totally do that.
Interesting. Thanks.
That would be really interesting game theory too, just to add on top if you were to build almost like a layer 2 like you just suggested, Maddie, because I think it's an interesting concept when we're talking about generational wealth and how we can roll that over and commit that to ourselves early in life, to where when you end a hex stake, say a portion of the principal or something to that effect is automatically restaked. I think that'd be really interesting game theory as well to see. And we have a new speaker as well, Keith. I wanted to welcome you to the discussion.
Hey guys, hope everyone's doing well today. This is a wonderful chat. AMA. I love that we're kind of doing these Twitter Space AMAs on various projects. This is really encouraging. I think it's a great space for a lot of people to a lot of information to be shared, questions to be answered in real time, not on the Twitter commentary in the back and the forth with the he said she said. So this is great stuff. Alex, forgive my ignorance on this. I really don't know anything about NFTs, man, and I just I just know about a lot of what gets thrown around about there. But my question is in regards to Hedron. Are you guys going to be on? Is this going to be on OpenSea? Where is Hedron going to be hosted on? And I guess I probably should have done my own research before asking that, but also it's just in relation to the OpenSea hack and all the vulnerabilities over there with what's going on. I'm just curious as to what the security looks like with Hedron's code and what the implications may be for new users coming in, whether they're Hexicans or not, or just anyone coming into this community. What are your thoughts on that, and what's I guess kind of what are some of the precautions we all should be potentially thinking about?
Well, I mean, first of all, contract risk is a thing, right? By using, there's no real risk if you're just going to mint, because Hedron itself will, in that situation, have absolutely no connection to your stakes or your liquid hex in any way. But if you're going to do encapsulated stakes, right, you're putting a layer between you and the hex contract, and there's contract risk there. And Hedron's audited, and it's had other Hexicans that are devs look at the code, and they're happy about it, but it doesn't mean that something can't be missed. So first thing is kind of accept that risk if that's something you want to do. Additionally, with OpenSea hacks, this is an unfortunate thing for OpenSea, because the protocol underneath OpenSea is actually brilliant. It uses a system called Wyvern, and it's really, really good. The downside to OpenSea is their front end, right? Because all OpenSea really is a front end for Wyvern. And there are users on OpenSea that don't like high gas costs, kind of like us. So they come up with ways of circumventing gas costs on OpenSea, and OpenSea kind of allows them to do this through the front end. So a lot of the hacks you see on OpenSea are people who figured out, if I delist something on the website, but then I cancel the MetaMask transaction to represent it on chain, well, my NFT is no longer listed, so I don't care. But you should care, because technically it's still for sale on chain. And one of the recent OpenSea hacks was someone figured out that, look, all these NFTs are still for sale on chain, even though they're not for sale on the website. I can go figure out what they're for sale for by kind of perusing, chain data, and then constructing these transactions that meet the other side. Because one thing to understand about a lot of NFT marketplaces is they don't actually need a whole lot of permission after the fact to do a sale. When you say you're going to sell something for 10 ETH or 100 ETH or whatever you're saying, you're signing your half of the transaction. You're signing half of it to go through, which means all OpenSea needs to do is match you with the other side of that transaction. And as long as that match happens, swap can happen. And OpenSea actually just fronts the gas for that, and they use part of your 2.5% fee to do that. So it's one of these things where if you were someone who had listed something on OpenSea and then delisted it without representing that on chain, you are now in a situation where anyone can go match the other half of the transaction, throw a little gas in, and steal your NFT at a low price. So I think if we're going to be looking at a long-term view of, let's assume Hedron's successful and everyone likes it, and most people like it, and these NFTs exist and they're good for hex, and you see a ton of them out there. If all those things hold true, it's going to change our paradigm of security, and we're going to have to do a lot more due diligence on ensuring that what platforms we choose to endorse as a community are the best platforms security-wise. OpenSea is not as bad as it tends to get a rap for. It's usually most of the hacks are around the users itself doing things that they shouldn't do. But at the same point, OpenSea has a user interface that allowed them to do these insecure things in the first place by just clicking cancel instead of going through with it. So, Rarible tends to be also a fairly nice example as far as security. They have much less issues with this, but they're also much smaller. 1% of all Ethereum transactions.
Gotcha. Yeah, I appreciate the clarification. So I guess one thing to consider would be, if folks want, and again, like let's say best case future, everything is great, Hedron's successful. It would be a best practice to utilize a hardware wallet to initiate to have the multi-sig on these newly created stakes through Hedron versus the free claimers claiming free Hedron from the existing stakes, as users have the choice right now today to stake Hex with go to hex.win and use a hardware wallet to do so. That would be the same case, and it would be a best practice for everybody to stake through Hedron using a hardware wallet to sort of be that intermediary and sort of protect the user, right?
Yeah, like that's definitely a step up in a way. Like, if you know how to properly manage a software wallet, you're just as good as a hardware wallet. But it's just watch the approvals, watch what you're doing on OpenSea, and keep track of those things. OpenSea uses a thing called proxy contracts to actually facilitate the trade of these things, and just keep track of those proxy contracts. They have a tool for it that can help you be alerted if something on chain state is different than what you think it is. So a lot of that tooling exists. We just have to use it.
Yeah, and in addition to that, there's a concept when you're managing a wallet called hygiene. So any approvals that you grant to interact with any dApps or Uniswap, anything like that, when you're done interacting, just revoke it. You just revoke the approval. It'll cost a little gas, right? But at the end of the day, think about it like hygiene. If you're working out in the field all day and you come in, you're going to wash your hands off, right? Same thing when you're playing in these ecosystems, make sure to revoke those approvals just as a base layer of security after you're done interacting with whatever you've chosen to interact with. And we have
Sorry, I wanted to touch on that. I thought you were done.
Sure. Charles Howard, I see you have your hand up. Welcome to the discussion.
Welcome, everybody. This is a total noob question on my behalf, and I hope that this is the right space to ask this. But in regards to Hedron, I mean, I made a mistake in regards to making several stakes and was advised to go by stake Hex today as somewhat of a for lack of better words, an outliner for future pay. Well, I'm not for sure exactly what happened a couple of months ago in making those stakes, but looking at stake Hex today, somehow the charts got moved around and it gave this astronomical reward number you'd be getting back in regards to a certain amount of money that you staked. But to come to find out that those parameters were off and it gave this astronomical number. And I just found out as of earlier this week that Stake Hex today does not give such a large payout as it did. But then there's someone mentioned in the chat room that Hedron may be able to save you to a certain extent. Is that true in regards to, and I'll give you an example, somewhere I put $10,000 into a stake and did it for 365 days, thinking that it was going to give this astronomical return, but to find out that it's going to be, somewhat like around $1,000, just a figurative number, but Hedron may be able to fix because it's going to be an astronomical amount of gas fees just to pay out something that may not have such a return.
So this is really like an Ethereum problem more than anything. I think something also you should consider is the fact that you're going to get a copy of that stake on Pulse Chain, right? And the gas costs over there may be less. Well, they will certainly be less, but assuming Hex finds parity between the two, and I think that's highly likely. You know, you may, in a way, feel a little bit better about that stake just because you get that copy. But what Hedron's going to do for you, you know, I guess also consider Maddie's concern with the OA, of course, but you're going to be able to mint free Hedron tokens just for having that stake. And what those tokens will be worth, I have no idea. You know, I can't make price predictions on that stuff, being in my position. But if it's worth anything significant, it may be highly beneficial for you to have, you know, just having those free tokens. It's a reward for being a staker, and it's an incentive to keep people staking longer, because not only if you emergency end stake do you lose, you know, whatever you were going to get out of the end stake, but you're also going to lose the right to mint the rest of the Hedron tokens you were, you know, allocated. So not sure if that exactly answers your question. I think it's much more beneficial to people who made stakes that are so small that the gas fees actually cost more than the value that the stake ever hopes to be. I think maybe Hedron is a little bit better in that case for those people. But in your case, no matter what, you will get some free tokens, and you will get your copy on Pulse Chain, and you know, all of that combined may help you out quite a bit.
Thank you.
Yeah. And one other thing about that stake hex today, so you can actually play around with what you would anticipate, say, price movement to look like, or stake length in days. So that might be why it was giving that astronomical prediction, right? Because it was basically taking the anticipated APY, say, for that 1 year stake, but maybe it was calculating the value of that end stake at something like hex at $10 or hex at $20. Which, you know, may not be realistic in 1 year. Who knows? Nobody knows. But that might be why you were seeing that figure initially.
That's exactly what happened.
Sounds good. Hex Hoarder, I think you had your hand up, and then after that, SH5.
Yeah. So for the people that are like, you know, paranoid about connecting their wallet, right, connecting, you know, to this DApp, and if I just want to clarify, if you have a hardware wallet, you have to approve every transaction anyways. It kind of bulletproofs any DApp that you connect to, right? Any approvals that you give, because they always have to try to ask for acceptance through that hardware wallet, correct?
Yeah, that's true. The thing is like you have a lot of users that just unfortunately don't know a lot about the inner workings of the blockchain. So one thing to consider with the DApp is that if you're going to an unknown DApp and you're executing a transaction, you don't actually know what that transaction does, right? Unless you know the code, like go to Etherscan, find the code, and read and understand what the transaction you're calling is going to do. You don't really have a lot of, you know, estimation of what it will actually happen. Approvals are a bit special because the approvals will show you in MetaMask, like, hey, this is going to be a token approval. Are you sure you want to do this? But that doesn't mean there isn't something else, you know, kind of shady going on for the other transactions. Additionally, you don't even know if the contract you're calling is the contract that the DApp pretends to be, right? Like, you can be in a situation like the DApp is just going to present you a transaction, and it's going to tell you its contract address. But if you're not paying attention, maybe you think you're interacting with one contract, but the DApp's been maliciously designed to like show you a different, to actually execute transactions on a different contract that you're not aware of. So there's a lot of ways DApps can be shady, and especially if you're not a super knowledgeable user on this stuff, that can be a problem. And my recommendation in that is, like, if you're someone who just doesn't want to trust in, for example, the Hedron DApp, like the code's verified on Etherscan, you can interact with Hedron entirely on Etherscan if that's your forte.
Hey everybody, this is Gary. I got to jump in real quick. I would actually take I would feel the opposite, and I would say that even if you are using a hardware wallet like a Trezor or a Ledger, then you are in fact still at risk of being rugged with these transactions and these approvals, because you don't necessarily, the way some of these hacks work, you don't have to approve every single transaction. And so, like, ultimately, I suppose the best practice you can have a Trezor for your sort of hot wallet, if you will, the one you bid on and sell NFTs from. But then you also have what we call a vault. You have a vault wallet, which typically is also on a Trezor or a Ledger. When you have your NFTs in a vault wallet, do not ever buy or sell, or do not ever engage, connect with any contract with your vault wallet. It's going to cost you extra money, but the way that you would do it is that you would take your NFT from your vault wallet and you would send it to your other wallet, which you use to connect to OpenSea. Because if you have your hardware wallet and you connect to a contract and you give that contract approvals, depending on what you're approving, they can take items out of your hardware wallet, because not necessarily every transaction needs to be approved. That's my understanding.
Yeah, that's 100% true. And this is something that I touch on a little. Like, people run way too far with this, but one thing that I see as a value that Hedron may provide is the ability that you can create a stake and then send it to a cold wallet that's never been connected to any dApp ever.
Yeah, that is cool. But now, what about all your existing stakes? If you have a vault and you got current existing stakes on there, how are you going to claim your Hedron?
In that situation, you would have to connect it to Hedron dApp or use MetaMask. Like, there's no way around it, because you can't move the existing stakes.
Is there any potential for the front end of the Hedron dApp to get exploited? And for that to risk stakers' stakes or compromise their wallets in any form or fashion?
I mean, that risk exists on practically every dApp, right? Browser exploits are a thing. New code vulnerabilities happen in Chrome and Firefox or whatever you use all the time. So that's a risk you take all the time on any dApp you use. So it's something we should all be aware of. It fortunately doesn't happen very often for well-written dApps, because they will restrict all of the signing to the client side only. So like in the Hedron dApp's case, there is no server side at all. It's all client side. And that might change in the future. We may take Hex.com used to be that way, or GoToHex.com used to be all client side, and then over time some pieces have gone server side slightly, just to make the loading of stake history faster. And Hedron will probably do the same thing, but the more you can push onto it only happens in your browser and doesn't actually happen on a centralized server, the less risk you can expose to users.
Got it. So that was one of the considerations when building the Hedron dApp or front end. And then, do you minimize exposure also by revoking those approvals after you're done interacting?
Yeah, so there's only one thing in Hedron that actually needs an approval, and that's the creation of an encapsulated stake. And by default, it only approves what you need to make that stake. So you would approve a certain amount of liquid hex and then make the stake. Then once the stake is made, your approval is reset to 0. There's an option, if you don't want to have to make that approval every time, that you can do an unlimited approve, but that is not a button you have to push. It's only for people who are comfortable taking on that additional risk.
So very similar to Uniswap. Thanks, Alex. SH5, sorry to cut in line there. What's going on?
Hello, guys. I have a quick question about the Hedron NFTs. You were talking, Alex, about OpenSea, but when we create an NFT on the Hedron dApp, it means that it's an encapsulated stake. So we have the option to sell it, but when we have created, can we sell it only for Hex or different kind of currencies?
You can sell it for whatever you want. It's whatever the marketplaces support. So at the end of the day, right, so the process is you're going to create the encapsulated stake, and then if you want it to be an NFT, that's an additional transaction. You'll actually have to tokenize the encapsulated stake. And once you're at that point, then you can go to OpenSea or Rarible and list it there if you wish, and you can accept whatever currency they support on those platforms. At that point, it's just a regular token. You can just send it to another wallet address if you want.
Okay, I understand, but like when I only make the encapsulated stake on the HEDRON DApp, what are the options there? Is it Hex and HEDRON token or only HEDRON token?
I don't know if I may be not fully understanding your question here.
You,
But when
you were telling that when we created an encapsulated stake, we can make that with an additional transaction. We can create an NFT and go sell it on another platform like OpenSea or Rarible, like you were saying. But like when I only make an encapsulated stake, I don't make an NFT on the HEDRON DApp. Can I sell it only by accepting Hex or other or HEDRON token or something else? But
if
I'm
you only make the encapsulated stake and
yes.
don't turn it into an NFT, there is no option within HEDRON to sell the stake. You'll get some additional options as far as being able to borrow against it, but in order to sell it, you absolutely have to turn it into an NFT and take it somewhere that will be the marketplace for it.
Okay, I understand. Thank you.
Hey, if anyone wants to speak, they have a question or a thought, just feel free to request the mic. We'll bring you up. It's a totally open forum. Dagron, what's going on?
Hey, just gonna go back to a basic question here for HEDRON. Why would I want to claim versus mint? In the for example, first 10 days, why would I want to claim versus mint? Just a basic question.
It's going to come down to personal circumstance, but the difference between the two functions is that the claim function, all it does is say you want your bonus. You're like, I was here on day one, I want my 10x bonus, but I don't want any tokens right now, right? So that's what claim is doing. It's basically doing all the stuff to give you your bonus, and you can still accumulate HEDRON with that bonus over time, but you're not actually going to receive any tokens at that moment in time. You're deferring that until later. The mint function does exactly the same thing. Like, you claim your bonus, does all the same stuff, but you actually get the available tokens at that moment in time. So that could be for tax reasons that you want to do that. That could be for maybe you're someone who wants to try to take maximum advantage of an AMR bonus in the future. That is something you could do with it. There's some game theory that people are coming up with on the right way to use it. But it seems like the people who have long time horizons with HEDRON are more preferential to just do the claim because it costs less gas to do, and they don't necessarily care about having the tokens right away. People who want to provide liquidity or people who want to dump day one, those people are more interested in the mint function on day one.
Gotcha. Cool. Thanks.
So I imagine that could technically be a taxable event if you have existing stakes and you mint them on day one or day two, day three, etc. If there's a liquidity pool that's established when this launches, then I would imagine there would be some value greater than zero, right? Which could incur a taxable event. Is that correct?
Yeah. This is going to be like really weird to see what happens because this is not tax advice, but is HEDRON a staking reward because you only get it by staking? I don't actually know the correct legal tax answer to that question. But I think most people are anticipating that it might be a taxable event, and that's why they would like to use the claim button instead.
But wouldn't I want to mint before, assuming, we're all claiming or minting because we think it's going to appreciate in value? Wouldn't we want to mint it right now thinking that it's going to be low value, and then versus claiming it and then minting it 2 years from now?
Well, it all depends, right? Because if someone starts the pool at something stupid, like let's say someone that doesn't have good intentions goes in and beats everyone in the pool and starts it at $20. Well, it won't last very long there, but technically, if you minted when it was at $20 a token, and if you minted 2 billion Hedron, that's a big taxable event. So maybe it makes sense to wait for the first, major bottom before you mint. Those are just things to think about when you decide what you want to do. You do have you have 10 days to kind of figure it out. The bonus doesn't change for 10 days. The other side of that coin is that AMR bonus that tries to keep balance between the minting and borrowing sides. It only applies to things you haven't minted yet. So if you mint all your Hedron and then maybe a year down the line a AMR bonus happens because a lot of people are borrowing and it needs people to mint in order to keep the ratios same, anything you've already minted doesn't get that bonus. So some people are kind of thinking long terms as far as like what's the maximum amount of Hedron I can accumulate, and people who think that way seem to be going down the path of I'm just going to click the claim button and then wait and see what happens. Same idea with tax people, and then people who don't care about any of that, they're just going to mint.
I got a
Yeah,
question.
thanks.
Concerns. If I could ask a question. It seems to me like unneeded drama to be doing anything without RH's absolute approval. I mean, what is the point of a rush of any sort in any fashion without RH's approval? What as if you're helping him in some sort by doing something he can't do or wouldn't do in the future better than you. I mean, this seems to make zero sense to me.
Well, I think that's a fair opinion. There's no rush. This is just something I wanted to do. It's something I wanted to see. There's no guarantee Richard would do any of this. Richard may come out with something vastly better and kill Hedron entirely. I have no idea. The point is that I'm a hexaking that knows how to write code, and I wanted to build something cool. And
then why don't you go work for him and do something on his behalf? Why are you doing it without being under his umbrella?
Well, if that's something Richard exclusively wanted us all to do, if we wanted to build things, I don't think he'd go on YouTube and tell us to go build cool things. Like, he's been telling us as a community, if you want to do something, go do it. So I'm doing it, and I'm not asking any money for it. It's free. Everyone can use it. Everyone cannot use it. Whatever
It's free. It's free unless you don't absolutely know it's security, and then someone connects something bad happens, and then someone loses all their money, and then someone's asking a lot of tough questions and wondering what happened. I mean, to not have an absolute guarantee in security, which, I mean, I don't know where that would come from exactly, but to me, it comes only from RH because he is insanely intelligent and has insane amount of money. So, I mean, my concern is to be in any competition with RH would be ridiculous. I mean, I understand you're building something that could benefit the community, but it just seems like, not absolutely necessary at this point in time. And if you want to like play games with other people's money, go ahead, but it's like build something cool. Like, yeah, build something cool, but adding like functionality where I have to sign off on something and somehow it's connected to my wallet and you're just some guy. Like it's like any other token, anybody selling any shilling anything. It's just like there's no guarantee. Like, yeah, you built something cool, whoop-de-doo. Like, this makes no sense to me.
Or
Well,
or on a similar note, like why not start with something a little simpler and more sure?
Sure. I mean, those are all valid points. I don't see, I can disagree with this a little, but at the same point, you guys are entitled to feel this way about it. And, in my estimation, I know my capabilities. I've paid for the audit out of my own pocket, and I've not had a sacrifice. I've not asked for any money. I've said, hey, here's this thing. If you guys think it's cool, use it. I've built it to the best of my ability, and I'm comfortable using it myself. Like, I'll be putting my own stakes on the line using this. So, I personally am confident in it, but I'm not going to tell other people that they have to do it or that they should be confident in it. Everyone should do their own research and come to their own conclusions.
I think it competes clearly, and that's a strength and a weakness. But in terms of splitting the community and being a negative externality, and the things I've already covered, I'm still not convinced that anybody is sure that it will allow Hex to continue in the same upward pattern that it's been doing, or with the same game theory, because it is changing the rules just like any tradable state, right?
Yeah, and with that, I would say just that if anything that's possible that could be built, like, will be built. Like, so it doesn't matter who's doing it. I mean, it's nice that someone is doing something that could have that negative externality on Hex in here having that conversation. But I mean, if Hex has an attack vector, it's going to be exploited by somebody. And, I don't think it does have an attack vector. Like, encapsulated stakes is a pretty simple concept that I was able to rationalize before it was a possibility. So, I mean, in the future, encapsulated stakes are going to happen, like, irregardless if it's going to be a negative effect on Hex. Like, something else is going to, like, yeah, I don't see that as being an absolute concern.
Marcavelli, I think they're valid points in terms of how you might feel about this. And I think that's the beauty of it too, is you can choose to interact or not interact, right? There's no way to know if this is going to succeed or fail at this time, or to what degree it will succeed or fail. But I think that's why we're hosting these AMAs and talking about it in real time. We're hashing it out, right? For the same reason that I don't go to a leverage platform and leverage up my bag. Other people see that as opportunity and they go and use that. And maybe it's successful and maybe they get wrecked, but there are absolutely no guarantees of success when it comes to blockchain or coding. Even with the audits that Richard Hart paid for, there could potentially be a bug or exploit 5-10 years from now that we just don't know about. Right? S load cost could be increased so much that ending any 5555 stake on Ethereum could be basically a net negative, right? So there are things that we don't know.
That's a good example.
But I do appreciate that we're having the discussion. And Alex, I wanted to say thank you for coming in here and answering questions. I know some of them are kind of pointed, but this is how we probably grow as a community. Right, and we vet these things up front like we're doing right now. Jeff, I think you had your hand up.
Hey, Alex. I think that the community is split on a couple of different ideologies. I know my use case for HEDRON would probably be to claim. I understand that it's read only, and that kind of gives us some level of peace of mind. And as far as taking it out or minting them, I don't plan on doing that until 99% of my staking time has been completed. And I'm looking at it as a bonus. And a lot of people are concerned of like, well, if I FOMO and I miss out, I miss out. Or if I get in, I'd like to do it because I don't want to miss out. And I'm obviously feeling that way too. So for me, being read only is like an educated risk. I'm like, okay, well, depending, because I'm with Staker app and I still haven't learned fully exactly how to connect it. But from what I've been speaking to other people, if it's limited access, it's read only. If I don't have to claim, if I don't want to, I'm not going to mess up my bag and, mint these tokens for a stake that might go up 10x later and I get lower value. A lot of people will probably do that, but at the same time, if you're a gambler or you're a degen, then yeah, you might leverage yourself into a bad position. But to each their own, I guess. But I guess overall, on a platform with like Pulse Chain, where we have different projects that are being developed, more developers are going to come create things. Obviously, not everything's going to be perfect, but out of all the projects, you setting up the audit, and it's not a cheap audit to get. So that kind of helps us figure out some existing issues, and obviously we there might be some unforeseen things popping up, but I think it is giving us enough confidence to move as a group and see how things roll out. So and as far as creating taxable events, I wanted to avoid that as much as possible, but I've already looked into my tax situation in my state, and I'm okay paying the 20% tax to get out when I get out, and I'm not looking to use Hedron as a vehicle to do that, but more as a cherry on top to kind of cover some of the money that I'm paying in taxes. So for that, I like that.
Yeah, and that touches on another subject of like benefits of claiming, is that if you're claiming and not minting, the tokens that you're owed, because they're not given to you, can still appreciate without you actually having to have them, technically, right? Because the price can go up, can go down too. But if the price goes up while you have not minted them and you just claimed them, you don't have the tokens. There's no capital gain associated with that.
I see we have a new speaker as well. Clyde, welcome to the discussion.
Hello. I just wanted to add, you guys were just talking about attack vectors, and I just want to know who's got the crystal ball that can tell me in 15 years that MetaMask doesn't have an exploit, or, Staker app doesn't have an exploit, or Gnosis Safe. Nobody's got a crystal ball, so this is another way to...
I got a crystal ball.
I think if we have a critical mass, then the social consensus layer would protect. Like if a third of the stakes all got hacked, there wouldn't be a whole lot of exit liquidity, although there might be enough to incentivize it, but it would be fixable at the social layer. Does anyone else have a comment?
Yeah, I think Hex's biggest attack vector right now is being on Ethereum, right? And we've already seen in the past, again, S-load costs being raised for end stake costs, what was it, 4 to 7x? Completely outside of our control. So as perfect as the Hex code is, right, in as good of a state as it can be, there's still negative externalities outside of this community's control and outside of Richard Hart's control. I think that's, again, the big reason that we're seeing Pulse Chain being launched, is because it's going to run on an ecosystem that is arguably in control by a person that has a vested interest, or an entity that has a vested interest in seeing Hex succeed. So there are always attack vectors. Sorry, go ahead, Maddie.
Yeah, I would say that in my mind, tradable shares are a bigger externality than current gas, but that the future gas is, that could very well be that Vitalik raises the S-load again and again just for us.
I mean, did you have this discussion with X19? He's pretty bullish on Hedron. Just saying. We got plenty of whales that are interested in this, and maybe it's because they want to cut out some safety concerns. Maybe they got exposed wallets. You don't know. I mean, I like options personally. I don't know why people try to gatekeep other. I'm not a shill. I don't get paid. What are you talking about? I'm bullish
You
on
look like
something.
it, sound like it. Your name's Hedron. Like you don't even have anything in your thing.
Oh, we're gonna go with personal attacks now? Is that what we're doing?
No, you have no personal any equity in the community whatsoever, and neither does Hedron.
I mean, we need to argue it based on the facts more than legacy.
Yeah, these are the facts. These are the facts.
Well, yeah, I don't think it's free because it costs, breaking the highest value proposition of time locking. Any tradable shares, I think, are such a net negative that it's very dangerous. But I think Hedron has been designed in a way that if the social consensus layer doesn't stop it, or the OA doesn't stop it, then it will succeed.
Well, yeah, this is the concept of the ability to allow delayed satisfaction to exist on the blockchain. Is it an actual thing that can take place? Has Hedron found a loophole that takes away delayed gratification on the blockchain? Are they that smart? I doubt it.
I disagree entirely. I don't think Hedron removes delayed gratification at all. I think some people may choose to not delay gratification because of it, and they will lose because they made that decision, right? It's just like emergency end stake. If you emergency end stake, you lose. If you sell your stake prematurely, you lose. If you borrow a bunch of Hedron and try to do some degen leverage stuff and get liquidated, you lose. If you want to do the best possible out of both projects, you make big long stakes.
And if you connect your wallet to something that hasn't been approved by RH and you get all your money taken away, you lose.
How many devs have already looked at the code? And Alex is doxxed, man. He's doxxed. So I don't know where your safety concern lies, man.
Let's see. Do you have a crystal ball?
So I think
this is fair. I think you guys can feel this way about it. I don't see anything wrong with feeling this way. I personally don't feel this way, and I'm biased because I wrote it. But I'll put my stakes in it, and I trust it. And some other people will do the same, or maybe they won't. Maybe no one will use it.
Yeah. So now we're just shilling whatever you want to shill. Like, is it adding to the community or is it not? I mean, it's just another project. I mean, what are we really doing here? You're trying to help people. If they need to end a stake instead of emergency end staking, you're going to help them so they don't have to pay such a high cost on that bad choice.
So I want to put something out there. I think this comes down to self-sovereignty, which is the beauty, number one, of Hex, is that every single user is going to have a choice to make. They can continue to stake through go.hex.com or through Staker app and remove all possibilities of having those weak hands except for the emergency end stake. There will also be users that may use the Hedron contract, right, to create an encapsulated stake. This is up to every single individual and their risk tolerance, right? Some people may see this as an acceptable risk tolerance, and some people will see it as not. And some people may know that they have weak hands, let's be honest, and they can continue to stake as they've staked for the last 2 years, right? These are personal decisions. I don't think that RH would ever come out and endorse a ticker symbol or functionality that he did not personally create. I think he's been pretty clear about that. So you will probably never see a sign-off from Richard on any of these new projects. But to the same token, he is launching Pulse Chain, and Pulse Chain is going to have many, many, many new projects, as we've seen. I don't think he's going to endorse any specific one that is not one that he created. I just want to put that out there.
Not to cut into crypto fitness, but I mean, if he's not endorsing it, he's going to be able to either endorse it in the future or he's going to make something better. So, I mean, you're just adding risk. I mean, if you need to add risk to your portfolio, go ahead. Yes, this is the conversation for sure. But what are the risks? I mean, be open and honest about the risks. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I think the risks. Oh, sorry, Skipper, real quick, and then so the risks are, number one, the Ethereum gas to claim Hedron, right? That's a risk because you're paying for something that you don't know what it's worth.
The risk is the crystal ball. The risk is, not knowing what could or could not happen. Like,
and that risk exists in every single thing that you interact with.
Absolutely. So yeah, it's out. It's then, who's your engine that you're putting your risk behind. I'm just saying it makes no sense for me personally to put any risk outside of Richard Hart. It just, I mean, my brain doesn't even need to go there. It's a drama risk. It's just, for me personally.
Okay, we get it. Have you listened to Alex more than, say, an hour today?
Yes, I've listened to him as much as possible. I've talked to him personally. You Hedron shill.
Okay, I just want to say real quick, I definitely agree with debating the merits. I do think we should keep it at that. using shield words and stuff like that, I definitely, get your passion in doing that. But just like when we try to talk about hex on people's Twitter and they just dismiss us as Richard bots and shills, how we wish we could have a conversation with some of these people and they won't even have it with us because they use those same words directed at us. Now, I have no say or dog in the fight when it comes to Hedron. I haven't said I was claiming, I wasn't claiming. I definitely have concerns as well. I'm really here just co-hosting and bringing speakers up just because I'm a co-host don't mean I'm a believer or not a believer in the project. But let's just try to keep it somewhat civil if we can. And that's all I got. I'll bring more speakers up.
Yeah, I just want to just
Can I
chime in
ask a
real quick,
question?
guys. I'd prefer to have the conversation stick just on facts. Just remove the emotions. We all assume our own risk in crypto every single day. How Hedron affects the Hex smart contract in general. Specifically what Maddie spoke about in the video, which kind of sparked this entire conversation. So, personal attacks, let's just get those things out of here.
Personal attacks is all personal attacks. Like, he asked me a question. Have I spoken to Hedron? I have spoken to him. I've done as much research as I possibly can, been in his chat, and it just doesn't make sense to me.
Okay,
but at the same time, personal tax as well. Personal attacks as well. If you want to talk about personal attacks, yes, I'm a person. You're a person. He's a person. We're all people. I don't like some people. I don't like you. I don't like other people, and I have reasons for it.
Okay, but we're not here for you.
Hey, Alex, can I ask a question quick?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
So if I do a claim and I don't mint, and then your contract launches, and then Pulse launches after, does that claim follow over as well, or do I need to mint in order to do that?
No, the claim will be copied as well. Like, the contract for Hedron's already committed to chain, so it just has a time lock for, what is that, like 3 hours from now? So 3 hours from now it launches, and whatever you do in there is copied.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I thought. I just wanted to confirm that you have my endorsement if it matters.
Definitely got mine. So, yeah, I don't see
Okay,
any.
if y'all don't mind. Sorry, Nate. You go first, bro. All I was going to say was that if you've already asked your question, don't be offended if we drop some people down. People are requesting, and we definitely want to get to everybody. Nate, I know you just came in, so this isn't directed towards you. I just wanted to pop in and say that real quick. Go ahead.
Yeah, Skip, you can take me off. I've said what I wanted to say.
Yeah, I just wanted to say,
you can take me off too, guys.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that, this man has brought this product out, because he had a vision, just like RH had a vision, and people need to respect that. The lack of respect that I've seen, through us as Hexicans is almost appalling. It really is, because the thing is, the shit that we've went through when Hex came out, defending Hex, with all these naysayers. And we all know how RH feels about innovation and adding value. And you have this individual that created this product to add value. And all of a sudden, y'all turn into these damn people that we've been fighting against for all these damn years, man. What the hell's going on with everybody? It's just crazy. It's just absolutely crazy. Not only that, this man has been out here. He's been out here, trying to explain himself out here, how this thing works, the code and everything. He paid out of his own pocket. Come on, y'all. What the hell is going on with some of these damn people out here, man? This is crazy. It really is. This man is adding value. He's a Hexican. He's adding value. And then not only that, the shit's not even out yet. And all this speculation that's going on right now about Well, what if this? What if that? That. Well, that's what the test net's for. I mean, look, the shit's running on the test net. I mean, the code's out there. Those who know code and read code, haven't heard anything, malicious about it, or some mistakes. He even said what mistakes they corrected. So I mean, just give the man an opportunity. Let the stuff come out. You ain't gotta pay for it. If you got stakes, just mint it. It's read only. I mean, everyone knows what read only is. If you want to do a NFT HSI stick, that's your choice. If you don't want to do HEDRON, that's your choice. But I know I'm taking the damn opportunity. I know what I'm doing. I don't know about you all. Well, yeah, that's all I got to say.
Hey, Crypto Knight, really appreciate you hopping in, man, and sharing that. Over the last couple of years, it's been an uphill battle, absolutely. And I think through spaces like this, we at least get to have this public discourse, right? At the end of the day, you make up your own mind. You assess what your risk tolerance is, and you proceed. And Crypto Fitness, I know you've had your hand up for a while. I believe you were next, and then SH5, and then Gary. Just want to make sure we get to everybody. So Crypto Fitness, welcome to the conversation.
Appreciate it. I'm going to make this quick because I'm at the gym, and you can boot me after if you need to. But just wanted to say, Alex, appreciate you coming on here and really allowing HEDRON to be scrutinized by the community. Answering a lot of questions that provides clarity to the community, I think, is ultimately the best. And regardless of anybody's position on HEDRON, I'm neutral about it. But there's going to be tons of scams and tons of things that come out on the Pulse chain that just aren't going to be legitimate and good for the Hex community and Hexicans. But at some level, there's a fine line between allowing the ecosystem to grow and just the fact that you're on here, Alex, just letting HEDRON be scrutinized and take shots under fire by the Hex community, I think just speaks volumes to and just shows your character and the character of HEDRON. So regardless of anybody's position on it, I do think just like the liquid loans conversation yesterday, just provides more clarity to the Hex community, whether you want to invest in it or encapsulate your stakes or don't use the protocol at all. I just think it says a lot about you as a project and just where it really just the point of like Twitter Spaces too, and just the fact that we can come together as a community and like almost like a by the people democracy almost, right? And just ask questions on both narratives on both sides. So props and I think it's good for the community to get more information overall.
Yeah, I appreciate that a lot, and I hopefully it does everything that I think it will, and I think if it ends up
Hey, Harlan, stop.
I think if it ends up being negative, people just won't use it, and maybe someone comes out with something better after the fact.
Yep, SH5, I think you were next.
Okay, thank you. I have a question again for Alex. Something maybe to think about. Maybe you have reflected on this a lot, but I asked you about the encapsulated stake, and when you create an NFT and you want to sell it on another platform, you can use other currencies. But why didn't you put a platform on the HEDRON app where you need to sell the encapsulated stake with the hex? Because now, if you think further, it gives a negative externality because people who want to buy a stake, they will not need they don't need to buy hex. They can buy Ethereum or another coin and buy up that NFT encapsulated stake. So on the long run, is it not a negative externality, and are you not combating the hex contract, the hex system in a way?
So the thing to think here is, it's what is the purpose of selling an encapsulated stake? What is the end goal of
Yes,
that? If
somebody
it's
who wants to cash out early, but he is benefiting on a maximum level.
sure, at the short-sighted view, certainly that's the case. The thing is, we've seen this before with things like HexBay, where we take the encapsulated stake and we put it in a closed system that only accepts hex, and then it ends up being a cyclical attack on the hex price, where it just the whole thing kind of fizzles out. It's like if you want encapsulated stakes to have maximum outreach and be able to bring maximum new people in, you need it to be an open market. You need people who don't know anything about hex to be able to buy it. And
Yes, but I understand open market, but like when we can buy it with other coins, there is no benefit for the hex system. And like I researched the hex based system, but there it was like a 10% fee, and that 10% fee would have been staked for 1 day and then EES'd. So all the stakers would have benefited from that buy and sell at that moment. That was the proposition of the hex bay system. But like in Hedron, you're you're kind of like leaving the hex system because we can buy it with other coins, and that gives, and you're benefiting also the most. So you're like kind of um, taking too much of the hex contract if you're looking at it in a certain way. So you're benefiting the most, but you're also leaving with the most. You understand my analogy?
I understand your analogy, and maybe you're correct about this. I don't actually know because no one's tried to do this before.
Love you.
But I view this from the perspective of being able. I believe when someone buys a hex stake on one of these marketplaces, that person is much more likely to hold that stake to completion because they paid a significant amount of money for it. And yeah, maybe one guy got out and he got, paid a little bit more than he would have gotten if he emerged and staked. But now he's out. He's out entirely. He didn't get hex back to dump. He got Ethereum. He got USDC. There's no market sell that has to happen afterwards. It's just the stake moved hands. And as far as like the staking percentage and APY is concerned, like the hex contract doesn't care who actually has the stake. It just cares that it remains staked or that it gets EES'd. Those are the two things it cares about. So I believe by allowing these stakes to go out into a free market where anyone can buy them for whatever they want, maybe they choose to buy it in hex. There are some platforms like Rarible where you can practically buy these things with any ERC21. It will just do the swap for you. Either way, I think by being able to do it this way and being able to send these stakes out to Polygon, where it doesn't matter if it's what it's sold for in Polygon, because it absolutely cannot affect hex, because that stake, like any transactions that happen on Polygon, don't directly affect ETH at all. So the fact that you can reach these people that are interested, that may be interested in hex staking, and you can reach people that already have MetaMask installed and already have USDC in their wallet or whatever they're going to use to buy it, it is a huge, huge selling point that really needs to not be discounted. And that may just be my opinion, but I think that outweighs any potential negative externality. And I think if you're looking at this from the perspective of like people buying these instead of buying hex and stake it, I'll go back to my previous viewpoint that if you have the option as somebody to buy an encapsulated stake where you're going to be paying extra for old T-shares, you're going to be paying extra for the inflation that's accrued, you're going to pay extra for the HEDRON that's attached to it and the rights to mint that HEDRON in the future. Or you can go buy and stake hex and get every other piece of that for free. That the latter is a much better deal long term.
Can I throw something in there that, since you and I kind of started the conversation, we were correcting each other if there's a discrepancy. Is that okay, Alex?
Yeah.
You said that it would copy over to Pulse chain if, if everything goes to plan, you're launching here in 3 hours. my caveat would be that that's assuming that there has not been a snapshot yet for Pulse Chain. Is that correct?
Yeah, I suppose that's true. If there hasn't been a snapshot yet, then there would have to be another HEDRON launch on Pulse Chain. Or if there already was a snapshot and we just were unaware of it.
How would you port over the user's behaviors?
I don't think you'd have to. I think you would just deploy the contract as a brand new contract with a new bonus, and they would just remain separate.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, Gary. Gary, I know you've had your hand up quite a while. What's going on?
Hey, everybody. Thanks for all this. I love listening to all you guys and girls and people and everybody in the community. Hex community is pretty awesome. I've been in Hex since day one. I'm a big believer in Hex. I love Hex. I love the community. I love Richard Hart. I appreciate that he's brazen, but I can deal with that type of personality. I love what Richard has done with the delayed gratification. I think it's genius. But since Hex came out day one, I also recognized how cool it would have been if there was how Aave has A tokens, right? Like A Link and whatnot. Because then, yeah, you'd be able to take those A tokens and trade them, and so then this HEDRON sounds similar to that. So I can definitely see the appeal from because I actually think long term, I actually think it helps, because my understanding is that these like when someone buys one, they're spending Ethereum, and essentially they're dumping Ethereum into buying this NFT, and this NFT is like this future stake, which is tradable. But when people are buying these, it's just like increasing, so it's like a homeostasis, right, with two of these units. So more or less, I think it's all in all a net positive, even though my sort of perspective is just, hell, maybe take what I got for free, if I got some free things out there, because I have some stakes, and I get some of these and just whatever, it's like another airdrop. That's cool. I continue using decentralized, just normal hex stake laddering. So that brings me to my question. My question is, hypothetically, because like some people have mentioned this, hypothetically, the OA or who not, what could possibly be the repercussions? I've heard about repercussions or like negative externalities for potential users who were to I'm not actually sure what it means to like what it does to my original stakes if I claim like the free from you guys and whatnot. But what is the possible negative things that the OA or the contract developer or just somebody, let it be RH or whoever, what are those possible theoretical risks?
Well, I think you run into what Maddie was saying earlier, where there is the potential that anyone inside of the Richard Hart circle that doesn't like HEDRON could make the call to cut HEDRON and all of HEDRON's associated users out of the Pulse fork. So that's a possibility, and maybe that results in them effectively emergency end staking all the stakes you have. I personally don't find that very likely. I think if the OA was going to do bad things to projects built on Hex, it would have done them to Hexy or maybe Token Air or something else that has existed on Hex for a long time with no repercussions. But it is a possibility. I will at least give it that merit.
Is there a way that the OA would have done that other than by dumping the price on those other projects?
I mean, the OA has enough Hex that if it wanted to, it could just control, like if it wanted to control Token Air, this is complicated because Token Air has admin keys, right? Right, because anything the OA does, Token Air technically takes ownership of. But it could have publicly, I don't know, there could have been publications of, hey, don't use this, hey, don't do this other thing. And unfortunately, a lot of that stuff was we found out as a community, especially with Hexy, that It was largely, it wasn't endorsed. No one said, hey, go do this, but some people did, and it was a big scam. And I think that's a lot of reason Hedron gets a lot of flack, right? Because Hedron is the next, I guess not the next one, but the most recent one to try to build on Hex. And historically, things that build on Hex don't have good intentions. So, I hope to change that. But, I suppose for a lot of people that remains to be seen.
And cool. So just to follow up on that, I want to be clear. If someone already has hex stakes, in a few hours they could go to Hedron and do some minting of some Hedron NFTs that are representations of those hex stakes. Is that accurate? And then do we lose the hex stakes? Do we get the NFT and the hex stakes still, or how's that work?
So there's two pieces to Hedron. The thing you can do in a couple hours if you have existing hex stakes, you can go to the Hedron application and you can mint ERC20 tokens, and those are basically just an initial token distribution model. It goes out to all hex stakers, and you can mint these tokens. They're your reward for holding your stake as long as you've held it with as many shares as it has. And then the other features of Hedron, like being able to actually encapsulate stakes as NFTs and do any of the borrowing stuff, those require you to actually make a new stake within Hedron so you can use its encapsulation layer. But for your existing stakes, you can just go mint some free tokens and hold them, trade them on Uniswap, whatever you want to do with them.
Okay, so there are two different things here. If you have stakes, you can use those stakes to sort of claim free Hedron, and then separately, if you have stakes, you can encapsulate them and then do Hedron stuff.
Yeah, if you make them within Hedron.
If you make new stakes within Hedron, got it.
Correct.
And what's your total Hedron token ERC20 supply going to be, and then is that going to be inflationary or deflationary over time?
So it's entirely unknown. It's based upon how many people actually, go in and mint or claim within this bonus phase as to what the initial supply ends up being. But it basically inflates at the rate at which new shares are provisioned, and then the inflation tips down in lockstep with the share price. And the borrowing side of Hedron burns tokens. So like there's fees associated with borrowing, and all those fees are burnt by the contract.
All right, $1 million. Oh, did that answer your questions, Gary?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's a lot of unknowns in there, and but that's more research for me to do in my own time. I really appreciate you guys. So thank you for the time, everybody.
And the only difference I would have in my answer would be that I could imagine the OA being just as draconian as the entire hex system and punishing users on Ethereum as well, because I think it's a net negative.
All right, $1 million of the moon. I think you had your hand up next, and then Frack.
Yeah, no, thank you guys for hosting this, and for everybody that's speaking here. Just one thing I want to say, this is kind of, it's pretty clear, the community is probably, very polarized in how we're approaching this. So one thing I would say is that we need to be a bit careful with, what we say in general, because, we're always talking about adoption and bringing in, faster, and, Pulse Chain is coming up soon, so best believe you're going to have thousands on top of thousands of projects that are going to have their own way of doing things. Regardless, I don't think anybody would want to deter away the smart developers that are coming in with their creativity and innovation and all that stuff. And I think that at one point, there's always bad things that happen when we try to control free market, and the free market will decide whether, Hedron is valuable to them or no. So that doesn't mean, I think it's taken away from Hex or whatever the case might be. I think, we're always talking about bringing in the new projects, the faster, cheaper Ethereum with Pulse Chain, and we're going to have so many projects coming in. And, best of luck trying to control all of that. I think Richard Hart is pretty smart when it comes to that. I think the OA overall has the interest of the whole ecosystem, and I don't think we're going to be, punishing or deterring developers away, because those are needed for adoption, and those are needed for for utility and for use case. So at the end of the day, the market will have to decide, and innovation can't be controlled or stopped in a decentralized system. So appreciate everybody. There's no disrespect to anybody here, but I think we need to be careful with how we treat new projects coming up to the platform.
Very well said. Frack, and then Dylan, and then Moon, and then Walrus. Got a lot of people with questions.
After Wallace, I'll probably have to head off here because I gotta get some stuff ready.
Sounds good.
All right, hey guys, thanks for letting me speak for a little bit. Emilian pretty much just summed up everything I was going to say, but I did want to mention something because everybody seems, or some people here seem like they're just waiting on RH to give their thumbs up on it, or his thumbs up. But I do remember a few months ago there were a few airdrops that RH did tweet out that we should claim, and I believe one of them was gas. And a lot of people did get wrecked on that. So, I know mistakes can be made, but just be careful, guys. That's it.
Yep, thank you for sharing. All right, Dylan.
Thanks, guys, for letting me voice an opinion here. I just wanted to go over the OA ending people's stakes. I think that's that's an irresponsible narrative to push around, considering they're not capable of doing that in any aspect whatsoever as hexes exist now. And there's been questions about changing any of the hex code in any sort of fork that could or could not happen. And Richard said it's immutable. Why would you change it? It's perfect as it is. There's no sort of reason why Richard would get in between you and your decisions, because it's not, the OA isn't there to hold your hand and make sure you don't fuck up. The OA is there to control inflation and to protect the system in those sort of ways. It acts as a Fed. That's pretty much all it does. It doesn't exist to fork out your coins for doing something you want to do, or getting wrecked, or doing bad trades, whatever it may be. So I don't know why this imaginary negative is being showed, for everybody to see.
Can I respond?
Go ahead.
So while I don't think it's the only option for the OA, I think RH has hinted that he could not include in the pulse chain copy anything that has tried to copy hex. And we discussed earlier that maybe you heard, or maybe not everybody did, that Alex made the good point, or was it Gary? I think it was Gary that said RH has softened on that. And so it's the reason I brought it up. I thought it was responsible. I thought it was responsible because nobody was talking about it.
Yeah, and to provide some context. Oh, sorry, Maddie, I thought you cut out for just a second. To provide some context, that was in reference to obvious scams, people that have already been scammed from things like Hexy.
And my point was that this still violates the use case for Hex as an immutable store of value, and so I see it as a way bigger issue than other people do, and that's why we came together here to discuss it. It was not meant to put off people, but just seen as a super important topic that maybe we could learn about together.
My response to that would be, this space is going to grow, and there's going to be ebbs and flows throughout its lifetime, right? Hex is the start of something that, we can build upon. It is a Federal Reserve that you can interact with. Okay, what does that mean? That means that there will be a world where you can use an encapsulated stake to lend off of, so say if it's hex versus hex, right? And you make a stake and you say, all right, I'm gonna go to a pool and I'm gonna sell them my stake. And I'm gonna get, I don't know, let's be conservative. Let's say you get 150% more hex from selling that stake to somebody else, to a pool. Now this is a lender, it's quotation marks, right? And now you're levied up, you have more hex now, and to get that stake back, say it's 15 years or whatever, you could go and do whatever you need to do, pay it back, have a scheduled rate of whatever you got to do, right? This is not the Hedron stuff. This is just like you can do this with pure hex. And then the T-share that is in that stake, regardless if you pay back the loan or not, will ensure the lender is made whole at the end of the stake in hex terms. In USD terms or Ethereum terms, it can do whatever it wants. But in relative to hex terms, that lender will be made whole at the end of its stake. That is a possibility. That is leveraged loaning that doesn't exist anywhere else in any sort of DeFi system whatsoever. That's something that is only possible with Hex at the moment, right? And there could be a world where you wrap stakes up with, a Uniswap pool, and you can get an APY off of use through trading, and then a stable APY from the inflation that you get from a T-share. Or you can have it to where it's almost like an index where you have Bitcoin, Ethereum, you have unstaked hex, staked hex, all sorts of shit like that. That's also a capability with NFTs anyways. It's not going to be just, hey, I'm going to buy my hex, I'm going to stake it. No, you could introduce it in all sorts of different things, right? So it's not going to be, you're not going to be in a Model T for 100 years, right? You're going to end up with a Ferrari at some point. So, that's all I have to say about that. I think the negative externality stuff is just unknowing and then being scared because you don't know. So it's like, obviously we don't know exactly what the OA is going to do, but based on previous behavior, it's going to let you do what you need, what you want to do. It's not going to control. Okay, well, fuck you because you did this or you did that, and we don't like this. No, I mean they're going to do right by the people that got scammed. So maybe they won't fork those people over that scammed everybody, but you know what I mean? Like it's not free to suppress people's monetary actions. We literally sacrifice for freedom of speech through currency, making currency the actual voice of an opinion, right? So if you're doing your stuff with Hedron, that's your choice, that's your opinion, that's your voice. You're voicing that across the blockchain. Everybody can see it, right? So why on earth would the OA go against everything that you're doing just because, well, they didn't stay true to the system? Well, it's evolving, it's becoming better, it's turning into a faster car or a faster iPhone, whatever it may be. It's evolving. This is not a bad thing. This is the process of evolution of the space. So that's all I got to say about this stuff.
I think that's well said about that, though.
Before I cut out here, Dylan, I just wanted to say I know you and I haven't talked a whole lot, but I really respect your opinion. I remember you being very talented in contributing game theory and understanding things. So thank you for presenting.
Yeah, of course, man.
All your points, yeah, as well about freedom of speech. I like that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dylan and Maddie. Hey, Moon King, I think you're up next.
Yeah, I just had a couple of questions. There's going to be in certain parts. I personally am not going to be doing anything with Hedron. I like to see what happens first and then go in. But as far as the stakes go, is there a separate price point to it? Because it's a separate stake, if I'm not misunderstanding, right? Like it's completely different from your hex stakes, and I'm staking with your system, correct?
So you're initiating the stake through HEDRON, but it is still a standard regular hex stake underneath. It's just giving you a wrapper layer that allows it to be moved in between addresses and used for other functionality. So,
okay, so as far as the price of your hex, it's attached to the hex price.
yeah, you're actually going to put hex in it and create a hex stake through it, and it will perform exactly like any other hex stake would.
Now, not to be rude or anything, but if this completely flops and it turns into crap, would I be able to get my money out through hex?
Yeah, you just serve your stake out and end it and ignore all the HEDRON parts.
Okay, yeah, so I don't see the big issue with it then. Okay, that's all I'm going to know.
Thanks for chiming in, Walrus. I think you were next.
Yeah, they'll be pretty quick. Hopefully it's not too loud where I am. Every time I get on Twitter Spaces, it kicks me off my headphones. Alex, the code is open to view, correct?
Yes, it's been on GitHub since December.
All right.
And it's on Etherscan.
And it's running on the testnet?
Yes.
And you have it audited?
Yes.
And you're doxed and vocal and transparent?
I believe so. I think I'm as transparent as I can be.
Okay. And if they're my coins, or if they're my keys, they're my coins, right?
Correct.
And then and Hex are both on blockchains. The blockchains are about censorship resistance, right?
You cut out there for a second. I didn't grab that.
Yeah, so if they're my keys, they're my coins, right?
Yes, they're your coins.
And if they're my keys and my coins, they're my T-shares, right?
Yes.
All right, and HEDRON is on top of Hex, and Hex is on top of Ethereum. These are blockchains designed for censorship resistance, correct?
Yes.
Cool. That's it.
Awesome, thank you, Alex. I don't know how much more time you got. That was really straightforward.
I'll take these last two, and then I gotta go.
Sounds good. Okay, I think Y, you were up first, and then Crypto, Cat Dog.
Hey, yeah, I just wanted to make this quick and just like I don't know if Maddie's still here, but I think we've kind of pounded into him a little bit about the fact. I mean, when you're talking about what the OA could potentially do, you need to live in reality, right? So on Ethereum, what could the OA actually do? The OA could mint a bunch of HEDRON and suppress the price at as close to zero as possible. Sure, it's a huge player. He could possibly do that, right? But he's not early in staking anything on Ethereum. He's not affecting anyone's stakes on Ethereum. That's the only thing he could do. He could mint a bunch of HEDRON and he could just suppress the price forever. He could possibly totally do that. That's reality. On Pulse Chain, he could. Richard Harder, the devs, could not fork over they could actually take out the HEDRON contract and it just doesn't exist in Pulse Chain. He could do that. Can he affect like the other hex stakes? Or would he like fork out every user of HEDRON that's a hex user? I guess he could. But why would he destroy his own project that he spent years developing with goodwill, building goodwill for everybody? Very unlikely he could possibly do that. Sure. I think it's incredibly unlikely that would ever happen. What if he did fork out HEDRON's contract, but HEDRON's contract works its functions? Alex is a good member of the community. Nothing's going on, but he just decides to fork out the contract. I will pay Alex to help him put the contract back on Pulse Chain as a big fuck you to Richard and him for doing that. And we will continue on. But I don't think he's going to do that because I love Richard. I love what he's done. I don't think he would do that. I think he would just allow HEDRON to exist because it's not a bad actor as far as we know. Of course, nobody knows if HEDRON's going to succeed or fail, but I've looked at the code. I'm not a developer. It's been audited. So as long as it functions as required, right, as expected, and everyone is plays nice, we'll see how it goes. But please, if you have a criticism for HEDRON, please live in reality and don't make up fan fiction. That's it.
I think, Alex, correct me if I'm wrong, like, you agree that this changes Hex a little bit, right? This optionality.
Sorry, you're cutting out a little bit, Maddie. Can you repeat that?
Do you agree that HEDRON changes the optionality of Hex to some degree?
I'd agree that it gives people options that they previously did not have in Hex. Yeah.
Okay. Well then, I mean, that's been my intention, is to explore that. And I don't think that's, I think we've done that in a way that's not super imaginary. What do you think?
Sorry, Maddie, you're kind of breaking up a little bit. Might just be switching between cell towers. Hey, Cat Dog, I think you had the last question for Alex.
Hi, thank you. So first of all, I appreciate that Maddie is looking out for the community. And just in response to his latest idea, I don't really see the OA doing what he thinks it could do, simply because it would be really bad in terms of a look for Hex itself. So think about what would happen if the OA actually went and emergency end staked everyone who simply claimed HEDRON. We're talking about a pretty significant proportion of the Hex community that would have their stakes completely rugged. What is the main criticism that people outside the Hex community lob at us? That it's a scam. What would be the best way to prove them all right? Doing exactly what Maddie's suggesting. So I think it's very unlikely for that reason. Especially if RH himself doesn't even give a fair warning. And so I know for a fact that RH and Alex have talked in the Twitter space. There would have been an opportunity for RH to at least warn Alex that this could be a possibility. That did not happen. It was a friendly exchange. They did not directly talk about HEDRON, but it was a friendly exchange nonetheless. And there was, at least during one live stream that one of RH's live stream that I did watch, someone in the chat mentioned HEDRON, and RH simply said, I'm not going to shill your projects for you. You got to do that yourself. There's ample opportunity for RH to suggest that this would be a dangerous decision to make, and he has not. So therefore, I'm not worried. I'm not worried to claim my HEDRON.
Do you think him banning the word HEDRON in his YouTube channel was even the slightest indication?
Well, I think him banning HEDRON in his YouTube channel is fine. I mean, there were some people in there that were trying to shill HEDRON or get him to answer questions about it, and same thing happened with Liquid Loans, right? Like he's not going to say anything about it. He's made his stance clear.
But the point that was just made was that there was no indication at all, and I would say that maybe that's even if that's just a 1% indication, or at 1/10,000th of a percent of indication, I wouldn't say that there's zero. And I appreciate your point, and maybe people who are listening are more at ease about claiming. This is why we're having the discussion, is to represent both sides. And I appreciate everybody allowing that to happen. Thank you, Alex. Thank you, everybody else.
And thank you, Maddie. I'm gonna have to get off here. I've got to get some things prepared for 7 o'clock. So if anyone's interested, the contract does go live at UTC day change. It's already committed change, so it's all going. But I might do a live stream here in a little bit. But
Hi,
I'll
Alex.
announce it.
Hi, Alex. I'm really, really sorry to interrupt, but I just wanted to ask a really, really quick question, if that's okay.
Sure.
I was just wondering, is there a best stake to use on HEDRON. So I've got some stakes that are varied in length, but some of them I've only done sort of 5 months, 6 months. What would your best sort of gameplay, I guess? What would it be at this stage? Because I'm going to do one stake to begin with.
If you have a long time horizon and your goal is to just accumulate as much as the HEDRON token is, that you can and speculate on it, the best play is most likely to just run the claim function against the stakes that you deem are worth it, and just kind of wait it out, because there may be bonuses that happen over time depending on how users use the protocol, and if those happen, they may massively increase the amount of HEDRON you're ultimately able to mint. So the claim button is just the best. It's really just the wait and see button. It costs the minimal amount of gas, and you can take your time with the rest of the project.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. And also, I really commend you for staying on for so long. You must be exhausted. Thank you so much for answering everyone's questions.
Yeah, no, it's no problem. I'm Mexican too. I can take it. We've been through some shit, so.
You must be knackered.
No doubt about that. Alex, thank you so much for joining. And Maddie, thank you so much for joining as well to provide, some other input that we may not have been thinking about. I just want to thank everybody for keeping it calm, cool, collected, and ultimately a beneficial discussion.
Yeah, thanks again, guys. I'll talk to you later.
Thank you.
So,
Can we keep going a little bit longer, you guys? I'm not done with my 18-hour drive yet.
Yeah, Maddie, I'd love to put something forward that, as I've been listening and trying to understand your point of view and trying to make sense of it all. But
please,
I feel like here's where I think I find you're at kind of a difficult position with what you're saying, is that on one hand you're saying Hex is a complete product, but the thing is that if it was a complete product and it was perfect, then why does the contract allow what is about to happen to happen? So I feel like you're at a very difficult position, and personally I feel let me finish real quick. Let me just finish real quick. I feel like, introducing this like very hypothetical thing of the OA enforcing end stakes on people is like kind of a last stretch effort to like give Hex the power it needs to like enforce these beliefs it holds with delayed gratification and all this. But I don't know if you can have it both ways, where you say Hex is a complete product and it's perfect, but yet this is possible,
Yeah, thanks for your question. I can tell you're thinking critically, and that's excellent. And I appreciate you as a community member as well. I think for me, I'm thinking about, what are the assumptions of Hex that make it so valuable? And when I look at the data, I see that 80% of liquid Hex is staked, and 70% of all the people who have ever staked are still staked. And that along with the primary value proposition. So, Dev Kyle seems very consistent that the value proposition is not being able to sell the shares. And so I see any tradable share as potentially catastrophic for the Hex price. And I don't like that. That's bad news to me. And try telling that to a bunch of people who are, have a conflict of interest because they're awesome Hexicans who are fully staked. So I'm in a terrible position here, and I don't like representing the side at all. But it's real enough to me that this is really, really basic. I mean, it's the shares currently, without tradable shares, the only way to get shares is to time lock Hex and serve your time. So this is a big change.
I completely understand, and I think that it's very hard, especially with how much effort and over the last 2 years, like you've been on the front lines of kind of pushing forward and really believing kind of the core beliefs of Hex and delayed gratification. Um, but I want to encourage you. I think we're on the precipice of like a true evolution in our community for Hex. And I want to encourage you to like think of it. You know, I know you were talking about like you don't like to say it's inevitable, and that's just going to happen, but clearly it is happening, right? But the thing I've been seeing is that a lot of people have been joining our community through Hedron, and um, you know, yes, there may be some effect on buy pressure and people wanting to just buy a stake versus doing the traditional route. But think of the upside, the possible upside of this turning the financialization of Hex on, and it skyrockets Hex in positive ways, right? Like we've been talking a lot of like the possible negatives, but the possible positives are also very relevant too. I see this opening the door for a lot of people that might not have entered Hex ever, right? So, um, you know, it's gonna be interesting how it plays out, but there is that huge potential on the other side of that argument,
I, I think that there are multiple billions of coins, maybe less. So there are a lot of coins that have been locked up in Gnosis safes that are tradable. So it's not that I'm exclusively worried about Hedron, but just tradable shares in general. And I appreciate your pushback and different perspective. And I've said here before that one of the best arguments for Hedron is that it could onboard more users and pay for any negative externalities that way. And now also with Dylan's point about free speech, I like that as well.
Yeah, I really appreciate it, Maddie. And I know you're coming at this with your best intentions, and I know you've been catching a lot of heat from your perspective. But it's great to have critical thinking on anything that's coming out. I think we as a community have set the bar really high for new projects. Like Richard Hart projects are like the gold standard for what needs to be created. And the fortunate side of that is that the new projects that are coming out um, are trying their best at least to incorporate a lot of the core beliefs that Richard put into his product, like being immutable, trustless, completed products, which I think is a net positive. And hopefully, as Pulse Chain explodes, we need to be ready as a community to embrace new projects, but also hold them to a standard as well, right? That we look to and that we believe in. I think that's really valuable, and I don't think that should go away.
Another point I'll make is that I was wrong about Hex, and that it bothers me too. I thought that Hex was literally sending money to your future self, but if you staked in StakeRap, that doesn't count. But basically, you can trade it now. So I kind of feel rugged that I put a small amount of my stack in StakeRap, and I started telling people, hey, I'm all in. I'm fully staked. I sent all the money to my future self, and like that kind of changed me as a person, right? A little bit, because it changed my relationship with my money and with my future self. And then it comes to light that actually that StakeRap wallet is not operating the way that Go.hex.com is operating, and I can sell it to anybody, and so can everybody else who has a StakeRap wallet. So that is part of my kind of surprise, you could say.
Yeah, again, I totally get that. It's kind of like we all at the start of Hex, we all kind of accepted the rules of the game, and this is kind of breaking those rules in a way. But I think it's in our best interest to see the positive in it and try to, I don't want to discourage you from sharing your views. I think you have every right to, and you've put in the time, you've earned that right. So
Thank you.
yeah, and yeah, I'm there with you. I got into Hex very early, and it does kind of feel like, I don't know, it just there's a lot of emotion in that, right? That this is kind of opening a new door and change the rules. But at the end of the day, I'm excited for it as I've learned more, and hopefully this grows our community exponentially, and that's at the end of the day my hope.
Yeah, really,
How
really
great
well.
would it be
So
if I'm totally wrong? If I'm totally wrong, how great would that be?
well, I think it's really valuable what you're doing, Maddie. And even though I disagree with certain points, I think it's absolutely valuable. We have to have both sides to the discussion, right? If we don't have that, we don't even have common ground to start building from. So thank you as well for joining. I think you're in a very difficult position. You have a unique view of Hex that I don't think most people necessarily see, in that you're coming at it from a point of personal health and development and mental health, and really what is delayed gratification, right? And so that's a very unique perspective to have, especially in this community. And I know we got a couple hands up. Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
just to throw into that one quick idea. Yeah, I was on Twitter Spaces last week, and RH himself said that he hadn't actually thought of my point that you're having less counterparty risk with your future self when you're immutably locked. And to me that like you guys are saying, maybe I have to be more open to different versions, and but I appreciate that people have let me share the reasons why I think what I think.
Well, man, I love you. I personally love you for what you're doing, for everything that you've done.
Thank you.
Over the last couple of years. I can tell you, like I said, I've been watching since Quant Gang 3. Haven't missed an episode.
Nice. So you didn't hear the first one with the wrecked mic?
No, I didn't know that existed. I might have to go back and watch 1 and 2.
Wales fell asleep on stream because it was 8 hours long in the first one, and was snoring in the background. It was amazing.
I love that. Hey, Hex Famous, I think you have your hand up, and also Crypto Christopher, and then Hex to Learn.
Hey, Maddie, what's going on? Can you guys hear me?
Loud and clear.
All right, yeah, I'm just doing my daily 4-mile walk, but yeah, Maddie, I mean, it's not necessarily about you being like open. Like I said before, I'm not counting on doing anything crazy in HEDRON. Like, I might throw some stakes on there, some small ones, just for shits and giggles, like to say I got a fucking tradable baseball card or something like that. But I mean, but to come out there and say that, or suggest that Richard Hart is going to be like canceling people's stakes and just like all that stuff. I mean, first of all, I don't even think he could even do that. And like, also, that would also go against everything he's been preaching about what crypto is, with like the freedom of movement, the freedom to transact. And that would be going against the freedom to transact, right? Like, he would be preventing or penalizing someone from,
Yeah, but he's done,
reclaiming.
I'm sorry to jump in. He's done that before. Like when we launched Hex, there's a lot of people that we excluded from Hex, right? Because like a lot of different reasons. We can go back and like look at all that. But when Hex was launched, there was like a lot of people who were, game theory based excluded from Hex. And so there is like that precedent, isn't there?
Silly whale penalty is an example of that.
Well, I mean,
in Mount Gox, right? In specific whales like Mount Gox, he specifically nixed some people, and then he also nixed like dumb whales who like didn't know to break their
Yeah,
shares.
I mean, Okay, but that's like not on an individual basis. You know, I mean, there was some individuals, like for instance, Vitalik, you know, like the whale penalty or whatever, but that was for, you know, the success of the projects, so to say, which you could argue would be almost the same as this, but I don't think he would go to that level. Because even if he did do something like that, it would almost guarantee the fucking death of Hex. Like, because that would just be so fucked up, you know? And where the fuck am I going with this? Fucking mind blank right now.
I don't want to presume to say what I think you were going to say, but I would add in that I think it's a net negative if anybody's hex stakes were to get canceled or not copied over. I think that completely goes against.
Yeah, I mean, so like the only thing that I think would be in the remote possibility of happening would be that, you know, Hedron just doesn't get copied over at the fork. But then what's to stop it from just redeploying it on Pulse Chain anyway? So it doesn't make any fucking sense for him to even do that. So,
well, I mean, it seems like the OA has obsessively bought up the price of Hex. I mean, to get 97% of the Hex, I mean, it's been obsessively buying every dip, it seems.
well, I mean, it was getting a copy of everything that went through the AA lobby also. And
that gets it to,
you
like,
know,
what,
and then
60 or 70%.
And I'm not really sure about the claimability that happens on Hedron, but I mean, what's to say that the OA doesn't fucking stake everything tonight for one day just to get a retarded amount of Hedron to, you know, I don't know, just to have a fucking giant bag just to basically fucking corner Hedron in a corner, you know, because at any moment he'd be able to dump Hedron to fucking zero.
Well, that's totally a possibility, and I remember Alex speaking to that in another space, to where if the OA for whatever reason wanted to stake and claim more Hedron than even the Hedron OA, right, it could do that. And at any point, it could decide that, nope, I don't think Hedron is a net positive for the space or for Hex, and it could absolutely dump it to zero. So that's a possibility, right? We just don't know. Crypto Christopher, I think you have your hand up next.
Hey, how's it going? Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
So, yeah, there's just a few points I kind of want to touch on, and if this has been gone over, feel free to stop me. But the assumption that, you know, HSI stakes can all be sold, right? Here's the thing. You're going to go through price zones in Hex where it's going to make previously made stakes completely unattainable for anybody. So if HSI was available in the beginning, people would have made 15-year stakes for a couple $100 for a million Hex. At 50 cents, who's buying those stakes? Nobody. You know, like, and this is going to happen over time repeatedly. You're going to get HSI stakes that people think they're making that are safe, that are sellable. They're going to make them, the price is going to get pushed up, and it's going to limit who's even able to buy these, period. Same with the Gnosis wallets. Small wallets can be sold. I mean, who's going to buy anybody's wallet for any reasonable amount of money? Like, you're talking such a limited subset of people that have, you know, the capital on standby to even do such a thing. So it's like, it's going to encourage people to actually make new stakes because, you know, these other stakes are going to be unattainable, in my opinion.
You know, to add on to that, Christopher, the people that are going to be able to buy any of those stakes that are created through the HSI are going to be the people with the most Hedron. And the people with the most Hedron are going to be the people that own the most T-shares now. And so I can't imagine a world where anyone can go to the open market and buy enough Hedron to outcompete any of the whales or sharks or dolphins that are minting Hedron for free, right? For free to be able to purchase any of those stakes. And since there are already hundreds of thousands of stakes in the Hex system that aren't HSIs, those are going to continue on as normal, right? So we can have this perception that, oh, maybe there's just going to be a sea of HSIs out there for people to purchase. But number one, that's only for new stakes that are started specifically through that instance. And the people that are going to be able to buy them are the ones that already have legacy stakes for which they can mint Hedron for almost free.
Well, it's not even actually. It's not even that. The only stakes you're referring to is stakes that get called in by not paying on loans. The only way to buy an HSI stake is through the NFT transfer, which is not even going to happen anyway. So it's like they're going to have to come with fresh capital to buy that. So if you want to buy, a $10 million or 10 million hex stake on an NFT, like that's going to be somebody has to come with the capital to buy that. You know what I mean? And that's not going to be easy. So, and then additionally, same with the Gnosis wall. It's like this thought that, people can dump Gnosis wallets. Anybody who's been in Hex for any amount of time, even at the lower squid ranks, like those wallets are so expensive that it's prohibitively expensive to even, try to buy those. Who's going to buy them? Strong hands. That's who's going to buy them.
Yeah, totally agree. And that's why I've heard a lot of people discussing that if they do start one of these wrapped hex stakes, they're going to do it for a very low amount, like 100 to 1,000 hex, because, in 5 years, who knows what the hex price is going to be. But you're right. If that's your intention to be able to tokenize it and sell it, you're probably not going to want a million hex stake through an HSI. Who's going to be able to buy it?
Yeah, exactly. And then, what you think is a small number now in the future can be astronomical, right? And then back to the game theory of like delayed gratification, it's really still in place. Like whoever makes a 555 stake and holds it the longest, you're minting more Hedron, right? And you're also reaping the APY benefit of that. So it's like you're selling yourself short regardless. And then what I think happens is people make these stakes. They think they're going to be able to sell them. They're going to get to a point where they're too big. Now they're stuck with them and they're going to hold them. And now that stakes is gone forever. Like if people did this in the beginning, do you know how many 15-year stakes would have been just locked up that's it for eternity?
Totally agree. Hey, Hex to learn. I see you have your hand up too.
Hey, what's up, guys? I really agree with Maddie on the security side, right? Because it's always a what if. And I completely agree with Maddie on the health mental side, where obviously if you have the chance to sell it, there's not a lot of people that 1,000 or 10,000x, let's be honest, that would be able to not be able to sweat in their palms and shake in their hands and be like, do I sell it or do I not sell it? So mentally, I completely agree with Maddie. But one of the biggest ideas that when I go and make a decision is really mathematics when it comes to crypto. So I just want to see how I see it because I think I'm missing something, and I really hope when it comes to the math of it, like we're looking at it right, because from what I understand about Hedron, and someone please correct me because I didn't do a complete full research about this, but from what I understand, the positives that Hedron brings to the ecosystem is that people have to use the ecosystem, one, to be onboarded to get Hedron, then with Hedron to go ahead and create a stake, then that stake has, from what I understand, actually goes and purchases Hex and creates a stake. And if that's not the case, then I want someone to correct me. But if it is the case, from what I understand and mathematically what that brings negatively is only the part that more people are going to be able to sell it, which is kind of inevitable if we get mass adoption on even the Hex ecosystem, so PX or EHEX. So the more people, the more chance that they're going to sell. That's a human factor that we cannot control. Now, the positive sides of what I see is one, if we're talking about security, there are so many more innovations for us to be prepared for a security breach. Two, for health reasons, you could go ahead and give that to someone who could then control it for you. So let's say, a wife, a family member, or someone, you could go ahead and make that decision to go ahead and give it to them so they could control it for you. And I know it sounds wrong, but listen, if you can't trust your wife with your hex stakes, I don't know how you're trusting her with your kids.
I love that. Yeah.
So we need to think more positively than negatively, because obviously negatively it's always selling, but we can't stop the selling. The selling is going to happen whether we like it or not. It's really up to the people. So if we show the positive externalities about what Hedron could bring to the system, obviously the security aspect has to be on point, clean effort. But if we're looking at the math side, there's only going to be more Hex that's going to be bought. There's going to be on the security side, someone's going to have to do an extra step to go ahead and unstake and sell the hex. So if we're thinking also mental delay gratification, it makes the person choose 2 times does he want to do it. So that's a positive externality for me and health-wise. Security-wise, like I said, you could send it to someone, you could do it for a breach, but mathematically, in my opinion, it helps the whole ecosystem. We're building an ecosystem that's gonna pump hex, that's made to be like a massive steroid, clean, healthy steroid injection, so like that hex has the power to actually do what it's supposed to do. Now, the only way I see it mathematically is someone has to purchase Hedron. So that's healthy for the ecosystem, which is healthy for PLS and PLSX, which in my idea of triangular fucking bonding, whatever the fuck, I don't know how it's called, but the way that things are going to be bonded, it's going to bring up hex automatically due to the initial parity. Then in order to go and sell it, we have to sell the Hedron, or you always have to transact with the system. So there's so many positive mathematical externalities that if we create mass adoption to this and we could show positive, because there's always negatives in everything, right? There's always positives in everything. You know, if we were to always look at the negatives, then it's not even worth living, because you die. You're born to die, you know, but you got to look at the positive in life. And the positive is Hedron is I see mathematically it's so much healthier for the ecosystem. If we had only Hedron on ETH, then yeah, I completely agree with you, Maddie. It doesn't really make sense to delay that gratification. It costs more money. It's going to end up being more. What happens if ETH goes up? But if we're creating a tool to not worry about fees and everything's going to be in constant motion, mathematically, I really don't see how negative this is. Now, on your end, and I know you're a big advocate of health, it's maybe, you know, it probably boosts the percentage of how much it's worth, because yes, you're able to go ahead and sell that and maybe do things with that money that's bad, or supply different things that you need to cut out of your life. And, you know, I understand that, you know, if you're healthy, you're wealthy in a way, right? So I just think mathematically we got to look at this, guys, and see that it will bring positive externalities to the ecosystem, and not just in the fact that someone could sell it. It's more about people are gonna have to stake it. So I really love the fact that when you stake, in order for the supply to dilute, you got to remint it. So you got to leave it there, right? You got to complete the whole contract, or else everyone gets paid. But if you want to get 100% of it, you got to do it when you're supposed to do it. So I only see people purchasing these stakes because they want to fulfill the whole hex thing. And to be honest with you, I don't want no one to unstake anything, because then it dilutes the supply, and then it just creates panic. It creates people to buy in earlier. It could be positive, actually. I'm saying it on my end and my point of view, but there's always positives. You see how I just turned it on myself? Because it's like you got to look at it mathematically, and mathematically it will only help our ecosystem. So I would tend for everyone to think about it differently, because I really think it's really positive. But I agree with Maddie that it's half-half, man.
You know, you got to think about it this way also. This is the way I think about Hedron on top of Hex. First of all, it's running on top of Hex. It doesn't change anything on Hex or even about Hex. See, the way I see it is that you got to make a Hex stake to even participate with Hedron. So your Hex stake is like your house or a condo unit, okay? Hedron is like the equity inside that damn unit, okay? You're actually drawing it down. I mean, dude, you talk about thinking positive. This is about as positive as it can really get. I mean, what things can actually go against your hex stake using Hedron? I mean, can anyone actually prove this? Can anyone even actually, you know, say that the OA is going to do this and do that against your hex stake? Which I don't think that's not ever going to happen, because that's shooting themselves in the foot and shooting the investor in the foot also, which I know for a fact, and I feel that RH has he does not want no part of that. Yeah, absolutely no part of that. The OA is the OA. So, you know, just like you were saying about thinking positive. Just think about yourself. Put yourself in the situation like, okay, if I participate in this, What's in it for me? And you gotta know how it works also. Just see how it works. Visualize how it works within you. How the positive aspect or how it could work for you. And that's the way I see it. I see my hex stake as a house, and I see this hedron as an equity, basically.
That's a really, really good point, Crypto Nate. You know, I'm actually pretty excited about Hedron, but I don't even envision myself ever starting any HSI stakes for the very reasons that Maddie's laid forward in terms of if I'm making a commitment, I'm holding that commitment, right? And that's why I have a ladder. I don't do only 5.555s. I have no intention of selling any of those stakes. But it is going to be an option for people, you know, that want to. You'll also never hear me say, you know, use Hedron because you'll be able to take out a loan in Hedron against your stakes. I think that also kind of breaks the contract that you're making with yourself, which is probably the reason that you were drawn to Hex in the first place. But it's still going to be an option, right? You're just never going to hear me personally recommend it to anybody because at the end of the day, this is self-sovereignty. This is what it's all about, right? You get to make the choice. You get to make the choice. You can make the choice to mint tokens for free or not. You can make the choice to start an HSI stake or not. I can tell you that my hands would have been paper as fuck, you know, a year ago after we did the first 1000X. If I weren't staked, man, Hex saved me from myself. And I think Maddie talks about that a lot. And Matt, the point that Maddie brought up in the Twitter space on Monday that Richard had joined was viewing yourself as counterparty risk. Man, most people cannot handle 1000X and not sell. But Hex forces you to hold on to that. And I love that because I know myself, right? So at the end of the day, these are all just decisions that we have to make for ourselves depending on how we view, you know, what our actions would be in the future. Bullish Ox, man, I see your hand up. Welcome to the conversation. What's going on?
What's up, everyone? Thanks for allowing me to speak. Just been keeping track of everything that's been going on the past couple of days, and today I actually ran into a real world example where Hedron actually helped me, you know, convince my wife and give my wife a bit of security on investing more into Hex. So if you don't mind, I would just like to share that real quick.
Please.
So I joined the community about a month ago, you know, learning about Richard Hart and Hex and the whole ecosystem. And I've shared that in previous spaces before. But today specifically, I was trying to invest a 4-digit amount into Hex, and my wife was giving me some pushback because her whole thing is like, okay, I see you're creating a bunch of, you know, stakes. I think, you know, I'm over 10 at this point. And I just want to get a little bit more aggressive now that that the price is a bit low before the price goes up and just maximize my buy. So in the back and forth with her, her concern is, okay, this thing skyrockets, the price moons, and I want to get out, but you want to stay in. What are we going to do then? And that's when Hedron came up, and I showed her it. I walked her through it. You know, basically, from my understanding is I don't lose anything in getting what's the term I'm looking for? In minting the Hedron phase, and still giving me the option of finishing my stake or selling my stake. And when she realized that, she was all right, go right ahead, and she gave me the green light.
And the truth is, majority of people think just like your wife. Because I run into them all the time, especially the ones that on board. And I explain Hex to them, like, oh yeah, you got to stake it this long, you know, for you to get the value. Every time it's like, okay, when can I pull it out? When can I pull it out? No, you got to pull it out when you finish, when it only finished. If you pull it out and you know sooner, guess what? You go EES and you go lose everything. This gives the person the option. That's how I do. It gives the person the option to hold true to the truth engine. And not only that, let me also mention that Hedron also has a truth engine too. I think a lot of people forget that too. There's a truth engine added in Hedron with the HSI stake because you got to do a stake. So you got to commit to that also. So you got to keep that in mind also. Even if it does trade hands, the thing is, it still stays within the contract. It still stays on the blockchain. The Hex stake still stays on the blockchain. That's the most important thing that has to be recognized here also. So yeah, that's all I got to say.
Yeah, I wanted to piggyback off what Matt had said. And Maddie, I think this is you're placed in this community. My mind is going to like the Mandalorian and just like this is the way. And I know you are somebody that really holds those core beliefs of delayed gratification. And although this kind of like opens the door to this new these new features with liquidity options, I still view the traditional hex staking as a tool to protect us from ourselves that we should still utilize and use as a retirement functionality to protect ourselves from ourselves. I still fully believe in that. And I think, rather than like viewing it as like an end all, like this is going to change everything, I think, it's your time to shine and lead the like traditional ways forward and to keep encouraging people to stake traditionally to protect them from themselves and hold those beliefs.
Awesome point. Thank you.
Really well said, Gold Key. Hey, Famous. Hex Famous.
Yeah. I also wanted to point out, I do agree with Maddie. The traditional hex contract staking that way is obviously the most safe per date. If someone wants to stake with Hedron, they're going to have to make that conscious decision on taking that additional risk layer. But as far as minting your coins, like your Hedron coins, as far as like, Maddie, I mean, he's been here since day one. He's going to be able to mint a shit ton of Hedron. And think of all the opportunity you're going to be able to have when someone does decide to degen and stake on Hedron, right? And take out a loan and not be able to pay it back. Like you're going to have a shit ton of Hedron. You're going to be able to scoop up that stake. I mean, why wouldn't you not want to do that? I mean, you don't have to use Hedron. Like I don't have to use Hedron, but I'm going to have those Hedron coins just for that reason. And I think, that's how everybody should proceed. I mean, if it's free, it's free, right?
Well, and in addition to that, it may also allow you to acquire ETH to end stakes on the ETH chain for something that you got for the ETH gas cost to mint those coins. And so it may open the door for people to end stakes that were previously unendable.
Yeah, and not only that, I mean, from what I understand, like if you have existing hex stakes, which all the OGs should, you're able to mint more Hedron for every day that goes by on those existing hex stakes that existed before the Hedron contract launch, which I'm assuming you could sell that Hedron and buy more hex.
Yeah, I totally think that's a possibility too. You can sell your Hedron, buy more hex. You can sell your Hedron and buy some ETH for gas fees, all without actually impacting having to sell your hex. I think that's a beautiful mechanism for people that have already have stakes in the system. Looks like Gary might have just joined us. Hey, Gary. Hey, Gary, go ahead.
Yeah, I only heard a couple of minutes worth, but it actually is interesting because you've heard this thing before that if you took all of, let's just say, dollars and you distribute them equally across the entire population, you put them all in one big pile and then you redistribute it. You've heard this this likely outcome that 5 years later that the same people that held a majority or the 1%ers would be 1%ers again. And this is part of your psychology of delayed gratification, psychology of analyzing a marketplace, analyzing the participants, analyzing a product. Long-term investors in real estate, they think about buy, hold, cash flow, depreciation, taxation, right? Short-term people in real estate might, go to the first gate, which is to be a real estate broker or an agent, right? Because they're thinking about the flip or the commission. And then they move on to the next sale and the next sale and the next sale. So it is mindset of psychology, I did think it was interesting that I think it was Gold Key that just said, or it might have been another person. I'm sorry, I didn't. Maybe it was Hex Famous was saying that go ahead and that he is planning to go ahead and mint so that he could scoop up, if there's opportunity. That is kind of like setting the floor. It is kind of like even in margin trading, although I don't like the idea of margin trading for majority of population, they are ultimately the buyer of last resort, right? They have to basically buy that resource in order to complete and they get liquidated, right? So it's dangerous. I don't think it's net positive to a person's psychology to be constantly in and out of a market. Me personally, but that's my psychology. I'm a long-term hold personality. So I understand a little bit better what Maddie's positions are about risk vectors, about code, about the principle of delayed gratification having value, and how the hex contract and paying your future self and all these narratives that we've built over the past couple of years that they tend to improve the psychology and maybe the sense of well-being of that participant, because it tries to keep them out of the casino of these things. And I also understand when people say these kind of touchy marketing phrases and they say, hey, they need that access to liquidity because it's an emergency. Is it really? I mean, that's my issue. My issue is you're playing in a speculation market. That's what you're playing in. And that speculation market is going to have outsized gains by comparison to other markets, that are further along in their adoption curves. And to say that it's an emergency and I've got to tap that and I've got to end that. I mean, again, I think that people end up harming themselves more through those liquidity kind of exits, even if it's through a tool like Hedron in general. But everybody's got to participate in the marketplace as they choose and as they see fit. So do I think that people should rent forever? No. I mean, it's case by case. Some people should always be renters because they need the flexibility of being able to move. Their job employment may move them and they don't want to have an exit cost or an entrance cost that they bear to buy a house every 2 years, right? Military people have to move constantly. So for that person, yeah, renting is probably a better situation than owning or looking at cash flow or managing a business, a property as a business, right? So I think of this Hedron exit, this access of liquidity. I don't like what I think people will end up doing, which is just speculating on top of speculating and treating it as a margin. I don't really like that, but I can see its value. And I can see its value because of what Hex Famous just said. At the end of the day, when there's blood in the streets, Buffett buys into fear and buys market. When there's blood in the streets, opportunity, entrepreneurs, long-term investors, value-add people, they buy that market that has blood in the streets. And maybe that's how I can look at Hedron and say, hey, people that see opportunity to scoop something up, back up the truck, load, and it's the same narratives I heard with metals. Okay, back up the truck. Here's an opportunity. Maybe that's helpful because you can actually you can be a buyer of last resort of T shares instead of seeing those T shares broken to exit an early end stake and go back into the marketplace as hex that's sold plus hex that's distributed to staker class. So I mean it has nuance to it, and you have to look at this as your own investment thesis and your own, like you said, also your own appetite for increased code risk because it's a contract inside of a contract. I think it'll be the same thing when you have paper hex in a trust. Again, these are devices that I'm known to be part of and trying to form. So I think the paper hex has a marketplace value because there's not ease of legacy money and hedge fund managers and 401ks to directly participate in crypto, but I think that they should. So I'm happy with that bridge, and I think that that's kind of the same narrative. People can enter and exit into a trust, a legal entity trust, and the trust in legal contract can't sell the hex, and the hex will be staked as far as I understand. So, it will be generating yield. There'll be a price narrative. There'll be participation by people that otherwise wouldn't participate in this HEX product because they don't want to be locked 15 years. And yet the product will be locked 15 years and will have price appreciation because it's still locked, removing supply from the marketplace. So I can see benefits of Hedron more as this conversation has gone on through the day, although I still want people to be as aware as they can and actually pay attention to these kinds of conversations. And I do want the sentiment echoed over and over by OG or newbie in the HEX product, what the purpose is, why it's accrued value. It's accrued value because of the code, yes. It's accrued value because of the narrative and the explainers and metaphor that Richard has put out, yes. And it also has accrued value because of social consensus by the participants in the marketplace, which I call hexicans, or people that just have bought into the hex narrative. So as long as we're doing that I can still feel that I should participate in the minting process, whether or not I believe I want to lock up new hex through the code. And it is because maybe I'll have token in my long-term investment into hex thesis to be a buyer of last resort using that token. That's my thought process at this moment.
Funny, Jim. I really love what you were just saying. I've always wanted to have a conversation with you. You're someone I like really look up to in the community. So since we have you up here, I have a question. So, I view like a big evolution in hex as like when hex becomes financialized, and this might be the start of that. But what type of product would open up hex to the hedge funds and to these bigger investment entities?
For love it or hate it, Grayscale has done that. Love it or hate it, it sequesters crypto, and it has shares that are tradable, by fiduciary responsible brokerages, right? So they have a legal responsibility. They're employed. They have a 2%, I think, 1 to 2% draw off of the assets under management. So, I mean, these are the systems of that Wall Street currently utilizes, and they utilize it, in their propagandized marketing, whatever you want to call it. Their thought process is that we're going to manage these funds, we're going to get yield and search out yield, and if we find better yield in this thing called hex, and the narrative of hex becomes popular, and it's more yield than the electric company municipal bond, then they will invest in that because everyone is looking for yield. To be enforced by code and math, and the popularization of cryptocurrency as a whole, maybe that's a better position on the risk curve for a decision maker at an ETF or at a hedge fund or a pension fund or 401k manager, right? So it all comes down to, compared to this electric company that gives you 4%, and that inflation is higher than 4%, so you're actually having a negative yield. You're negative on your yield curve. It's an easier to sell to say, hey, here is this supply that's sequestered by code. It's locked up inside of this thing called an NFT, or it's locked up inside of this entity called a trust, and the trust has in its bylaws it can't sell. It can only store away this commodity, this digital commodity, right? So it depends on the marketing, it depends on the narrative, and I think that we have enough gravitas now with chart and community growth and size and market participants as hexicans that own hex, that have influence, right? Because they've had success in other legacy, that I think we're closer to this bridge that right now Bitcoin and Ethereum hold, into the legacy space and money coming in. But I do like the sequester narrative. I do like it either enforced by code, which is the hex contract, or enforced by the hex contract also encapsulated inside of a HEDRON contract, or it's sequestered, as long as those things, I trust the hex code ultimately as inside, the pearl inside of the oyster clam or oyster shell. The oyster shell, I don't know so much, but the pearl itself is what I've invested in understanding and invested in financially. So yeah, at the end of the day, I think that the price narrative will follow the meme or the education or marketing that we're able to do to those populations outside of crypto. That's where I look at it, financialization.
That's awesome. Yeah, I think we're at the precipice. I think we're close to that. This is a little separate from Hedron, but I've wanted to ask you because I know you're working on some things with kind of the real world tax implications of Hex, and I've got some people that I've onboarded, and I onboarded them with gifting them Hex, and I not looking for financial advice or accounting advice, but could you speak on if someone is gifted Hex and then they stake that Hex and kind of the tax implications of that? Is it the same as if they had bought Hex and staked, or is it different?
It's funny you say gifting. You gifted them Hex. So a different YouTube channel I used to have was gifting you Hex. It's still up. I still have a Twitter that's gifting you Hex, but that's just coincidence. So as if you're a U.S. citizen and you're giving to another U.S. citizen, and the value of what you've given as a gift, right? You can declare it. You should declare it on your taxes. I think you can give in 2000. I haven't looked at it in a little while, but 2021, you could give up to $11 million worth of assets. It could be $11 million worth of real estate, cash in the bank account transfer. It could be, and you are basically bearing out of that that limit the tax. You can give that tax free effectively. Talk to your CPA. If you're basically having a gifting, you're gifting it to them, and they are locking it up and things like that. You're going to have to go through that with their jurisdiction and with what your jurisdiction. But you gave them something of value, just like you tossed them a gold coin, and they can do what they're going to do with it. Which, investment thesis wise, I would say should stake it. But I can't really get into all of the nuance of it on a Twitter space because it is. So many people are just in general listening in just different jurisdictions, and my phraseology can be taken out of context. If you're a U.S. citizen, you have ability to gift per year, actually over a lifetime. It's not per year; it's a lifetime limit. I think the last time I saw it was like $11 million worth of an asset, and so you could give stock, you could give commodities. You could give cash, you could give real estate or property, fancy car, and that's a lifetime limit. So look into that. It's called a gift tax.
And on their end though, like maybe this is what you're saying you can't get into, but on their end though, is the capital gains tax that they have to pay, is it the same as if they had bought it?
No, when they receive it, it's their basis is what the value was when they received it. The difference between what you received it for and then the value of it at the time that you transfer or gave it to them is different, right? So you don't necessarily have a taxable gain yourself because it's as far as I understand, again, you need to talk to your CPA, you have a lifetime limit about how much you can gift. You can gift away to 1 million people, $1, and you've gave away $1 million, or you can give away, one person $1 million, and it's part of that lifetime limit. You have a lifetime limit based on your social security number. Most of the things that I started in crypto, I did start with my own social security number, but I transferred to Puerto Rico in 2018. And when I became an Act 2022 holder, that's a tax decree as a U.S. territory. I had to basically list all the things that I owned, what resources I had, and things like that. And and if I needed to, then I need to pay tax based on my what the basis was of what I had before I became a Puerto Rican, and what my value at that time was whenever I got the decree. So I had to pay tax, and then from that point forward, as a Puerto Rican, for the next 20 years, possibly for 30, because it can be extended, I have no capital gains tax. I don't worry about it. I have to document it and show it, but I don't have any taxation. And my gifting, the amount that I can gift per year or per lifetime is the same as any other U.S. citizen. But again, these are nuanced based on your jurisdiction and your state, and you need to have that conversation with your CPA and say, okay, here's what I got. I put $100 into HEX back in 2019. Here's what it's worth right now, and I'm going to give this mini HEX at this fair market value of today to my friend, and they're going to receive this amount of HEX at fair market value. To that friend, the fair market value is what they received. If they sold it and liquidated it today, what would it be worth? What's the market saying it's worth today at the moment that you transferred it? And your basis, it's not a taxable event as far, again, talk to your CPA. It's not a taxable event as far as my understanding. You have a lifetime limit. Anything over that limit that you've gifted away to another power controlling entity, which is either a person with a social security number or a company or a charity or whatever. Once you've gifted it over, you can give over up to $11 million, I think, in a lifetime. And you know, if you're a husband wife, you could you know, each person could give, you know, 11 million. So it's based on your social, or it's based on your entity EIN.
Wow, thank you for dropping so much knowledge. I do have one follow-up question, and then we can get back to if we wanted to go back to Hedron. But just to follow up with that, so I think a lot of people are considering like moving to Puerto Rico, or that declaration that you spoke of. And one thing I'm curious on, so say you have a max length stake ending in 15 years, and you move to Puerto Rico and you make that declaration. Does that exempt, like is that when you're stating how much you own, and you're declaring like your HEX stake, for example, do you have to include the accrued interest up till that point, or if you understand my question? Because like, does it make sense to try to move to Puerto Rico like the year of your stake ending, and do you still not have to pay capital gains tax on that, or how does that work?
So if it's Pulse Chain, PulseX, if it's you know, this incentive token, they're going to be different narratives, and you need to talk to. If you're actually at the serious point and you're like, hey, I'm really willing. Here's the thing about Puerto Rico, because I've coached people to come and I've coached people do not come. Like, your situation is not good for you to come, and the reason is because you're making a cultural shift. You are going to an island. The roads are not that great. The electrical system is not that reliable, right? So you need to live in a place that has, you know, Wi-Fi and internet and electrical and, you know, grocery store that you're comfortable and all those kinds of things. And you can find them. There's definitely lovely, amazing places on the island for sure. So I'm not shit talking the island. I'm saying that there's a reason that they give you a tax status. And it is because they want wealth, or they want e-commerce basically to bring and focus wealth onto the island, right? So if you're Amazon FBA business, if you're running a real estate portfolio remotely and you're management for the holdings in a different state, there's ways that you can structure real estate income to come through the island and have lower taxation, right? If you're interested in swing trading or crypto trading, commodity trading, forex trading, stock and bonds, right? Then it's probably the best place in the United States as an American. If you're going to continue to be an American and you're not going to renounce your citizenship and take up the citizenship of somewhere else, if you're going to do that, Puerto Rico is probably the best like place financially, because the overhead that you have on taxation, the snowball you can spin up from, you know, I don't have that much capital, but I want to grow a business and I want my yield from my efforts to grow to compound the fastest. You need to look at your number one overhead, which is typically taxation, more so than labor, more so than raw product, raw goods, raw resources that you're converting into finished products, right? So you need to look at your taxation if you're business minded, if you're trading minded. Now, what does that mean? Maybe you're comfortable in Southern California. You've grown up there 30 or 40 years. You have network of a family of 100 people that you see on a regular basis when you go to the local gym, and you see your friends that you hang out with and your high school people and things like that, right? You have community. What's the value of community? It's very fucking valuable, right? So your psychology matters when it comes to, am I going to give up what I know because I can keep 30% of what I'm getting taxed on? And when you have a windfall of hundreds of thousands or maybe millions of dollars that you haven't had before, giving up 30% of that in order to have the local community and support and maybe the validation of ego that, hey, you went and did it, you became successful, maybe that's worth more than the tax loss you would have by staying in your local state and your local jurisdiction and your home that you currently have or the neighborhood you know, right? So I coach people all the time not to come, just as much as I coach them that they should come. And it depends on the situation. When it comes to HEX specifically, you'll have to have a lawyer that goes through the process. Don't try and do it by yourself. Don't get advice from people that are not professionals. Puerto Rican lawyers that deal in crypto have been dealing with it since 2012. They have 10 years of tax, 10 years of audit. They have billionaires that they manage the funds for. So I would rely on them to keep current on both the jurisdiction laws and the tax decree of Puerto Rico, which is a sovereign power, and also to be aware as far as their coaching and advisement, of what you might be bearing in the States and what things can change in the States or stateside. When they look at HEX, the ones that have advised me, and again, this is just what I have been advised. I'm not an authority. You need to have authority by people that have a license, and their career and livelihood is at risk because they need to pore over these laws. You don't, right? Trust the professionals. But what they've said is if you had a liquidation event, say that you worked at Instagram and Instagram hasn't been bought yet by Facebook, right? Say it was that situation and you have options, right? You have these stock options, which means that you came in, you got invited to be an employee. They're going to give you a regular salary wage and they're going to give you options. What are options? Options is a contract that says that you have a strike price. You have a price that you basically say, here's what it's worth at this time. And once you've invested 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, whatever the thing is, you can have a price point that can be and very likely will be different than the fair market value at the time that it becomes available to you when your options are available to you. It's very similar to that as far as what I've been coached on my HEX stakes. Again, I moved in 2018. The rules for me were before HEX existed. So the current rules in 2022, I think, are the same, but I haven't poured over it. That's why I refer people to those professionals that look at 2022 sovereign rules for Act 2022 and 60. But what they have said is, what would be the price on the day that you're approved to be a Puerto Rican and to go through this Act 2060 process? What would be the price if you liquidated everything? If you ended every single stake early, how much HEX would that be? Okay, I had 1 million HEX, but now I've got this super crazy penalty because I'm early in staking so much earlier, and it basically nukes my account to almost nothing, right? Okay, well, what's the value of that almost nothing? Well, it's how many HEX is it times the fair market value price. That is your new basis, right? Doesn't mean that you're closing. It doesn't mean that you actually are in early in staking, but you need to have legal documentation, proper documentation that says, here's the day that I got a decree as a Puerto Rican. And on this day, here is my holdings should I have ended this this code contract, this HEX contract. Here's what the math would show that I would get out of early in staking on this day in 2022, right? And then you're going to have to pay tax based on the difference of when you bought it versus what the value was on decimation, basically, on this long early in stake that's now early in staked, right? So it's worthwhile to look at. And that's how they handle it. They look at it as if you had a liquidation and you gave up your options on that particular day, but you didn't actually end them, right? So they can decide what the basis is, and they can decide what the fair market value would be of you having pulled that nuclear trigger, right? And then you have that as your starting point, as your new basis, and then you let those those contracts and those stakes mature, or you early in stake them later on after that decree day, and you have a basis and you have an endpoint of when you exited out. That's how they would look at it.
Wow, I really appreciate it. And Thank you for sharing so much knowledge. I'm gonna plug, because I know you won't. But everyone listening, like, and you don't know about Funding Jim, I know he's working on something to really help a lot of Hexans out, and advise people on bringing Hex back into the real world. I think that Twitter is M Crypto Advisors. So if you are looking, clearly, Funding Jim knows what he's talking about, and I really appreciate you sharing all the knowledge.
Thanks a lot. I appreciate that. Yeah. So the plug is for people that MC Crypto. Just look at my Twitter. I don't want to spell it wrong. It's at the top of my Twitter. I'm a co-founder. There's 5 other Hexicans that are co-founders, and the people that are the lawyers and CPAs that are we're partnered with. Their clients are billionaires that own football teams. Their clients are already legacy super crazy wealthy people that use them for advisement services. They're ex-military veterans of 20, 30 years. They're very highly respected people in their professions. And what we've done is, I've been talking about Puerto Rico for years, and yet a lot of the OG Mexicans, they have community. They go to church every single Sunday for 30 years. They've been, they're integral in their philanthropy of their local areas that they've lived, right? And so them relocating to Puerto Rico to save, 20, 30% on their income taxes or their capital gains taxes and have net more dollars doesn't ring the bell for them, right? So they need better tools, and some of those better tools are already known by wealthy people and people that have this advisement skill. So you would have if you wing it on your own, or if you hire the local guy to basically just set up something like a charitable remainder trust with you, you're going to have a product that's basically a legal thing, right? It's called a trust. But you may not have the advisement to say, okay, we see the stake is coming out in 6 months. Here's how you can roll it into this real estate syndicate deal that's coming up. Here's how you can roll it into endless banking as an insurance product that you overfund, a life insurance policy that you overfund, right? So these advisors, their role is to hopefully have you not sell very much Hex, if at all. And if you do, have it in a device that gives you the cash flow for the lifestyle that you want, but it does it in the most tax efficient possible way based on the current laws at the time when you have a stake maturing anyway. Our goal, as far as the founding of it, is because certain people like RG3 is not moving to Puerto Rico. Hexologist is not moving to Puerto Rico. Other people inside, as far as co-founders, are not moving to Puerto Rico, but they still need these devices to be the most efficient and to have the least possible sell pressure as OG themselves, right? So we want people to realize the gains, have the change of lifestyle to the positive, be good educators. We want people to take our place as educators. If we're a population of 300 or 400,000 people holding Hex, the more people that can speak, the better, and we want those people to be advocates. That's why we built this thing out.
And thank you so much, Gary. Hey, Hex is the way. I know you've been waiting patiently. What's on your mind?
Sure, I got a couple things. Just wanted to do a mic check real quick. How do I sound?
Coming through clear.
Good, man.
All right, great. So, yeah, a lot of great discussion going on. I appreciate Alex coming in, Matt Hatter hosting, and everybody else hosting, Hextiller and Skippa, Matty Allen, a bunch of great. I mean, I've been listening for a long time. Some of the things I wanted to add was there's people have to weigh this out for themselves. There's good and bad to all different systems. So let's see. For myself, I don't like the emotional, like basically pitch, like the emotional pitch. Oh, somebody's going to get cancer. You're going to have to EES. To me, I don't buy that one at all. And I'm not saying that it's not going to happen, but nobody who's set up a stake in the Hex system is going to be able to utilize this currently. They're going to have to make a new stake. So everybody who creates a new stake in the HEDRON system is going to have to model what they're going to do in the future. And anybody who made a Hex stake in the current go to hex.com stake can also model their future. So either way, you're going to have to model your future stake. And you can, there's nobody telling you you got to do a 5555. That's something that only a few people preach. Like, seriously, do we really all need to do 5555s? Maybe in the future, but if you're well off, maybe you do. But for a lot of people, a laddering system works great. For example, I think part of what Hedron is coming from is from the pain that we feel on the Ethereum chain. If you're on the Pulse chain, however, and your gas fee is a penny, you could just stake for 10 days or a month or 2 months, and money could be coming out. And if you have an emergency, instead of restaking, you could use that money in an emergency. So it's a planning situation that we really have an issue with Ethereum on. And I don't know exactly if the Hedron system utilizes correctly basically solving the problem of what we're trying to accomplish with the gas fee issue on Ethereum. For example, pooling stakes together, and if you pull all your stakes together and you pay a gas fee to start that stake and to end that stake, and then you're able to pull out, would potentially solve that. But I'm not sure if Hedron does that type of a pooling stake system where you would save gas fees. So, and I would caution everybody on any smart wallet or Gnosis Safe or Staker app that you're going to get higher gas fees, generally speaking, than if you just go to hex.com. Interacting with a smart contract is a little bit more complicated, and you're going to pay more for that. And on some of these, like on StakeRap, there is a fee involved as well. And on Hedron, there's a fee for the loan feature. So each of these, we just have to understand, the differences of what's going on. The mass adoption concept is interesting. I think that's probably one Matty Allen said was one of the best potential arguments for the Hedron system, is maybe some people like the idea of transferring stakes to family, or transferring if you don't want to serve your 15 years. Again, we could do that with our secret phrases as well, but it is potentially a help, rather than just people EESing. And so I like that feature to some extent, but I think you could also give people your secret words if they're family or friends as well. So it's one of those that it's almost like a mute point. It could be good, it could be bad, but we've had a great mass adoption so far. It's just we're almost there. And the one thing I would question about that would be the marketing. So it seems like Hexicans would be marketing Hedron, which is fine, but is there going to be any other marketing, right? So potentially not, but I don't know if Hexicans marketing Hedron versus Hexicans marketing Hex is going to change the amount of Hex adoption overall. It might be the exact same adoption. So I don't know if that's a valid point or argument. It's a speculation, right? But I don't see Hedron having a massive budget to market their stuff versus Hex and us Hexicans doing it. Another one would be the tax implication. I mean, Funding Jim pointed that a little bit. Just I would be a little bit careful with things like the loans for the potential of the tax implications, because the IRS might want KYC documentation style loan documents in order to prove that you don't have to pay taxes. And I'm a little bit scared about losing your stakes from that, because it could be a little bit predatory towards new people who don't quite understand that you might be giving up millions and millions of dollars in the future. So that's one thing where I know we have to educate people about the side effects. One of the benefits I like about emergency end staking is if you stay true to the system, you get the bonus. So there's one negative or downside to Hedron is, personally, I like getting those bonuses for one. And that's because as I'm keeping my commitment, I'm getting an extra perk. And the other one is, basically, this is the one where I had the most issue. And I talked to Alex about this before, but there's no real good answer. It's basically, like I said earlier, if I'm staking for 2 days or for a month, I'm getting a certain type of yield. If I'm staking for 5555, I'm getting a certain yield every single year for that 5555. But actually, in the Hedron system, you might not actually deserve that yield because you might be only staking for a few years. And so it's an aspect of fairness, right? Where it's like the guys who really committed to a 5555 deserve getting 40 or 50 or 60% or 100% a year. And somebody who's only committed to getting the stake and then maybe trading it in 3 years if anything happens, that scenario seems like they should get the 20% just in fairness, or 25% or 15%, who knows. And that's just how Hex is set up. So you're kind of violating that type of traditional certificate of deposit style where you get more and more the longer you lock. This one is locked at 15 years. So you are going to be benefiting for the full yield, and you might not actually deserve it according to the system. So you're kind of circumventing the yield. And a lot of people think that's no big deal because Hex appreciates a lot, but we don't know what's going to happen in the future. To me, the yield is very important, and it was almost half the gains of Hex if you staked, get those extra coins. So I would commend Alex for his being involved in these spaces. It's been very impressive to see him represent what he's talking about and to talk to people and answer all these questions for hours. And it seems like he really has put a lot of thought into it. And I also would commend him the most for having the claim function, mint function versus a sacrifice, because he's kind of going against the mold at this point. He's not doing a cash grab. And that's very impressive. He is just giving out coins and seeing if Hexicans use the system. That's very, it's actually quite bold. And at this point, it seems innovative that he's choosing not to go for an instant gratification himself, but he's using the community to choose if it's something that we want to use. And he potentially would be rewarded for adoption of the Hedron system, kind of like a stock option, right? Versus just getting a big lump sum up front without any success or any adoption into his system. And then we all expect that the system's going to do well. And meanwhile, he gets his 10 million or 20 million or whatever he might raise for a sacrifice. And then he could just run off and not develop, or, the front end might collapse. Who knows, right? We've seen it all before. So he's actually setting a example for what a lot of these new coins should look at. And I don't know if they'll follow his example, but I would say that's what's really impressed me the most, is he's sticking more towards the core Hexican beliefs that Richard Hart has tried to create, the new crypto revolution, I would say. So great job on that one. And I don't know if he's here or listening, but, anybody could tell him, or I'll tell him later or message him. But yeah, so I would say this is this is more of a preference in how you use things, and you could definitely use both. So if you're thinking shorter term, you could use one. If you're thinking longer term, but maybe use the original one and avoid some of those fees. Or if you're on, but one thing I would tell people is pretty soon you're just going to have to decide, are you going to do this on Pulse Chain or are you going to do it on Ethereum chain? And if you're only doing it on Pulse Chain, you could just do shorter term stakes and get a similar result, I would say, at least for the next 5 years, probably. So there's a lot to think about. I think everybody's asking a lot of great questions. And I think this Twitter Spaces is amazing for bringing the community together and really hashing out some of what's going on. And I understand sometimes people have a lot invested and involved in this. I don't have I would say I don't have too much either way as far as Hedron. I'm trying to be very objective and just present, things that I see back and forth. So just take it for what it is from what I'm saying. But yeah, thanks for your time, everybody, and appreciate it.
Yeah, Hex is the way, man. Thank you for chiming in. I think you brought up a lot of valid points, a lot of things to think about. At the end of the day, I kind of think of this like an experiment, right? where we're surrounded in a sea of sacrifices. And all I keep seeing is 2017, 2018 all over again, repackaged, rebranded, and resold to people. So I'm kind of curious to see how this is going to play out from the perspective of what happens when you airdrop a token to a group of people, not only that own Hex, but that stake Hex first and foremost, for an average of 6.25 years. And what do those people do with those tokens? I don't think we have any way of knowing how this is going to play out. Of course, we can speculate, but I am darn excited to see what happens over the next couple years. And I'm very excited to see people building in the space, whether it works out or whether it doesn't. And these are the things that we're trying. We're literally rebuilding cryptocurrency from the ground up with Richard's leadership. And so at the end of the day, I don't think anyone can tell us which way this is going to go, if it's going to be a net positive or a net negative. But I am so excited to see how it plays out. And Gold Key, I know you have your hand up too. What's going on, brother?
Yeah, I love what you're saying. I think it is a toss up, and we're all like kind of speculating on what we think could happen. And I love